Yo, what is up, everybody? All right, so we're gonna be getting into the stream shortly. I just wanted to say real quick, hello everybody. We're gonna be watching the Overwatch 2 World Cup 2023 together. We're gonna have a bit of a watch party. And yeah, that's what we're doing today. That's what we're doing today. I'm gonna try to move my camera to a spot that makes a bit more sense. Let's try like 200 down. Oof. This is a little hard to... Okay. Okay. I guess we could just work with that. All right, so some people are going to be a little bit cut off, but that's whatever. That's whatever. I'd rather it be right there for us to be able to see some things than, you know, be able to see nothing. All right, chat. So yeah, so today we're going to be watching this. We're going to be watching through all of this. I'm going to be saying some things. And yeah, it's going to be awesome. So yeah, I hope that everybody enjoys these streams. If I really wanted to watch the World Cup. The World Cup's some of my favorite Overwatch stuff ever. It's always so fun to see. But yeah, anyway, let's get right into it, everybody. Let's get right into it.
In this case, you look at Lethal, I feel like Lethal is probably going to be the linchpin of whatever Turkey ends up running here. And, you know, you were saying it also could be Cass.
Yeah, I mean,
let's try 75.
Lethal's got a really good hit scan. Lethal, of course, plays for London Spitfire and has had.
I think that should be fine.
Really, really strong. Also, I mean, Lethal's resume just goes way.
Let's
way
turn it
back.
down
like,
a little bit.
Every contender team.
Let's put it to 50.
Done anything of note? Lethal has been a part of it. Seems like, and so that could be. Really
so we're watching this on Twitch,
also,
but you can watch it on Twitch or YouTube at Overwatch Contenders, and I would recommend that y'all go do that.
The San Francisco Shock have implemented this.
You know, give them viewership along with your viewership on my platform.
Perhaps not working out so well this year, so it can definitely happen. There's a couple players of note on this Turkish team or the Turkey team as well. So, but I mean, I think you definitely have to look at Lethal and some.
I don't know the large majority of the players that are playing in this chat.
For leadership, shot calling, someone who's been in these teams.
Let's turn it down in this part. I don't know a ton of the people who are going to be in this chat,
being around a team and knowing, like,
but the people that I do know, you're gonna know if I know them. Okay, you're gonna know if I know them.
Look at just on paper, then Turkey would be the favorites early here, but as you know, it's way too early to call anything. Let's get into like the first match and see, like, maybe Poland as a player that we've just never heard of and just goes nuts on a hero.
Well, speaking of Poland,
yeah, go ahead.
We do have the Poland team roster ready to go. And, you know, talk a little
That's right, Poland is in the first matchup.
On some of these players here.
I thought it was interesting that Poland was in, and I'm interested to see who they have. Yeah, I literally know none of these characters. I mean, none of these players. Literally know none of them.
Yeah,
but they're gonna be playing ball.
Not to be confused, Naked Jake.
Interesting.
But yeah, so
very interesting.
Team, like I said, we've looked at them, and there's just not a whole lot of information or competitive experience on the back end of this. The only player returning from the previous roster that got put together in 2019 that was unable to compete, unfortunately, is a player called Filion. Obviously not going to be starting for now. So we'll see. I'm willing to learn about these players, and as we go forward, I think, you know, Fake Jake, obviously great name, so I'm already invested in that. So as long as I can pronounce the names, we'll get to know this team as we go forward. But as I said, as much information as we try to dwell up, not a whole lot of contenders experience, obviously not any pro experience either. So it's a team.
I'm rooting for Poland here, chat.
I'll say too.
I'm rooting for Poland here.
Casting is that
Poland's tired of being walked on by everybody. Poland's gonna rise up.
It's fun to make tons of jokes about it. But speaking of teams, we do have Turkey ready to go here. So
I'm gonna be ordering food around like 8:30. Chat, by the way.
You know, we mentioned before, Lethal's.
I think I know Romani.
You know, Romani,
and Lethal, yeah.
Rehearsal warrant, but it looks like he will be on.
Those are the two I know.
Yeah, another interesting player.
Lethal's a great player. I know that for sure.
And Turkey citizenship.
Obviously, you got to be a great player to get into World Cup, but like, a
little bit at UC Irvine,
you know.
And so yeah,
I'm talking about
another
past that, right?
Comes from a team environment, obviously in the collegiate era as well. Very structured environments, and you know, it's going to be really helpful. But you know, you just look at the dead center there, and I think what we really have to talk about is Lethal. It's just, I think if Cass becomes meta, it can be absolutely crazy for Lethal. And I think it ends up being just
So
like
I'm
kind of
interested to see how these
potential.
team
On
fights
the other
play
side of
out.
things, if you're
They're
Poland,
probably gonna have they're
kind of
probably gonna
becomes
have
like,
to go
let's make sure
for
we deal
somebody
with
like the
Lethal first,
Zen.
everything else is going to have to follow. So I'm just really excited
And
to
I
see
think
what
that
this meta
Turkey's gonna
ends
have
up
to
being.
peel hard
I don't
for the
think we're gonna
Zen
have,
because
like,
of
a
what
grasp on it, even after the first match or
Poland's
two.
running.
Maybe after our second or third match of the day, but yeah, it's just gonna be really interesting to see. But I think on paper, it's
But
just
also,
like the one or two players that Turkey has.
we'll
the
see what
advantage on of
maps they
just
get as
the
well,
straight up competitive
because it does
experience.
depend on the map.
Yeah,
And I don't think it is gonna
I'm glad you
matter
said
a
that in
lot
terms
whenever it
of,
comes to
how things
like
develop, because until
how they
we
have to play
see
and
more
everything.
match time, especially in this current patch, you're not really gonna know where things are at, because it's like, are we seeing the meta, or are we just seeing what a team particularly likes? Like, there's gonna be a lot of ups and downs, but kind of a note here from the real Jake, or original Jake, however you want to say it. Jake Overwatch was tweeting recently about the fact that, hey, Cassidy is going to be good. Thinks Cassidy is going to be meta and used non-stop. We'll see if that ends up being the case, but there's definitely voices out there.
So I don't know which patch this is using.
Cassidy has been buffed.
Yeah.
So I think that this is the most recent
crowd control and
buff.
stuns,
I think that
and
this
then
is the
put
most
some
recent
of it
patch
back
because
a
they're talking
little
about
bit
Cassidy
and
being
put it
buffed
on,
and
like, an
everything,
unlimited
and being meta.
range
And I think that
thing
would make him
heats.
that if it's
I
using the
think
most
we see
recent
some-
patch
I think
for the
it's just-
game.
It just seems pretty obvious. And also, some of the sniper nerfs that came in on both Hanzo and Widowmaker makes McCree's, excuse me, that's one. Let's keep a tally. Sorry, I don't mean any disrespect by it. It's just I've been playing this game since 2015, so it took me a while to get the name changed.
He
out.
said the
But,
name.
so Cass's effective range is just a little bit better. Not always going to be completely outshone by a Widow sitting in spawn across the map. A couple of these teams really like running Pharahs, so. Like a Cass, I almost did it again. A Cass going to be really good for that. So I think we will see it. I think you could also see some teams run a May rush still, because that is kind of been the
Chad,
meta.
I
Teams might
literally
have been
just woke up
practicing
and put on
going
the
in before
stream.
live patch came, and then May
So
also
I'm wearing
got
the
a little
same
bit of
shirt
a
I was
buff,
wearing
but
yesterday and
we're not
everything.
really going to know. I think the one thing we will find out is what the control.
I might
meta
swap
is,
out my
'cause we're gonna
shirt
kick
later
off
if I
each of
start to
these
feel
matches
gross
on
in it,
control, and
but
I think Lijiang in specific.
whatever.
So we'll get a good feel of that. As far as as the maps go forward,
Lijiang Tower.
not winner picking second.
Okay.
Yeah, and sometimes
Ball's gonna have a bit more trouble on this map going against I think that Turkey's gonna take this first map. I think that Lijiang Tower complements their comp a lot more than it does Poland.
Is always I feel like it's a good skill test to begin with. It just you're not really going to test as much in terms of teams coordination, where
unless they swap things up. I don't know if they can swap things up.
You get into control and you just
Oh,
sort of
we'll see.
okay,
We'll see. We'll see.
What mechanical level are these teams at? Are they similar? Is it going to be a blowout? Because if you get totally blown out of control on a mechanical level, it's sometimes hard to see how you're going to bring it back on other maps. So it is a good way to set the tone on a series.
Yeah, absolutely. But as I mentioned,
okay.
it can be a bit of a wild card.
What a
I think
transition.
everyone at the pro level as well says control can just be kind of weird. A lot of it can be RNG.
Funny
Which
face.
stage are you gonna get? So we're gonna be heading into night market here, and at the Overwatch League level, and maybe some of it will bleed over into the Overwatch World Cup. You see a lot of symmetry here, just because the rollout is so good. If you can get your team onto the point quickly, set up some turrets, then you're gonna be in a good spot. So we shall see how it all shakes out.
Okay, so they can swap up the comp. Okay, never mind then. I have literally no clue.
Okay, so it looks like Mecha base instead. Sorry.
I have literally no clue.
No,
so they're just mirroring. They're mirroring. So I have no clue who's gonna win here. Listen, Chad, I'm rooting for Poland. I don't know. Listen.
We'll get a look at the rosters here again.
I want them to make a name for themselves. You know.
You had Poland coming out with the Sojourn and Turkey coming out with the Hanzo. Looks there. And yeah, there it is.
Okay. Yeah, looks like some early rush here with Ramatra Lucio. Ramatra Lucio Bap and some Maze. Yeah, and like you said, the only difference being Hanzo and Sojourn, and effective range is not all that different from either. A little more consistent damage, but
okay, they already lost the Sojourn. That's bad.
Yeah, already Lethal kicks
That's a lot of their
right
damage gone.
Gets the first pick on Hanzo, and that just sets the tone for the rest of the team fight here, where it's Turkey's to lose. Fruit gets a little bit low. Lethal taps another head, and not even on hit scan as we hyped up.
Yeah, that was really bad. I will say though, Forever's ult charge being at 53
Well, I
and
mean,
Romani's
Hanzo
being at
projectile speeds,
37.
It's not hit stun.
That's a
It's
big
not
difference.
it's not exactly Junkrat either, right? So
Okay.
it's kind of that weird
So-
in between hybrid and I mean just the pick potential of a Hanzo is so brutal, and now only gonna have to struggle to get in here.
I think
open.
that Poland's
Oh,
winning
Rocket
in
with
the
an
ult
overextension.
economy with
Poland able to pick off two,
the
and Turkey's
fight-winning
immediately
ults.
gonna have to disengage off your Hex, and
Oh, Lord.
Of course we do.
I wonder if there's a DC in the middle of that or something.
Let's see.
Happened.
I can
don't know
probably
which
bring my
team
camera
it
down a
was,
little
but
bit, I think.
You know what? Look, you wouldn't be kicking things off here. Okay, that probably
Yeah,
explains
that
why
tracks.
Romani was well, seemingly out of position, you know?
Yeah, that
So-
tracks. I mean, just kind of standing there as Ramatra. We all know Ramatra's greatest skill, especially with ultimates, is walking. So when you're just standing still with Ramatra,
Okay, I think that's a little bit better as far as the position of our
so
camera is
actually
concerned.
interesting. Romani on Ramatra. That's kind of fun. But yeah, you know, it's kind of the game is tracking so far. As
Well,
we
honestly,
expected,
no.
that, like Lethal's just got the potential.
Let's put it back
to
where it
just
was.
go
Let's
off
put it back
and-
where it
and get
was.
picks, and especially with Hanzo. I mean, the team can just peel for him. You can't ever really dive him. You can just sit back, and eventually, one of those logs is gonna find brain mass.
Yeah, and I mean, also when you deal in a more closed-in area as well, it's one of those things where, I mean, look, Hanzo in any situation we can kind of feast or famine, but, you know, on Lijiang, things are closed in, and, you know, there's only so much space heroes can be in, and it's just like, you just have to find an area
Yeah.
where a current head is and shoot it down the hallway, hope for the best, and Lethal was definitely landed
Well,
those at the beginning.
it's one of the reasons you used to see Junkrat on this map so often too. Is just fire and forget it down hallways. Pharah has been played on this map before, so I wonder if maybe Poland has that in their pocket to maybe deal with the Hanzo. Although Pharah used to be much better against Hanzo, it's just that Hanzo hit scan ish kind of feel. He like does deal with Pharah a little bit. So right now it's way too early to tell. If there's going to be adjustments or something like that. So I think the Sojourn pick is not terrible. Like I said, it's a little more consistent than the Hanzo damage. You're going to be able to just kind of fire, get the area of effect damage in as well. And the slows, and then just on occasion you're just gonna hit the rails. Like Hanzo's effectively firing rails every time, so those railgun shots have to come off from the Sojourn.
Yeah, makes sense. And right now, if you're just tuning in, wondering, it's like, wait, why are we over here? The map isn't over yet. It's like, well, Romani had a disconnect right now. We're waiting.
Oh no,
how that
Romani
gets
had a
settled.
disconnect.
But coming back in, it does give Poland a free team fight going.
I wonder how many
there's
times that's
no
gonna
way of
happen,
reversing
chat.
that, even though it was a quick disconnect.
I wonder how many
So,
times that's gonna happen.
Poland kind of gets a gimme there, and we'll see if they're able to.
I hope
take
not
advantage of
often.
the
I hope
minimums,
not
but,
super often.
The number one thing they're gonna have to do here, X, going forward, is find a way to neutralize Lethal. Or
Yeah, I figured that there might have been
not
a
get hit in
disconnect
the
whenever
head
the
by
pause
his
happened.
arrows, 'cause that was the number one factor in the little bit that we've seen here so far.
It's just so difficult to isolate a Hanzo in these mirror compositions too, because you're kind of running rush, right? You want to Lucio speed in your Ramatra, you want to get a Mei wall up, but I mean, if you get a Mei wall up behind a Hanzo, he just climbs over it because all the characters from that country have the buff of wall climbing, so going to be able to go over top. It's just
Hanzo can wall climb over it if you section him off
with
with
that the other team's game plan is
a Mei wall, but I will say it does give you a lot of time to capitalize on him still, like to capitalize on him being out of position. Like
make somebody else who's not their best player beat you, and
you can
that's gotta
still secure the kill.
All right, well, we are back on in. Poland
pretty easily.
continuing to clean up after that team fight where, again, it's pretty
Let's
difficult.
go! Poland got the point! Poland got the point!
Game, as it turns out. Who knew?
Yeah.
So with the
And,
disconnect, Romani
the
just
tough
got
part
put
is,
back in spawn.
I don't think they used it before, but now Annihilation is completely reset from Romani too.
I'm a little confused as to
that's
what
tough.
happened with
So
that.
Poland can actually push this advantage here with Forever 774.
Well, step one, the pushing the advantage. Don't get caught by Hanzo. Lethal here on the side. Again, drop the dragon early. Looking over. Really nice flank positioning here.
Okay.
Filled up, going to stop any instant pickoffs. Poland right now just staying on the point, but here we go.
Yeah.
Poland is going to try and push the advantage, as he said. Annihilation coming on out. Lethal
There we
goes
go.
down, and
Here comes what I was saying. They
got
were
is
winning
I
in that
think
ult
picked up
economy
someone
with
on the
those
side.
fight-winning
You can't apologize for
ultimates.
somebody else DCing. You just got.
And I think
play the cards as they
Turkey
lie,
realized that.
as it were.
So what they
yeah,
were
really
what they were
nice
trying to
there,
do
understanding that
was
they were gonna have an
I
enormous
think they were
advantage.
trying to
On the
like
upside, Turkey
use
will,
dragons,
flipping that back, but this is a
possibly
nice
get
cleanup,
and try to section off the back line so that Lethal could set himself up to possibly get a couple essential headshots headshots and
yeah, I think next
you know,
is you're
flip
gonna
the
see,
fight
like,
over for
ballet
Turkey
of the Lucio
before the
May, both with the ultimates
before
up, so with
Poland
the
use those
Blizzard,
fight-winning
sound barrier to try to counter it, and
ultimates.
vice versa on both sides. The timings are just too perfect.
Yeah, the ice ballet, Overwatch on ice, as it were. You know, there's some old promotions. Here we go. Lethal again, coming in on the flank. And here come the Blizzards out. Romani, though, gets caught early, and the Blizzard pulling far more successful.
Questionable
Texas
Blizzard.
right
Questionable
after.
Blizzard. That's going to be a
And
big
I
blow
gotta
to
tell
them
you,
as well,
disconnect or
because
no, Poland on the verge of
they're
taking this first round.
gonna only have beat against
Yeah, it's
Poland's
really nice
beat
for them.
and
Both Lucio's able to hold on to their ultimates going forward too, but Texel with a really nice cleanup.
beat and Surge.
And now, yeah,
I forget
we're
what
gonna
is
see
if
this Sojourn can hit.
what
some
is
rails here,
Sojourn's
because
ult?
Overcharge's gonna be ready. Just want to make sure that you're in the right area.
What is it
to not get
called?
picked off.
I forget.
Wouldn't be terrible to be squatted up with your Ramatra and get a shield up there. A lot of pressure coming from up top.
Lethal. That's huge. Lethal able to shut down ICAV, get rid of the overclock. Turkey not wanting to give up this round here just yet. Monty here on the point. Both teams playing back and forth. Monty looking for his counterpart.
I hope that y'all can hear me over the game. I mean,
Matrak able to take down his counterpart, and Turkey slowly but surely back into the fight. Should be able to get control here, Hex.
They're gonna
Okay,
get control, and
that was
importantly,
big for
Romani's gonna
Turkey.
have his ultimate up quickly
And
then, too. So
they're
now
gonna be able to
the Ramatras
win,
have equalized here in their annihilation.
like 2 more fights. It looks like
Ultimates.
they're definitely they're gonna have next fight
yeah,
secured. I think. Well, actually, no. Forever's really close on his ult, so
careful to not get caught out early. Yes, he.
we can see this is looking more even than what I initially
thought.
Yeah, that was objectively one of the issues, even if there was a controller malfunction, so to speak. But Turkey now in a
Turkey
situation
has
they
the
cannot
advantage
lose another
here,
fight.
but
Monty gonna be looking to annihilate
Poland
here
still has a chance.
rather than later.
That's a big
You have
wall.
to think here, under a little bit of pressure, wall right behind him, annihilation guy come out. Meanwhile,
Oh,
Lethal's Dragon gets
oh.
Texel super early into the fight, and the rest of the cleanup
Yeah.
gonna be there for
That
Turkey.
was a May wall diff.
Yeah, I mean, getting Texel super early into the fight is pretty much all of the.
I understand that though, like
Lucio
after a
was there for
wall
utility
like
for the most
that,
part, yes,
after the
obviously
wall
we
that
can-
Matrak
What-
pulled,
We got
Oh,
Lethal.
like
Sombra.
in the eyes of Fake
Yeah.
Jake, it's just like I need to try to do something
yeah,
with
I mean,
my wall.
It kind of makes sense because
right?
what's Poland's wing condition right now is
and it did
probably
do
getting
something.
An ultimate going
It
on
delayed
from, Jake if they're tracking
them
it
from
right.
dying as quickly,
So
but
maybe
that's about
just
it.
Trying to shut down one
Oh.
person, but nice come in.
Yeah, losing the May that early is huge. Poland now can be a lot more aggressive. They don't have to worry about the wall. Meanwhile, Fake Jake dropping the Blizzard, looking for the
Oof.
isolation here on the Romani. But Texel gets caught early in his
Romani
mission.
dies here,
That's all
I think.
the healing
Healing.
gone. If you
Oh,
get rid of his
no.
Lethal is just ripping things up in the backline as Sombra. And, we mentioned going into this, hey, Turkey would be playing around Lethal would be huge. And so
Oof.
far, that narrative is stuck to script. But here we go, ICAP, overclock out, gets one, caught by Romani. And Turkey just overwhelming presence on the point. About
Yeah,
ready
that
to
was
flip
rough.
this to their
That was
favor if
rough.
they do.
Yeah, I mean, also lethal.
Close
just
fight-
taking
go-
kind of
close game
control of
map,
that
though.
as
Close
well
match, chat.
by taking
That was
over the
close.
Sombra. I mean, I think Turkey has to just be relying on lethal to make calls. I can't imagine that anyone else is the in-game caller for this squad. I mean, obviously you're going to have input from your tank players, etc. But with you being the in-game caller for Sombra, you're just picking out targets. And I think they
Okay,
also
Sombra.
realized too, one, that their only loss condition was
Okay.
Poland coming out with big ults and hitting it, so they probably go to Sombra to try to negate some of that. But also, when they took out Texel the previous fight,
Interesting.
they realized just how quickly everything else melted around them. So that was obviously a target for Lethal coming in to take out the Baptiste. Texel was
Oh,
playing,
Poland ran the
was able
Cassidy.
to
I think that
pull
they.
that
I
off,
think that they're
and Turkey,
expecting
despite
the
it being a
Fire Mercy.
disconnect, will take a 1-0
I think they're expecting it.
stage lead.
Yeah, now taking a look
Oh,
here.
Turkey switching it up.
Turkey on the way out. Lethal going to be sticking
Okay.
on Sombra. And we got Farah Mercy coming out here from Turkey. Cassidy on the other side. So for me, I'm interested in this ICAV versus Matrak battle that's going to be going on here.
Yeah, this has always been such a good stage for Bards because of this tower. It almost seems unfair, especially in the hands of a pro who they can get so much good height. So we'll see how it works early on, though.
Okay.
Muso falls, and with the Far Mercy,
Yeah, I think
that's
Poland's
like
gonna
all
win
your
this. They're in a
bounty
really
laying
dangerous
down,
spot
too.
there.
So
Turkey was in a
that's
really dangerous
rough
spot there.
for Turkey, but they're able to weather this.
Oh, they
storm so
okay.
far.
They weren't able to capitalize.
Yeah, I mean,
You see,
they
the
don't get team
thing.
wipe, but they do give up first
I see. I think that the
control. Here, too,
thing,
is that,
the problem
we
that
expect to see a lot
Poland's
more
having
Turkey
right
in
now
this patch. We're seeing it here
is I
now.
think that they're
Both
having
teams running it.
trouble with capitalizing
Yeah,
off of
it's
their
Slightly
advantages.
nerfed in the most recent.
Like, they
patch,
had
but
an
that's
advantage
super
there to
buffed
do
in
something
this
real quick.
patch, so.
Overall, that's a net up.
But they were
Yeah.
just slightly too late,
Net up
and
versus
Turkey was able to regroup and pull it back together.
Track back in action here, looking for rockets. Texel though finds Romani, and you lose your Junker Queen that early. Texel's out for a little bit of revenge here, Hex, after the end of the last round, feels like.
Yeah, Texel's had
Matraque's
some really nice moments
popping
as
off.
kind of, the DPS.
This is
flex,
crazy. Matraque
with
is
both the Baptiste
an
and
absolute
Kiriko
menace
getting
on
a lot of
Poland
work
right
done.
now.
You know, the
They
thing
can't
about
do anything.
The Far Mercy, and I love
It
this
was
competition.
just
It's
literally
super
the
fun to
two of them
watch,
for a while, and they couldn't do
you use
anything.
So much ground control here. You have
Oh,
pretty much
yeah.
team wipe to be able to pull a point off.
Okay.
Press Q to die. Some
They
things never
traded,
change from
but
2015
whenever it's
to,
between the
2023.
DPS and the tank, you always
And
take the
that is
trade of
still
the
the
tank.
thing. Turkey
The tank
goes strong, making
is definitely a
most of
more
Romani
important trade.
goes in after they get the res on the track, and
Okay, they got yeah.
still a decent fight from Turkey.
Okay,
far,
so
able to
how are we
wipe out
looking
the
on
res, but
ults?
First control for them,
Poland's a little
the question is,
behind
can they
on
maintain it,
their
or,
jungle.
overall far wise, it's been a little bit rough.
Yeah. I mean, Turkey should be in a good spot here, mostly because Lethal's
But
gonna have
Poland
the
does have
EMP,
two counters
so they're gonna
to
be able
Turkey's
pull that
jungle.
off, and
They have
EMP
Suzu and they
barrage
have
would've been
Beat.
nice. Maybe we would've been able to
So
hear
they do
the
have that.
voice line
However, they
actually,
do
as
have to
I
worry
haven't
about
heard it in 7 years
that
of
right there.
Overwatch.
EMP.
EMP gonna come off here from Lethal. Muso immediately in the fall through, and yep, EMP into the white room, into death. That also has not changed regardless of
Fun
what
times, fun
iteration of
times.
Sombra
Gotta
you
love
might be
EMP,
watching,
chat.
man.
Gotta love EMP.
So, yeah, that was the free fight from Turkey here, Hex. But now the hard part begins, especially when you look at what Poland has on deck.
Yeah, the
Yeah.
only thing less than ideal from Turkey.
Poland
there
has
is that
a
they ended up
massive
using the Junker
ult
Queen
advantage
ultimate
here.
too, and
They
I
just
don't
need to
think
make sure that they
necessarily had
use
to.
them
Usually
right.
you want
They
the
need to make
Sombra
sure to
give you
combo them
economy
right so that they
because
have more for next
an
fight.
EMP is usually just a single fight winning ultimate, so not a problem using that. But they did throw in more ultimates. Poland's, I mean,
Ooh.
on paper, they should be their fight.
They don't have Suzu either.
He got picked super early.
Oh, that is
Poland
rough.
might not even have to invest.
That
in
is
much.
rough.
They do use both support ults early, but could be able to hold on to the rest as immediately.
Okay,
get the
Poland's
point.
gonna have
Yeah,
3
you see
ults for
people
next fight,
jump into
which
the
is gonna
mode.
be great
That's
for
also
them.
just like, yeah, it's
They
a
will have to
time.
watch out
One
for
reset go.
Barrage, though.
I wonder if this is going to be a hard.
Shouldn't be
reset.
too much of a problem.
It's gonna be hard to convince MacTrek to get off of the far with 98% on Barrage, even though we know Barrage.
But
is,
still something they have to
Barrage
watch
is
out
what
for.
It is, but they do full-on reset. Poland is only one fight away. I want to see. I mean,
Another
been pretty
pause.
Quiet here so far.
1, 2, 3, 4. Who
Let's see
disconnected?
Who DC'd this time?
Yeah, like we'll see if we get the swap.
Oh, it was
before
it was
hit our
Lethal, I
camera
think.
Before we see in game, but I mean,
think
look,
Lethal
if I was betting
DC'd.
I would say Romani just because that's a person that DC'd before. Which, oh man, that
Maybe
has
not,
to be
though.
tough. If it was Romani again, just because I can think of nothing more frustrating when you're hyped up, for an important match. You've been looking forward to this, and you're a key part of your team on top of it, and you just keep disconnecting. You just get smited by the internet gods. It's not great.
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to speculate, but we're in a pause, so we're kind of going to have to speculate. I wonder where Romani's playing from, because as we mentioned, it is a dual citizenship player, so perhaps maybe not with the rest of his team regionally, maybe playing on some long ping and playing something like that. Again, that's just baseless
Yeah,
speculation.
that's
but we're in a
possible.
pause. You're going to get baseless speculation.
Yeah, that's right. That's pretty much all we got.
Okay.
We got, 1 round of gameplay to go here. I mean, the one thing we can bring up is that it's not that it can't work. It's not that it hasn't been effective. But, Hex, I feel like every game we've casted this year where we've seen a Pharah on Lijiang, it just hasn't worked out. Like, it has been cursed on the whole. Just in the sense that, you play the Pharah, you hope that you get really good suppression and pickups with the
I think that the
but
Pharah's been
the
doing
dark
really
side
good,
to it
though.
always is that the other team just, uses terrain against it. And the
That's
Pharah
true.
doesn't land, the back-to-back rockets. It can feel ineffectual at times.
Well, Pharah hasn't really changed much since the game debuted. Like, not that much, right? They're not a whole lot more damage. Whereas
That's
it
true.
feels like there's been so much more put into sustain in Overwatch, especially.
I will say
with
though,
the gear
I
comes
think that
out,
the
some of
Pharah's
tanks
doing
that
much
Pharah's
better
just
than I was
not as
expecting though.
effective. You're gonna have to
Especially against the
almost tap people
Cassidy,
with a damage
like
boost to get
that's.
anything done.
Forever.
I want to give a shout out to Matraque because it's hard.
Turkey. Well,
Like the way in which
Muso
Matraque's been able to
really early
utilize
on,
cover
Matraque
against them
goes
and
for Barrage,
everything.
trying to equalize, doesn't get
been
anything
great.
from it. ICAV looking to pick up the pieces, and Lethal's down, so it really is just up to Matraque to somehow bring this back, but that is not happening. The Deadeye gonna seal the deal. And this is going to a
Okay,
round 3
let's
already,
go.
Hex.
Poland
Close to
chat.
anticipating.
Poland's doing good.
Yeah,
I don't know a
didn't
single
see
person on their
why
team.
why that ended up pausing.
They've been
but
doing really good
regardless,
though.
Poland
They've been doing really
already
good.
back, so
Hey, don't
I mean,
disrespect
already
Poland.
More of a victory for Poland than I expected, and I mean, you know, we're doing our best to just build early narratives here and some players that have kind of impressed us so far. Right now for Poland, I like what Texel's doing, mostly just as like being this extra source of damage. You saw it on stage 1 with the Baptiste being able to clean something up. And also, I mean, the counterpoint to that is when Texel is dead, Poland doesn't win fights. And obviously that's part of being a flex support, right? You just like, it kind of just tracks that way. But
here we go.
So far, been very interested in their play. And okay, so when we were first loading into this,
You know, this is gonna be a really rough
I
one.
thought
This
we
could
were
be
gonna see
literally anyone's
Sim,
game.
but it doesn't seem like either team.
This could be literally anyone's game.
We might have another pause coming, and
Oh my god.
And that isn't me being psychic here. Production actually called that a little bit before it happened. You know, as much as I'd love to take
What is
credit for
happening?
it, Steel Jack's Glory, our producer, you know, no, that was called out. So once again, we are back to speculation. And
Indie company, by the way. Small
I do
indie
like
company, by the way.
change of Lethal over to the Ash. Not that Lethal isn't good. At
No, it could
Sombra,
totally not be their
but
fault. I don't know.
When you feel like you're going to a match and you might have a
You're
skill
getting
differential,
coverage from
like,
lots
over
of
the
like
lobby,
places which
playing
have
a
not
hero
so
like
great
Ash that
internet.
can just straight up
It's
carry
hard.
under the right circumstances, I think is a good move here, especially on control.
Yeah, and I think this stage in particular, there's some really nice sight lines, and you can actually take over the little alcove, especially for these opening team fights. And
I just
there's
think
really almost
Poland-
nowhere to dodge it.
Poland just
And if
needs
the
to
other
make
team's
sure
not
they
gonna run a shield
capitalize on
tank, and
advantages. They
obviously
need to
the
make sure they
options for shield
capitalize on
tank are much more
advantages in the
limited
team fight.
nowadays, then you can just sit back.
If
and even
Poland
when they're
does
on
that,
point,
they're
you
gonna be
can
able to
shoot into
win.
them. So yeah, I definitely would agree with you that the Ash is the right call here. Sombra can be really good, but I think Poland's been playing pretty well around it to be able to kind of stick together, especially when you're playing these queen compositions. You're not really going to be super spread out anyway, so Sombra's going to have less of a chance to pick off stray targets.
Yeah. But we are back in, third pause in the bucket. As you say that,
Lethal with the big pick.
Gets rid of the opposing hit scan threader. One of the
Jake's
two.
trying to do stuff to Lethal, but
recall, and right now is pretty comfortably on the point. Now changes his target to the Junker Queen, gets rid of that, and
unfortunate. They're just gonna have to full
the
reset.
raid boss that Poland must defeat.
They have to full reset here.
It was a nice little collapse there.
Big
Good
pick.
job by Tracer. That's not always like Tracer seems like
What is
she's a really
happening
good
here?
duelist, but then you realize 150 HP, and you know, every duel that you can win as Tracer is one that's important and just kind of outskilled. So really big there, and they're going to take advantage.
Yeah, I mean, Turkey
Okay,
right now,
they got a lot of
lethal
really
back here, just
big
get it to the moment where
cooldowns
Turkey
out
get one more
there
pick off. It should be all they need to
from
get the flank
Turkey.
pick, though. Under pressure from Lucio. Gets a health pack coming around the side. ICAT was able to get Romani down in the interim, so unless Lethal comes back and just hard carries, you know, I think this fight should be Poland's, and it does look like Turkey is backing up a bit. They're willing to stay in the area, but I don't think they're going to hard commit until Romani gets back into the fight.
Yeah, Jake's got to be a little careful here, but also it's a nice spot to be able to just kind of lace in a pulse bomb as the team enters. Not a whole lot of negation for Turkey.
Here we go.
A little late,
Jake.
so he's going to come behind.
Okay, gonna get a big pulse bomb here.
Needs to be big. The
Ooh,
equalize looks for
ouch.
Lethal, and that one was a little bit off, to say the least. Lethal
Ouch.
takes down Texel.
Yeah,
Turkey
Poland loses
much
this one.
better engaged.
That's all right though.
Pulse bomb
Poland.
disconnect, and right away, Turkey gonna be
Poland's looking stronger for the next fight. They have
Taking the points, some nice little stall there, but Turkey
more
will end up
important
taking
ults up.
the lead here.
don't-
Also, they're going to have
yeah,
a Bob
yeah.
and a Blade,
It's like-
and that Bob can be so good
So
on the
they're
points,
pretty easy on the
just
ult
kind of
game,
launch them into
but
the
I
corner.
think that Poland has the
I
more
have-
important ults up is the
He's going to try to
thing.
match the Ash. That is a monumental task.
You know what though? I like the energy from there, saying, "Oh, you think you're good at Ash? I think I'm good at Ash. Let's do this." Beat gonna be on the table for both teams here. Texel opens early
Okay,
with the Kitsune.
things are looking good here for the fight.
Hold back for now, and wow, out from Lethal. But tracked down early, so Romani gets
Good
hit
beat
and
there.
down.
Really good.
ICAV immediately on the finisher. And just like that, I mean, Turkey, they don't have
You see,
anything really
the
left
thing
to
that was good with the
reserve here,
beat
so
there,
quick
as far as the
retake by
movement
Poland.
was concerned, was
Yeah, I mean, they're going to get a little
Flipper
bit of
made sure
stall
that he
here,
got the
but,
beat for himself so that he
Turkey is
didn't get
about
damaged by the
1 point away,
bomb.
but that's probably the biggest moment from ICAV we've seen so far in the match today. Kind of quiet, especially on the very first stage. Hands full on the second stage, but a nice big play
Okay,
there.
they can do this.
Kind of puts Lethal on
Pulls
notice.
gonna be close
They
to
really
Bob.
just have
Gonna
to
have Bob
dodge
soon.
Getting bladed to oblivion,
Um,
but it's gonna be a naked blade. See what the
Yeah,
targets end
the
up being
blade from
here.
Attack's
They've
gonna
got great
be
target
difficult, I
coordinates.
think,
That's
but
already
Poland doesn't
Bob.
really have
That
much
is
to do against them.
enormously quick Bob build into the
That's
fray.
crazy.
The track drops
Yeah,
the blade,
that was a
and I don't know where the track is
crazy
right now,
Bob
but
build.
no, he's back in spawn. Doesn't quite
Got
get as much as
bombed.
he wants. Fake Jake lands the bomb from the back. And Poland not letting this go
Poland got it.
quietly at all. One more team
One
fight
fight
away
territory.
from taking this first
Turkey
map away
has
from
to do
Turkey.
it. I think that Turkey can.
Metric's going to change here too to the
I think that Turkey can. It depends on how quickly they build ults and how quickly Poland builds ults. But Turkey definitely has a chance here.
Romani should be able to get there on their
And
own
Rush should
ults,
help them
Poland
with building
did burn
ults.
the bank in their last fight.
So
it is all down to this.
they should really rush early.
Don't die to
Yeah,
that,
like that.
Tsune. That's number one.
Ooh,
here.
big wall.
Tsune Rush going out. Poland
Yeah.
just gets run over. Right after Kitsune goes down, but track and
Okay,
Lethal
so
start
one
getting
fight
the shots,
territory
and the Mace
for
swap
both
looking
teams
pretty
now.
Good. Turkey gonna get the recap,
For both
but
teams.
Poland has enough room here, Hex, for a recontest, and they're very, very close to some key ultimates.
Yeah, just barely. I mean, they have 20 seconds left when it's going to hit 80, but they should be able to rush in. And again, this is just about staying alive. Yeah, if you can get both these support ultimates going down here.
Flipper needs to get that
you
beat
have
up.
to be very careful of getting Junker Queen ulted and getting
Okay, they're really
anti-heals
close to
here.
all of their ults.
Romani getting poked down pretty low to start with, healed back up. Romani's still under heavy pressure. Not all on screen, but both Junker Queens getting
Fake
I
Jake
can't
on
defend
this
the track
Tracer
early.
has
It's
been a
huge.
menace.
Turkey drops a beat in response. They get rid of Forever. And now Turkey trying to stabilize here. Rampage coming out from Romani. Lethal Bob built in the middle of the fight.
Yeah.
Fake Jake trying to make anything happen here. Gets Muzo down, but it's not going to be enough. Lethal, Bob just starts cleaning up, gets two. And Lethal's not done
Rough.
yet. Meanwhile,
That's
the
rough.
Blade- Oh no. Turkey.
That's
finishes
rough.
it out.
It was a really
Poland
close
for a
game
little bit
though,
longer.
and I really respect that the
point
fight
awareness.
Poland put up. I really respect the fight that Poland put up.
Yeah, a little bit longer
against
maybe.
Turkey.
So we were watching fake Jake's.
Shout out
POV
to the
there,
casters, by the
and
way, chat.
he
Casting
eventually
is
was able to
really
take down
hard.
Muzzo, but,
Casting
if
is
you watched
really
it was
hard
like kind of this
whenever it
weird
comes to
target
games and
acquisition
stuff.
because, Kiriko
And
was
the
beaten,
Overwatch
and then Kiriko can always
casters,
jump away from you,
Overwatch
then
World
Kiriko's
Cup,
sitting in her own ult, and it's
contenders,
just like,
Overwatch
yeah,
League,
that's a
all those
brutal target to try to
casters,
take
just
down
phenomenal.
as a
They're
tracer,
great.
and
They're
he's end
great.
up taking
Do a really good
ton of
job.
time.
He has to sit
Then
there and
chasing
constantly
down
talk about what's
Lethal,
happening in the
almost gets
game.
Lethal, but has to blink
And
off the point
I can't
because
even
of the
do that.
Bob pressure,
I can't even do
unable
that.
to blink back.
So shoutouts to these
This
casters,
was a lot
chat.
closer than I thought it would
Give
be.
them,
Having
give them the
really
respect
not
they
heard of,
deserve
like,
for
any of these
that.
players on Poland at all. Like I'm very impressed with how they were able to pull this off, or almost pull it off.
Yeah, and I mean, that's what makes this tournament in particular so fun to watch, is that you might think you have favorites going in, and some teams may be stronger than the others on paper, but really anything can happen at any level of play. I mean, heck, I think back to, years where, Team USA thought that they had in the bag, and then they run into just a completely energized, at the time, Team UK, now Team Great Britain, runs into them and runs them over, sort of deal, right? So, there's always these storylines that go on, and it's just cool to see.
Yeah, it's always fun to like watch new players and start developing new storylines. Like, I mean, part of it is coming into it. Like, yeah, a little bit about these teams, but you're
I
kind of
hope
coming into
that
a
this is
blind,
able
which is always my
to
favorite
spread
thing
some
about, like,
awareness to
sports and
some
competition
new
is
players
it
and
just
stuff like that, and
surprises
maybe
you. I
they'll
get to
make it
learn
in the
things, and
Overwatch
I get
League
to
or
see
something,
exactly
maybe.
what's going to shake down here, and it was really impressive competition. I think Lethal did well, but if we hadn't just hyped him up as this raid god, I mean, you could have looked at some of the other players and some of the plays that
For real.
Fake Jake made, and that
Fake Jake
made.
was a
So
menace on
there
the
were
Tracer.
some definite plays there, and I think some interesting compositions. I have no idea what this meta is going to look like because Li Shang can be weird on its own, so we're just learning, and glad everyone's here learning with us.
Yeah, and I'm glad you brought that up too, because you think about it. Control, again, you could kind of see the mechanical end, but it is a wild card. It has always been a wild card in Overwatch, and sometimes that's where teams go. It's like, oh man, we were better. We just lost 2 out of 3 control maps in the series.
Right.
You have that sentiment sometimes, but we will see a little bit more depth to what the teams have as we go into our next
control map is a bit of a
where,
rough
it is
map,
going
so,
to be,
you know,
Poland's pick here going in. So
We'll see what Poland decides to choose.
Something where they even up the series and bring it to a 1-1. Where again, if you haven't looked at the format for this tournament, every match, every map really matters. These are first to 2 series, and it doesn't take a whole lot to get eliminated from the tournament.
Oof.
You really have to go through and be nearly perfect.
That was a close one.
To make it to BlizzCon later in the year.
Yeah,
almost had to my track
so
there.
we're just watching some of the replays now, and so some nice plays from both sides. I don't necessarily know if I have like a player of the map or anything. I don't think anyone really stood out, which was kind of surprising.
Yeah,
Romani
it
had
seemed
some good plays, but
the match
it's
was
gonna
really
be a little
even.
bit marred
It was
by
really
the
even.
disconnect. Can't have that.
Good
be
match.
happening. ICAV, I think, was really good after the first stage. The first stage, I just didn't see much of them. But as the second and third stage went on,
That's true.
I mean, just the
ICAV really
guts
pulled
to
through
go
on the second and
Ashe
third.
and just match lethal on the Ashe, and then have like a really nice Ashe life where you get the Bob going. But also, I want to give some credit to Turkey's play calling here. With just the switch to May at
built
the end.
Bob
I mean,
so
you know
quickly.
You're gonna rush in.
It
and
was
so May
absolutely
gives you that
insane.
map editor ability to kind of create a wall, and then obviously May has the new slow ability, and when you take all of the crowd control and stuns out of the game, and only a couple characters have it, it becomes even that much more valuable. So I really like that. It was a nice call at the end of, we're gonna rush in. What helps us get the most value out of Kitsune Rush the most, and then they make the May pick, and that's the
the May
fight
pick
that
was
they
really
needed
big
to actually win the map.
Yeah, I think the May swap was pretty good too, because you look at the
They won
overall,
that because of that
tempo of
swap.
the match as we saw it, and yeah, the Genji, it was a little bit of a rough time. But that being said, we're going to be taking a quick break. When we come back, we'll see if Poland can keep up the pressure and make the series 1-1.
All right, quick break. Okay, that's that was a little awkward. All right, we can turn that down. Chat, that was a really good match. I loved watching that. I absolutely loved watching that. That was amazing. Both of those teams were super evenly matched, I felt. And I'm super glad about that, because like I talked about knowing like Romani and Lethal, obviously really good players, especially Lethal. I know a lot about, well, not to understate Romani, like I know about Lethal more, right? And I know how good Lethal is. And it was just really cool to see that like Poland was able to match that, right? Poland was still able to put up a fight. They still did really good. Whoa. That time went down a lot. Didn't it say like 9 minutes before? Now it's like get 2? It's at 2 minutes 20 something seconds? Okay. Also the clouds are like eating up the white on my screen. I don't know if y'all really see that as much, but I feel like they should have put a black line around that or some shit. I don't know. Chat, I'm so excited for World Cup. I'm so excited for World Cup. So we're going to be doing this today, obviously, and we're still going to stream today, and we're going to be doing it tomorrow before our collab with Taco. And the match that I'm most excited about is going to happen, like, right before the collab with I can't find it because I'm dumb. I mean, not North Korea, South Korea. That's what I meant to say. Not North Korea, South Korea. They have lots of South Korean players. What am I saying? South Korea.
Poland taking Turkey
What's
to
their
the
roster
first
looking like?
map of the day here in the
Fearless, Fielder, Chio, Hanbin, Sparkle, Lip, Thin.
harbinger of what the rest of the day
Chat.
has to bring. It's gonna be a great day of Overwatch.
Yeah, I hope so too, because like some of the.
I think South Korea clears.
In our wild card
I'm excited about the US's roster, but I think that South Korea clears.
the entire tournament, and good for those teams that won. But I'm not a big fan of 3 Overwatch, or in this case 2 Overwatch. And I think the format of it will help.
I hope that we don't get ads at a bad time during this, by the way.
Pick. And obviously,
If we get ads, like, I'm just gonna, like, mute it.
Now, like, oh, Poland is gonna pick this map. Is this their favorite map?
Just because I don't know if I can, like, really be showing that on stream.
By the team
I'll also try to, like, I don't know, show
call
us
them losers if you want.
teams or whatever.
I refuse to do it. The not winners will pick the second map.
But
and
yeah,
it's gonna be
South
either,
Korea has a
escorts
crazy
or-
lineup.
Excuse me. Why am I blanking? It's either escorts.
But
or
South Korea
hybrid.
obviously has like
So
so
that's
many
gonna be
amazing
a
players
choice
coming
of,
from there. So
6 different maps.
It's
3
just gonna
escorts
be
or
like
3
that.
Hybrids. We can go through them.
It's
if you
just gonna
want,
be
but
like that.
All you really need to know is that Poland is taking Circuit Royale.
Yeah, and we can speculate a whole lot as to the whys and hows, but for now, we're in the fact-finding part of the tournament where it is a new patch. We gotta see what the teams have in store. All you gotta know is it's Poland's map pick, so we'll see if they have something special prepped for Turkey. The first map was very close, so hey, there's a possibility that this could be opening the day with a third map, which would be something because, of course, it is first to 2. You're not guaranteed the third map, but this one could be it.
Well, what's interesting about Circuit Royale?
I've
too,
watched
is
so much
oftentimes
Contenders,
it's
by the way,
been
chat.
viewed as a
How many
Widowmaker
points do I
map, or at
have?
the very least,
I have
a
like
sniper
30k
map.
channel
But I wonder if
points.
some of those sight lines have changed a little bit.
And that's
because
from
of
the
changes
that's
that
not
have
even
gone to
I don't even have
Widowmaker,
like a multiplier
that
on the
you're
points.
Maybe not going to be able
I don't even
to
have a multiplier on the
utilize
points because I'm not
as much
subbed or
as you'd
anything,
like to
so
get done. So again,
pretty
this is
crazy.
Poland's pick. We'll see what kind of meta they have here. Also, used to just kind of always be a dead-on Sigma map. Like Sigma Widowmaker was the meta on this map for a very long time. So I'm really.
I don't know
interested
why
to see. And as you mentioned,
For
this
whatever
is more
reason,
of a
whenever I
fact-finding
think of
expedition
Korea, I
as
always
we
I
go
always say
throughout these days.
like North
There's
Korea
8
instead of
days
South
online
Korea.
qualifiers. So
don't-
first match.
Why do I
Tuesday,
do that?
We'll figure out what's.
They're
going
both
on.
very different
My gut
countries.
feel on Widow is that Widow always goes through these things where like Widow will get nerfed or something bad will happen to Widow, and everyone will stop playing Widow for a long while, and then
Yeah.
people realize like, but
Oh, it's
wait,
still good?
a hit scan character that hits this hard is still really good.
Yeah.
Hold on a second, and then Widow starts getting played again. Although
That's
Turkey
kind of the
playing
thing
Widow.
that happens in like every patch. Like people don't really try it out. They're just
Okay,
like,
interesting
oh,
stuff for
numbers changed,
Poland.
bad.
They could
I'm
be
not
just
playing it
TPing in a
anymore,
spawn,
right?
maybe.
So, yeah, we'll see how it shakes down.
Whoa! What is?
Poland,
Okay,
interesting setup
okay.
here.
Sorry, Poland's
know,
defending. So
sometimes
Poland
the enemy team just
is
gets
holding
on top of the
close.
roof of your building
This is
is,
crazy.
what we're seeing here. Poland looking to.
Oh,
be
they knew.
pretty
They fucking knew they were there.
on in. Turkey, meanwhile, heading on out. They're running with the
Yeah,
Echo Sojourn, and Fake Jake takes down Nephrin early.
Yeah,
And,
Really
uh,
good,
what was
really
that
good
stuff here,
picks for
actually?
from
Yeah.
Turkey to
Yeah, just like, it's like, wait a second.
Just
go up
the-
against
the
Poland
headers are
here.
A little bit wrong. Turkey's on the orange squad or red squad right now.
yeah.
And it is Poland coming out really, really
Yikes.
strong to kick things off on their attack.
Yeah, I mean it's kind of an
Wait,
interesting
what is
gambit to
happening
be
with the
able to
colors
run
right
that
now?
Defense that close, so we've seen
Okay.
teams try to get it done, and often you see it like done on Havana because it doesn't lose you anything, right? So like
They
if
have
you
the
lose
team
that
swap,
first
so
fight, it's like fine, we can just set up.
Poland is
It
white.
doesn't seem to be the case in Circuit Royale that if you set up that close,
And
you don't lose anything because you're losing first.
Turkey
corner. Obviously you can
is
do a
on the
second
left.
corner now,
So Turkey's
and we'll
orange,
see,
Poland is white
how
right
Turkey
now.
wants to set up.
They have it messed up.
Right. So
This is not.
it's Turkey one good fight.
This is
for
not
their
the right
best.
thing. Okay, so
Taking under.
Poland
Really
was the one who
a
did
lot of
good.
fights take place
Poland
forever right
was the
now.
one who did good
On the way,
in
on the
one of the
ramp.
beginning there.
Neither team.
A little bit of a
hard
mix,
committed,
weird
just
mix up.
Lethal though.
Yeah,
On the May, able to find ICAP
World Cup
early,
been a little bit of a
and now
mess
you've lost
right
a lot
at
of
the
range
moment.
power for Poland,
Ooh,
and
missed
Turkey
that pin.
is gonna be way more
That's
active.
a
You see
really
Turkey
that's really big for
rolling
Poland.
on in with the Rhine and really pushing Poland back.
Yeah, Forever's going to try to get out, and generally, like Ram
Okay,
against
Poland-
Ryan
Poland
is
dies,
a
though.
pretty good
Poland
duel
loses it.
that you can take. But when the other team is going to rush you down with the Sim in the May,
They put up a good fight
doesn't
against
really
that
matter
rush
what
though.
tank you're on, you eventually are going to get rocked there. Poland with an Echo here, Fake Jake. Echo and Sojourn, so really different styles here as Turkey is going pure rush.
So Poland
So
seems
Turkey's
to like
just
be
gonna
thinking like,
sit back and wait because they're out.
how can we
and
possibly
as soon as they find a target that rounds the corner, they will just rush
like
in.
get over
That's
Maywall
the name
and
of the
stuff
game.
like that? Like I think that they're
Doesn't make sense,
picking
though.
these
Sometimes
characters
Ryan
to
just
try and counter
comes up,
Maywall a
finds
bit.
Lucy with the fire strike, and the rush begins. You walk on in after that first pickoff because what are they gonna do? Stop you? Not like that.
Well, also, it was a really good job by Turkey to negate the range by just teleporting in. I mean, Nephrin and Lethal just went to the back line.
Yeah,
just
Turkey's doing
straight
really
up
good here.
Teleporter
And
right
they have
down
big
Main
ult
Street.
advantage.
Like,
It's not
wasn't
even
in
close.
the
They have
spot or
massive ult
anything. It was right in
advantage.
the dead center of the street. They just go in and get work done. That means the other team turns around and tries to
Poland's gonna
peel,
have a rough
and the
time.
moment
They
that
fixed the names, by
peel,
the way, so that's
then
much better.
They just get their Reinhardt in and start swinging away. So, very well played. And, you know, for
Nephrin
Poland's
super
pick,
well.
they're in trouble.
Yeah, Nephrin nearly got head tapped there. I think it was ICAV.
Okay,
Oh,
interesting
what-
shatter.
Just brings Forever on him for a ride. Immortality Field comes out early. Forever gonna counter.
A little
with the Annihilation.
inspirational.
Both Immortality Fields out of the fight. Poland able to stabilize after what could have been a really
Okay,
really
Poland
rough
Poland
beginning.
takes
Taken,
this.
Finds Lethal and 5v4 now for Poland.
Wow,
And,
how many
Turkey's
ults did
ambitious
Turkey
play
use?
does not quite pay off. Nephrin gets caught and the odds.
How
of
many
first
ults
point
did they
hold
use? That's crazy.
increasing rapidly here, Max.
Yeah, I really like the switch to the Zenyatta too. It really puts Ryan in a terrible,
Wow.
terrible spot if you're able to get that Orb of
ECAV.
Discord on him. and
Holy shit.
ICAV really
That
some
was
of the
crazy.
moments here.
Is it ECAV or ICAV?
really
I'm
nice.
gonna say
I mean,
ICAV.
maybe
I'm gonna
didn't
say
really use
ICAV
the
because they're
ult
saying
there, but
ICAV, so I'm gonna
style
say ICAV.
points.
Yeah, I also think that's one of those cases that look.
They have
let's
like a
be sure, we
production
don't
team
wanna
and
get
everything.
first
We
point
can
now,
tell them
like,
that if they're
we're
saying
gonna
it wrong,
overcommit a
right?
little bit here, so we're not the team that
At least I would hope that they would
lost
do
the game
that.
with ult still on the board.
Absolutely, and especially with 5v5, you never know if like a Ryan's just going to charge in and take one of you out, then all of a sudden you're in trouble.
I think
so
that the
I agree.
range on this
Maybe
map
not
is a
an
really good
overcommitment.
move from Poland, but I think
Blizzard's
that
Yeah, Blizzard really early here from Turkey as they come
Turkey's
in from
doing a
the
really
back,
good
and
job
again,
at playing
just catching Poland
with
off
what they
guard. This
have.
is a hyper aggro rush comp that right now living up to its name.
I just think that Turkey's
Yeah,
doing a better job at
Revenant's,
playing as a
just kind of
cohesive
getting to
team at the
swing away
moment,
up
and I think that
front.
that's why they're.
This looks like a
winning.
gonna
I
be
said
a really
Turkey, right? Yeah,
difficult
Turkey.
Position to breach now too. I mean, there's always been a defender's advantage.
Turkey's
on this
been
map,
really
like,
good at being
especially
cohesive.
Right here with this high ground that just allows you to poke and poke away. So even though Turkey
They are missing out on ults right now, though.
like a Mei and a Hanzo can do enough to dissuade you. And I think Poland is going to have to rely on. I mean, just how is Forever? gonna get
Whoa!
position here is the question.
This is
Revenant right now does not
crazy.
care, walks forward, swings the hammer.
just keeps
at
going.
His sights and oh man, Turkey is just doing whatever.
This
they
guy's
wanna do right
crazy.
now. And one thing we really touch on the whole.
Revenant is
Turkey did have
nuts.
substitutions coming on in here, where Romani
What a
was out,
Chad! This guy just holds
Crowd
W.
out, Nephrin in, so Turkey had a game plan for
Right
this,
into the
and
back
so
line.
far, being
Doesn't give a
executed
single fuck.
Yeah, the rush.
That is
looks really
insane.
strong, and I just,
was-
Poland is just gonna have a really.
that
hard
was
time taking
absolutely
position here. I think
crazy.
Poland is gonna give it a shot with whatever ults they have. Q's them if you got them, I guess, and then maybe they'll switch up at the end. So it's just been very difficult for Poland to get in position without just getting Ryan dropped on, essentially.
Well, speaking of Ryan drops, he's on the top rope right now,
Oh.
coming on down.
They
Shatter
forced
not
out
used
trans.
Instead, just
They forced-
dropped instead.
Okay, he dies.
That's where you go for the elbow drop. and you just
Damn.
get nothing
Yeah,
but
they
as
fell
that
apart there.
Poland
They were
punch
really split.
goes forward.
It looked like they were really split. I think that that's
I
what
mean-
happened.
So it was an interesting drop because Revenant didn't get far enough out in front of his team to be able to get healed by the Baptiste.
Oh
And
no!
then it was kind of just like all alone, literally all
Lethal
alone.
with the question mark.
questioning the validity of
Bet on green, bro.
Hanzo arrows.
Yeah,
We've
I-
all been there.
Yeah, I think anyone that's played any game against him has been there. But
Bet
Turkey
on
still,
green, bro. Is that just a really clever way of calling him lucky?
yeah, take it as you will. But Revenant using the shatter, hits too early, flipper immediately down. Big Jake able to get away, but losing your Zen that early in the fight, rough.
That's a
Window
big pin.
Down from Texel.
Yeah.
Try and flip it. Blizzard down from
Yeah.
Lethal in the back. ICAB though, able to punish.
Turkey's
Revenant.
doing a really good job at. Oh, Poland!
It's another,
have
and
to
they can stay in
there,
this.
yeah.
Poland!
They have to stay in this. There's only
Look at
10
these
seconds left.
picks. That's a big sonar though. That gives them so much
Beautiful, and
information.
This is really nice.
Coming out with the
It
Doom.
should be enough to extend the map.
Flipper! Flipper's still up.
Do anything. We do have Revenant back on in. Poland though.
Back with the Doom
Last little bit
fist.
of cleanup.
I wonder how the Doomfist is going to do against
the longer
this.
this goes, the more Turkey's getting respawns back onto the point, the more chance to turn this around and stop it
That's a
here.
big window.
Window
Okay,
goes
big
down,
pick
goes
on the
back
bat,
to ledge,
though.
spawns Forever, and Turkey starting to flip this back around. They lose Remnant.
Come on, Poland!
They still have the DPS.
Come on, Poland wins this.
It's not going to be enough. It's coming down to the wire. Fake Jake, though.
That's what I'm talking about. Poland's still in it, baby. Let's go.
Yeah, Fake Jake with
Oh, I'm rooting. Listen, chat. I'm biased for Poland. I'm rooting for them so hard.
Just about dead for his team at about 1 HP, was able to dodge an arrow at the end, and him staying alive and on the card.
I'm rooting for him.
Healing, providing some nuisance and some card presence was.
I will say though, like, although I'm rooting for Poland, I've loved Turkey's display on this map. Like, it has been so cool, and they've just taken so many insane fights. They've taken so many insane fights and made it work. It's absolutely crazy. And then deciding to run the Rhine into the Ram. The Ram, you know,
finds ICAV early. Fake Jake back in return. Both teams down to DPS.
It's just crazy. Because Ram is
5%. Hiding around the corner,
just better than Rhine, whenever it comes to the brawling.
Just a smidgen of ult charge. Fake Jake goes down.
But I think Turkey has been doing a really good job at capitalizing
They don't need it. Turkey can set
their
up for this
advantages whenever it comes to these team fights.
What a great position to be in if you're on the defense. They're going to have a Blizzard.
That's
and a
been
Shatter and a
super
Beats.
neat to see.
Poland is going to have to find a way to engage with their support ultimates. Perhaps you want to take this high ground and set up a window from Texel and be able to push Turkey back a little bit. There's the window.
That's a big
high ground,
Maywall. Oh, it's gone though.
What? I say respect.
Whoa!
No respect.
Whoa!
Dives to the back. Goes for the shatter. Is he gonna be able to finish it off?
He's in the back.
The beat protected.
But it doesn't matter.
Oh, on the other end.
Okay.
Is down, but his sacrifice.
Yeah, Turkey's gonna win this, I think.
Should be able to finish this out. Annihilation though still on the point. Poland not gone just
yet.
Yeah.
Hey, Poland push it far though.
Turkey's favor.
Poland push it far.
The clean up and the
it's still super winnable for them.
Pretty clutch though from Poland throughout that match because they were.
I will say though, I think that Turkey's going to be really strong on the attack. With how they were playing, they were like really aggressive. I think that they're going to be really strong on the attack. They just need to like get those fight wins, and then you know they're going to be good.
And Turkey just had a really good idea of how to play the rush in certain positions, but this map changes at a lot of different places.
I think they're going to be good at winning essential
rush
fights.
Isn't always going to be the best thing, and I think also Poland did a really good job of starting to catch the aggression from Revenant. Because Revenant was going nuts, right, and had some kind of crazy big plays, and yeah, that's going to happen on a Rhine. But they started doing a really good job of catching that aggression, falling back, peeling, using the ults when they had to, and punishing that Rhine.
Chat, in like 30-ish minutes, I'm going to order myself some food.
The absolute ultimate example of there is a point where we should have stopped, but let's keep going anyways.
This has been an awesome match, by the way.
At the end, worked out pretty well. Who expects a ride that just
pretty even?
I'm gonna say hello to your DPS in the back.
Well, he's not a coward. We'll give him that.
I will say that, like, you can just tell that
Poland's kind of running the
Poland doesn't have as many
old school, but this traditional composition
many players that have much experience on the pro level.
Double sniper,
you know, like
Sigma and
contenders,
the tanks,
all that stuff
can be really good. So I think that this was their plan, very likely. But I think with their map pick, it was Turkey's side pick, very likely. So Poland didn't get to play the defense that they wanted to first. But
I'm excited to see what Turkey does here, because they are going to do some fucking crazy shit.
It took all of one.
Revenant is a crazy fella.
Are you sure they nerfed her? What's going on here?
Big wall. That was. That was smooth. Way to take the high ground. Poland knew that they couldn't win that fight, so they just backed off. They just backed off. But that rotation with the Maywall and everything, that was just so smooth. That was so good on the... Okay. Well, there you go.
Well, speaking of snipers...
Turkey having a sniper of their own. Oh, yeah, no. Listen, May's definitely a sniper. Like, May... For all intents and purposes, May might as well be a sniper. And what you just saw there, what May was able to do to
is kind of irrelevant because they just keep walling off forever and trying to rush down.
To ICAV, I think.
That's the kill they need. That is why you're running the.
That shows how May can be a sniper.
Is it going to be enough?
Well, when both tanks are down, that's something that
they got the point. They got the point already. So
immediately takes
That's a
advantage,
dub in
Cav
their
with the
books.
Carry on top. But yeah, I mean, once you lose your Ryan in that situation, it's like, uh-oh.
Little
What's standing
okay.
between us and the winner?
Little
of the
risky,
Hanzo?
but okay.
Not a lot.
Yeah, so a reset here, and I wonder if I can see Turkey just teleporting onto the sniper.
Poland having the high ground is going to be really, really big for them here. But with the way that Turkey's been playing, ooh,
Yeah,
they took out the bat. That's really bad for Turkey.
Cav right now looking for the shot.
Yeah,
Has the
they know they
opportunity.
have to get
Doesn't
out.
quite find
They know
the
they can't
heads
take
here
that fight
thus
without their
far.
bat.
A little bit of damage onto the Ryan.
And they have time as well, so they don't have to
Finds the
rush
May.
any of these things.
Not the cleanest pickup.
Yikes!
But he'll
They just have to get out. They just whenever that happens, I think
okay to
that
be
they
a
straight up
body
just
shot
have to get
bandit.
out. They can't be like peeking
They
the
don't
Widow
overdo
Hanzo
it,
like
shots,
that.
you know?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's true. But we
So
do have
Turkey not
Poland
making
is going to be able to
any changes here.
capitalize
They're
off
on
of
the
this
same
high
plan.
ground so much,
Again,
it's
I
going to be a
just
little rough
wonder
for
if they're
Turkey.
gonna
But whenever
find
they're
some
doing stuff like
teleporter value.
this,
There it is. Teleporter value goes down through the bottom, and it closes the distance really well.
all right. Turkey now again up close and personal.
wait, did
Dragon
the
Strike
male
back
get?
forward.
Okay, no, the male didn't get
Entrance
eaten. It
into
looked like it
Poland's
might have.
burning the bank.
Oh, Forever
Poland's
is gone
running
here.
Takes
Yeah.
the opposing tank on a ride forever.
It's
Down
gonna be
in the
very
corner
hard
now
for
goes,
Poland to
all
win
right,
this.
Everything's all clear. I'm gonna walk forward with my shield. Let's do this. And if you're
I
Poland,
think that Turkey made really good
can't really
swap
do much
outs
but
whenever it
back
comes to
away.
their
You
roster
have to
for this
wait
map. Like
reinforcements here, and you have to give up the space.
Yeah,
They've
and
been-
even the teleporter
they've been
out
doing
there comes
incredibly on
as-
this
as
map.
just a minor threat, but that was just
Especially
really great
considering
play
the
by
comp that
Revenant.
they're
He
running
gets even
against.
shoulder-wise, and once you get past the other tank,
Like you would think that with a comp like this, that well, with the comp that Poland was running, they would have had the advantage there, in the fight before this one. But no, with the way that Turkey's been playing,
Symmetra ult in play. Turkey, I think, still getting
Poland's just been having
this
trouble.
4v5. Not having the BAP is a little bit rough healing wise, but now Revenant sitting here. Low HP, does not care, still has Shatter ready to go. Losing lethal though, now you start to question, do you want to do this? You're 3 meters away, but you're
they're doing
under
such a good
lot
job
of
at
pressure
utilizing
right now. Turkey right now just
natural
waiting, and they
cover
go
as well.
for the Shatter.
Big Shatter?
Knocks
They're
down
not
Flip in the
capitalizing
back,
off of
but
it though.
it's not gonna
They
be
couldn't.
enough. Teleporter comes in, Nephrin
They
finds
couldn't.
iCav.
That's a
and
big
Turkey being
pick on iCav
scrappy,
though.
Staying in this fight here, Hex. We'll see
Yeah.
if it pans out. As
Lethal's
Muzo
gonna
finds
be
Fake
able to
Jake.
come back in.
Ooh.
Yeah, Lethal's gonna be able to come back in. Jake
Turkey
went a little
takes
bit too
that.
far out, and the moment they step past this threshold, there are sim turrets everywhere, and it's brutal. So
Okay.
Turkey
Wow.
just plays the sustain
Yeah,
game,
so-
even though like they got the shatter in, they didn't commit to the shatter necessarily. There wasn't a big charge.
Turkey
into
with
it.
the
They
interesting
just played the
comp
sustain game
changes.
up
I think
front.
that
Poland's gonna pick
Turkey's
up
going to
couple
have
kills
more of a
late, but that
problem
is
on
the second
here
point
because
for Turkey.
the high ground's going to
Remember,
be
first to
less
two
accessible
in these
to them.
online qualifiers, Turkey
And
already up
Poland's going to be able to
1-0.
capitalize off
They
of
can
that
close
with
out the map.
their
They will
double
close out the
snipers.
series.
Yeah, I mean, it's not always the easiest to get to the end of this map, but, you know, nearly 4 minutes
And with
is
their
a lot
Zen
of time.
as well.
A
So.
good position to be in, to say the
Yeah, like look
least.
at this right here. It's
Yeah.
it's
a
going to be a
tough
little
map
rough for
to close
Turkey,
out,
but I
especially
think
when the other
with
team is
like
running long
if they just
range.
like use their teleporter like
Damage
they're doing
dealers
right
against
there,
all this high
they're just going
ground,
to kill
they've done
the
such a good
Zen
job of just
and the
teleporting
Ash.
things.
Support duel in the
barely gets
back.
out.
Meanwhile, Poland, in the
Poland wins
front
that.
just runs over
Crazy.
Turkey. But
I think if the whole team would have gotten the TP there, they would have. I think if the whole team would have gotten the
3
TP
minutes
there,
left to go,
and they would have
and
been able to
get
get the
this close, where
Zen
if you're
and the
ultra
Ash,
low,
they
you
would have
can
won
just
that.
Kinda go for that
But
right
it just
where
didn't end up
Turkey
happening that
is.
way. But Turkey has the right idea.
Yeah, I mean,
and
we'll see by the time that they get to the.
they've been
payload
playing
if they
to the
just
strength
need
of their
one more fight,
comp,
because
which
you're gonna
is
have
their
respawns
speed
here at the end, so
and
we'll see
their
what the
teleporter,
distance is,
and they've been
but
doing it very well.
I think
They've been doing it
Turkey,
very well.
if they're
They
going
need to
teleport
utilize
out,
their
it's hard
speed
to
and
do
their
the full
teleporter
commit,
against this
because what
comp,
happened there is
because
they
if
teleport
not,
up with a
half
couple
the team's
people,
just
and
not going to
then
be able to be
it's Poland
reached.
just respawns by
You know,
taking whoever's left on the ground.
half of Poland's team is not going to be able to be
Again,
reached
into
if they
it
don't
once
use their
more.
speed and
Symmetra
their
opening things up here
teleporter.
from Nephrin. As Turkey rolls on forward. No Shadow in reserve. Revenant though.
So many ults being
used
used on the side of Turkey right now.
Laying in the damage from the back. Gets pretty low right now.
Poland's going to have to push in really soon.
Poking once more. Lethal though. Blizzard ready to go. Drops the wall. Holding on to Blizzard for now. Annihilation in from Poland. Was able to find Revenant, so down a tank.
I think that it might have been smarter to use Blizzard there, maybe.
They did spend the beat there. I think they're going to hold on.
Because
to
they
Blizzard.
had the
Really
Ram
tight
walled
hold.
off. They could have frozen him. But maybe
Yeah,
not.
it's nice
Honestly,
there
maybe
that
not.
they're able to
Maybe
hold
not.
on, as
I
you
think
said, that
that
did
Poland
burn
maybe
a
already
lot
had
of the bank.
advantage in that
Poland's
fight,
doing a pretty
so
good
maybe it
job
would have
of
been more
rotating their
difficult than I
ultimates between
think.
damage up front, and then the
So,
tank will take
you
a
know.
turn, and now next rotation, Poland should have both of their support ultimates. So this battle is just going to be, can the Blizzard get value? Can Flipper
Okay.
stay alive during it to Transcendence's team and keep them alive during it as well?
Number one
Yeah,
thing,
Poland can get into the
Flipper
rotation.
desperately needs to stay
Flipper
alive.
cannot get shattered before using Transcendence here. That would be the worst case scenario if that somehow went into play. Revenant under a little bit of pressure.
Revenant-
nearly got
Revenant
hit. I think
got
he
hit
was
with a
out
lot.
early there. I think Fake Jake had a good angle on him. Turkey right now going to slow it down a bit.
So they
Heal
ended
back
up
Blizzard
getting
and
rid of
Shadow
the
still
Sim
in
here and
reserve.
swapping it for the
Again, I just
Hanzo,
look at this
and
next fight.
I honestly think
Flipper
that
safe.
might work a little bit better here. I think that that's a
Transcendence
pretty good
off.
pick.
Fake Jake looking for poke into the
Especially
side. Shadow
considering
goes down.
how
Cover.
cut off
Transcendence is
Fake Jake was
Fake
there.
Jake got picked off. Fake Jake was with the rest of his team. 5v4 opportunity for Turkey now. Blizzard
Interesting wall.
down
Okay.
from lethal.
Nice wall.
Trevor's
Yeah.
down, and now Poland, they gotta get back on the point.
Yikes.
They're down so many members. This is escalating fast. And it's
Okay.
gonna be Turkey.
Turkey with
taking
another
the
one.
map and
Listen, chat. Maybe we're gonna see a reverse sweep here.
A lot closer.
Maybe
than
we're
I
gonna see a
expected
reverse
too.
sweep.
You can see why that was Poland's map choice, especially towards the end on that defense.
I believe in it.
Fake Jake
I believe in the
going down
reverse
really hurt
sweep.
them, because what was happening is every time that Turkey tried to
Tokyo,
set up
thank you
or
so much
go
for the
in,
follow.
they get hit by
Why
like
am I
3
not getting
arrows, and then the Ash putting in so
the
much
notifs
damage,
for
too.
that?
It was just this murderer's row of high grounds and
Properties?
like, they had tried it a couple times. Remember, there was a teleport up top earlier. They're trying to take away that high ground, and Poland did a really good job of defending that high ground, which is kind of their strategy there. But eventually overwhelmed. Jake went to the well one too many
Okay,
times. He was hitting all these great
follows.
shots on the Reinhardts. Then went back there and just got.
I don't
storm
understand
arrowed,
why I'm
got
not
really
getting
low, and then
notifications
it was a really
for
nice
it.
cleanup from the support line of Turkey to come up, and the Lucio eventually got the killed. And then that was the go button there. Then they commit the Blizzard, they commit the wall, they commit the Shatter. Everything goes down there because they're not getting rained down by the arrows of death from above. So really nice play. I see what Poland was trying to get done. They're just kind of relying on their damage dealers to play their best.
Really
heroes, it
weird
looks
mini
like,
feed.
and
Let's see.
it was
Filter.
really close.
Yeah, as we go to the replays here.
Do I not have
definitely see,
follow? I do
a
have
bit more
follows
from
on.
Revenant, I'd say. Definitely one of the fun players to watch over the course of the match. I mean, look, Lethal and Ike have DPS wise for both teams.
I don't know why it
Very
isn't showing my follows
You know,
on
anytime you got
my
Ryan doing
Streamlabs.
stuff
That's
like
really
this,
weird.
it's a story. It's very entertaining.
Well, I mean, that last Shatter, though, is like, that was when you saw Poland starting to adjust, right? They
Okay.
ended up using a support ultimate there, and they collapse on that Shatter, so it's like, okay, you want to do that. This was, like, one of my favorite plays. It just gets really aggressive, and when you get even with the other tank like that, then you're ahead, so pulling Forever away from the team, and then this fight ended
Are there
up just
any,
being
like,
a
follows at
sustained
all?
battle up front, and they were able to pull it off. So a clash of styles. I still don't know what the meta is. I don't think we're going to see a defined meta just based on like how.
I really hope that
tactics
Poland
work
can
and
pull
how
it together,
crazy,
chat.
the format is. But yeah,
Does this
I mean,
work?
obviously you could see what Poland was.
Why
trying
is
to
it
pull
not-
off there
not
on their
appearing?
defense. I think
Oh, there we go.
Ikehav is most comfortable on the long range hit scans. We
Weird.
saw early on Lijiang
Really
Tower, the switch
weird.
over to the Ash turned to like a turning point for them. And then, you know, you saw that the Hanzo play come out really well too. So,
All right, whatever.
yeah, Turkey wins. They win 2-0. But if you didn't watch the match,
Here we go, chat.
that was way closer than I expected on paper. And I think Poland put some people on notice.
Yeah, I mean, it was definitely the classic. It's like, well, it was a 2-0, but, you know, it wasn't, the score doesn't tell you everything.
Somebody didn't
You know,
follow me
Poland
there, by
put
the
up
way.
a very
I
good
just
fight.
replayed a
Couldn't ask
follow
for a
notification
better
to see if it would
start
work.
to the day, and, you know, Hex, it's probably just going to be gang
Some
on
weird
better
stuff's
when you look
happening
at
with it right
what's
now,
on the
chat.
horizon.
I don't necessarily understand what's going on.
So
Yeah, I was going to say, that said, we will get to that in just a few minutes after our break. I wasn't sure if you were ready for breaking up, but we are ready. Coming up next is going to be Finland taking on Saudi Arabia.
Wait, is that the match? That's it? How does it work? How does the system work? I don't really understand it. There were so Turkey won 2 against Poland. I would normally think that they would have to win 3. But we'll see how the bracket works, I guess. I'm gonna search it up, see if I get any answers. Okay, World Cup homepage. Is there anything on here? Alerts. Live alerts controls. It's queued. Why is it queued? I don't get it.
Welcome back to the 2023 Overwatch World Cup online qualifiers for EMEC. I'm your host, Jim Basco. ZP and Hex just brought you the action between Poland versus Turkey, which was way closer than we could have expected. But the score ended up being...
I don't understand what's up with the...
That said, we've got...
with the stuff right now, with the follow notifications and everything.
Next one up is Finland versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And with
Finland
that, let's
versus
take a
Saudi
look at the
Arabia.
schedule. Hex CP, talk to us about that last game. Talk to us about this upcoming game. Obviously, expectations definitely blown out of the water, right? That Polish team put up a fight here.
Yeah.
I mean, what we saw from Poland was beyond.
I was excited about
expectations.
Poland,
Where,
Chad. It's a
again,
little
you don't have
unfortunate
lot
that they ended up losing.
knowledge on the players, or
It's a little
how good they may
unfortunate.
be. You look into
I was
it and
really
go,
excited about
well,
them, though.
We're gonna go with the team that has Overwatch League talent on. Go from there. But Poland was surprising. But this next matchup here is truly, I feel like, going to be the most interesting match of the day because Hex, as you said, it's old versus new in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, we'll get to that in a second, but like Poland and Turkey was kind of crazy. Like each one of those maps went down to the last fight, like the May pick,
that's
the
true.
single kill. Like
there wasn't ever like
way closer than 2-0 would indicate.
There wasn't ever
Finland,
like
Saudi Arabia,
any moment
really
where
have to
like
talk
it was
about
just
this
like,
because
all
both
right,
these teams
Turkey
are in
sweep
Group
or
B.
all right,
And
Poland
Group B
sweep.
only
Like it was
gives two
close.
teams
It
that
was close the
qualify
whole
out
time.
of it. So like
Turkey
a
just
loss
ended up,
early on here
they ended
is
up doing better.
Absolutely brutal because in this bracket, in Group B as well, you've got some other teams that could be wild cards, like a Sweden. Sweden could get carried just by the fact that they have two of the best DPS in the entire game of Overwatch. Like Iceland could be really good. Like you've got Norway. Like you've got some other teams out here that could sneak in. So I think early on, you look at Group B, and you'd expect Saudi Arabia, you expect Finland, but you
Okay, I'm
Sweden
trying to
could sneak in.
troubleshoot
Like, there's
the
some
follows
teams that could
thing right
sneak in,
now.
and like I said, only 2 teams out of this group. So somebody who we think deserves to get in will be left out. And I think like early on, it's going to be really, really interesting to see. And like you said, ZP,
Look at
it's
my
old school, new
alert.
school. Like this the Saudi Arabia team, if you're not familiar, the core of them are Twisted Minds, who beat NYXL on the Pro-Am. Maybe not the biggest beat ever, but as a contender team beat an Overwatch League team, right? And then like this Finland team, it's Masa, LH Cloudy, Vestola. They got experience in Owl. Sauna plays on Florida Mayhem. Doesn't really play a ton because Florida Mayhem's kind of stacked, but he's an Owl player. And then, you know, you add in a couple people on Saudi Arabia, like you can't even talk about it. This is Team Asagi. You got Sir Majed, who I think is one of the best players from Florida last year now on this squad, and also like streamer extraordinaire, the only person to ever be rank 1 on all the Overwatch servers ever in Yazan. Granted, Farah's in a weird spot, but we'll see. Like it's just that they're stacked across the board on both sides.
And you bring up a good point, right? Metas are still yet to be decided. We saw very different team comps
How do I
in this last match, and of course, saw lots of picks.
Okay.
Right? The May was popular, the Ashe
9, that's fine.
as well. So coming into this next set, obviously, there's a lot of expectations. I hope to see some Pharaoh myself. I've been a Yazan fan since however long ago, like you mentioned. Just
Yazan's going to be in it.
Guy. And for the team overall,
Yazan's
for
epic.
both these squads. But obviously, the action doesn't stop there. We know it's bright and early for y'all on the Pacific Coast, but the action will continue on throughout the day today and for the next couple of days. We're going to be doing 2 weeks of World Cup qualifying action for the the EMEC conference rather. So with that said, let's head on into Finland versus the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, heading on into map 1, Lijiang Tower. Casters, go on ahead and take it away.
Thank you, Jim. And yeah, you take a look at.
Here we go, chat.
We're going to be going to the rosters soon, and there's just a lot.
I'm excited to see these rosters.
Here. You can kind of. Again,
Yazan's going to be awesome.
The storied history of a lot of the players.
Yazan's really good.
Interesting things about
we're going to be seeing only Farah from him, but he is the best Farah there ever was, you know?
Linkser actually didn't play in 2019.
So it's going to be awesome.
The one rock of Finland that was there in every single year for them, and every year of the Overwatch World Cup that no longer is Zappis. So I didn't realize that Zappis was just, the rock for that long a period of time. First Finnish team, though, not to have him around because I believe he retired some years ago.
Yeah, so some of the really early strong parts of Overwatch, maybe a little bit before the Overwatch League, were some of these Finnish players. I mean, I think we used to call Linkser Finland's gift to esports. So
Linkser's really good.
Yeah, I mean, a strong pedigree of esports overall from Finland, and they play a lot of different esports, but have always had pretty strong showings in Overwatch League, etc. So yeah, I think it's kind of like vets versus. I don't want to say like a bunch of new people because there's a lot of talent and experience on Saudi Arabia, but like maybe names that you're not like super familiar with. But also like if you just started watching Overwatch League like this year or last year, you might not be familiar with some of the Finnish players either because some of them have been kind of out of the league for a couple of years. So kind of retired and coming back, but that's a lot of experience. So this one could go either way. I know a lot of people just kind of reading the tea leaves of, the Reddit and some more co-casters as well, really banking on this Saudi Arabia team. Like they just look super, super strong in all aspects. And we talked about like, Sir Majed and Yazan, but like the core of this team, the Twisted Minds.
Oh,
like,
Sir Majed's on as well?
Probably their best players. And we'll talk about that when we get to that roster.
Yeah, I mean, once we get to them, there's a lot to talk about. And, you look at Finland though here too is that
Vestola, okay.
I guess one interesting thing, I thought LH Cloudy would be
Masa, okay.
Instead it's gonna be Vestola, but I guess it makes sense he'll be going
so Cloudy's in Finland. Cloudy's in Finland, okay.
Cloudy and some of the his come up through EU.
Okay.
But
good roster. Good roster.
I always love seeing Masa playing. Masa's always been a very aggressive support that often makes big plays.
Yeah, Masa formerly I want to say Atlanta. I don't know why that's coming to mind. Atlanta and then Vancouver. So obviously has experience at the Overwatch League level, as does Sauna. I'm kind of glad that Cloudy is not in the lineup right now because Cloud will be playing their DPS. So it's just a selfish thing from me to not want to cast it. But I mean, obviously the tank disparity is going to be Vestola. I think his best heroes are kind of the flex tanks. And obviously I think of Vestola, I usually think of Diva immediately. And when I think of Cloudy, I think of the Reinhardt immediately. So it might just be map dependent, and
Cloudy's the Rhine guy
on either side of that. So it's a very strong team. I think Cloud is very good. Sauna can be a carry. Like I said, it plays on the Florida Mayhem, but it's just that Florida's roster is so strong right now that hasn't had a use for him. I think he's only played a couple of maps. So
Yeah, Sana hasn't been
interesting
on
to
much.
see for this Finland team. And like I said,
But no, they have a strong
it's so
roster.
important
Obviously,
for Group
having
B to be winning all
an
your matches.
Overwatch
Only
League
2 teams
player
out of
on your
this,
team
and
is already
like
going
I
to be
said,
so
you've
massive.
got Sweden and
Just because of the
Norway,
experience.
You've got a lot of other teams still in this group with some talent that could upset people. So somebody is going to be upset out of Group B. Somebody who one team that we think should get through will not qualify.
Yeah, and when you're up against one of the other teams you know that's strong in the group, it essentially puts in the must-win territory already, because if you don't, then you basically
It's so cool
have to
seeing
go
the
perfect
flags
the
like
rest of the way
behind the
through. It's a
characters and
whole lot
everything.
of
That's
extra
so
pressure.
sick.
Whereas if you win here now, then you can just
Like
be a little
all
bit
of their
more
like
relaxed about things. But we do have the Saudi
individual
Arabia roster
portraits
already.
make the
Let's take a look
Finland
at deep dive
fat
just a
flag.
little bit more,
Whoa.
and,
Make the
obviously you're
Finland
gonna see the
flag.
Bahrain
That was
play front and center Hex, and there's good reason why.
okay.
Yeah, so I mean, KSA obviously is a name that you should know as well. Yubi in there. A little surprised we're not going to see
KSA,
Quartz, who I thought was actually
San,
very good
Surmashed.
player. So we're going to see the Fire Mercy.
Haku.
Surmashed,
I don't know
mean,
Yubi.
some of the things I hear about him is that he's one of the most mechanically gifted, crazy shooters ever. Sometimes
is
not the best at knowing where to be.
A kick-ass
So that might be
lineup.
something to look at.
Chat.
Surmashed has been able to.
Ooh, this is gonna be a good match. This is gonna be a good
that
match.
Mechanically better.
Oh
than
my
most
God,
people, so
this is
if
gonna
he's
be
out of position,
awesome.
It doesn't matter because just
This is gonna be awesome.
It's just that's how his set is.
They're running a low heels
so
comp,
it's gonna be
but
interesting.
I don't think that's gonna be too much of an
Obviously,
issue
Yazan that we saw in there
because they're
too,
just gonna have so much damage.
I don't know if this is like our starting lineup, but yeah, Farrah Mercy hasn't worked out the best. We'll see. But yeah, I mean,
It's
there's still
Yazan.
a lot of talent
Yazan,
waiting
listen.
to play on the
Yazan
bench
is gonna
for Saudi
surprise
Arabia.
the shit out of you. I'm telling
I cannot
you.
overstate enough how important this first match is, and yeah, I'm just excited.
I'm telling
to
you,
get
it's
into
gonna
it.
happen.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of interesting to mention that because, there is a disparity where some teams, really don't have a lot of bench depth in the Overwatch World Cup, and then other teams, just have an abundance of talent that they can pull
They're starting with
from,
a Lijiang Tower.
so, seeing
Do
those
they always start
differences
with
between the
Lijiang?
teams
Is that
interesting, but
just
Saudi
what
Arabia definitely
happens?
coming in with a deep bench. But once again, we will
Group
be
B map
kicking
selection.
things
Oh,
off
wait,
with
do they
Lijiang
select
Tower,
it?
getting a feel for where these teams are at mechanically. And, to me, I feel like going into this, Saudi Arabia is likely going to have a high degree of performance. Finland, to me, is more the wild card, where if Finland comes in and they do poorly, I'm not going to be surprised. If Finland comes in and they beat Saudi Arabia, I'm also not going to be surprised. I feel like there's a very wide range of performance.
No, I
here
think this is
my
gonna be an
brain
even
would
match.
just be okay with and be like, yeah, that makes sense. Like, I can logically
yeah.
support anything. That goes
This is gonna be a good
I
one.
think my feel is that like Saudi Arabia is flashier, kind of like the next thing, right? We got some of these players that have like played really well in the pro-am.
Aha.
This is gonna be good.
And Finland is kind of like, it's the old guard, and it's dark there like 18 hours a day. So I want to say it was Masa or maybe Linkser. I'm like, why are there so many players from Nordic countries that end up in the Overwatch League? It's like, it's dark 18 hours a day. There's nothing else to do.
That sounds like Linkser. That really sounds like
that's
that sounds like
crazy.
Linkser.
Even when Linkser was in LA, I gotta tell you, like, I know Linkser reasonably well. He was not going outside a whole lot. Like, that was just like, what is this burning ball of fire in the sky? Like, no. I'm staying in.
Yeah. So how many is that pauses so far for us today? Four?
It's
Four
four.
pauses?
Yeah.
I've been surprised
It's
at how
actually
many
good that
like
we're,
characters
for
I've
whatever
known
reason,
from all the
people following
countries
are
so
very
far.
interested in the amount of pauses. So
Like,
it
I'll
was
see
a
like a
running
character and be like,
comment.
oh shit, I didn't know they
This
were
is
from
gonna
there.
happen. You have a big international
And it's
competition,
awesome. But like, yeah,
especially with
I
players that
didn't
aren't
know.
Always competing normally. The internet gods are gonna strike, and right now, 4 at the start of the day, it's on the higher end, but we've seen worse.
But it's fine as long as that number is higher than the amount of times I misnamed Cassidy. So right now we have more pauses than that's happened. So that's all right. As long as your internet gods don't strike.
What is up
us,
with Hex's
knock
camera?
on wood right there.
There's like an
So
earthquake
should be good.
going on in
So,
his
yeah, I
room
think
right
this is
now.
all
There's an
planned
earthquake
to
going on
just
where he's at.
create even more tension and hype for what I think
Is he
going to
okay?
be, the strongest match of the day. I think whoever wins this, I'm going to go out on a limb and say whoever wins this is out of Group B. Like already, I will have them qualified as Group B. because I don't see them losing 2 more matches throughout the rest of it. You know.
Yeah, I mean, Sweden is probably the one where, like, I wouldn't be surprised if Sweden goes through and is undefeated just because, I mean, look, you have players like Kevster and Sparker. That's
Kevster and
Yeah,
Sparker. Yeah, that's
to
crazy.
say Sweden has upgraded their DPS from previous years is an understatement. Where it's like, 2016 they were pretty good because that was kind of like the great year to Vic, but then, they fell off in the preceding years in terms of DPS power relative to the other stuff, and now Sweden's like, hey, we're back. We got great DPS again. So, you look at Sweden.
Yeah, no, like they really do
Yeah,
have that. That's a
Sweden
good
used to be
that's a
kinda
good
like their
lineup.
tanks were their strong point with Elivote and Lulsish. But do you remember who was their last DPS? I just love this trivia.
They I don't remember the last name. I know they had Snillo on a lot of those.
It was
teams.
Snillo!
Yeah, okay.
I love Snillo.
Excellent. Yeah, I forget where we left off in talking about Snillo. I think like the popular memes is off in the countryside, hunting mushrooms. Like, I don't even remember where that
mushrooms.
came from.
Yeah, well, because it was true. He was just
Oh,
like
wait,
picking
really?
mushrooms with his grandmother. Yeah.
That's crazy.
Oh, okay. I honestly, at some point, it becomes hard to tell.
Tell me just
facts
wanted to
from
go
the
pick
meme,
up
like, what
mushrooms,
the-
Nothing
And
wrong
back
with
in
that.
2018, Reinforcements.
Nothing wrong
was
with that.
Yeah. Well, Reinforce he was also on the squad in like 2017 as well, but because like Wikipedia actually has like a specific notation for Reinforce. I barely remember at this point because it's been so long. Is that like he played in the qualifiers and then like the team revolted and replaced him for the qualifiers.
Replaced him with Snillo, yeah.
Yeah, and then like Johnny therefore was like talent, but I seem to remember like Johnny being upset at being talent. But that was also like the legendary
Weird story behind this
desk
team
that
right
had, like,
now.
Golden
That's
Boy,
crazy.
Sideshow Bren, and like Reinforce. So like it would have been a different desk if that didn't happen because Reinforcement had been playing. I don't know. It was an entire thing. It was going like deep
was a
in the
thing.
Overwatch lore.
Yeah, well, this is what pauses do to you, we just wait till we get to like the 6th pause. We'll be talking about like our favorite foods and favorite Ninja Turtles, stuff like that.
Well,
you
and
know.
then the 10th level.
the casters
of,
are doing really good
Hellboy
right now,
comes
by the
out is
way.
when we start going deep in the mid.
They're like making jokes about
moving
themselves,
into,
like
you
being like,
facts
"Hey,
you didn't
this
know
is what
about
happens
Minnesota
whenever
and
you get these
Wisconsin.
the
pauses and
subtle
stuff."
differences between Minnesota
Like,
and Wisconsin
no, but
accents,
they're
yeah,
seriously
that'll
doing
come
genuinely
back.
good. The fact that
So
they're able to
hopefully we get
keep
gameplay
the conversation
momentarily.
flowing,
There it is. We
keep
are back in the
viewership,
game, and we will start the long.
it's awesome. No, honestly, like,
Saudi Arabia
casters are kind of
MVP.
carrying right now.
Banger of a match.
I'm excited. This is, again, I don't know what to expect. I'm coming in with a
Their
slight
commentating
bias
has
for
been
Saudi Arabia.
awesome.
If you had to tell me who wins, I think it's that. But I want to see what Finland has in store. And please, do it. Just do it, Finland.
You think Yazan's gonna?
You know
You
what
think
I'm
Yazan's gonna pick anything that's not
That's right.
Pharaoh?
Yeah,
No, the Junkrat. It was the Junkrat. I don't care about Life Weaver, but it's not the Junkrat. It's Reaper, and
Just gonna
my spirit's already
using the
broken.
TP or okay, yeah, doing the TP.
All right, we're on.
Yazan
Mecha Base
Hanzo,
here. This
let's
is some
go.
Rushdowns for both teams. Difference being there is going to be the Moira on one side.
Oh, that's a
and
big
the
wall.
Reaper.
Oh,
So
damn.
Way
They
more
broke through it, though.
aggressive, way more consistent damage from the side of Finland.
Yeah, and already
It is
Surge
not
had
looking good
picked
for
up
Saudi Arabia.
DPS Moira,
Yeah.
but it was
Skill
really
orb.
the. Yeah. But overall,
They're gonna have to
I'm sure
rely
a
on
Reaper, I
Yazan to get
Look,
big
it's not
picks here
flashy,
if they want to do
but
anything.
you
But yeah,
run
they're
into
out.
people,
They're
and
out.
if they don't immediately get
Oof.
pick off
Pick
or
on the
run away,
May
they're
as
gonna
well.
die.
Yeah, they just need to regroup.
Yeah, and it's just tough for Yazan right there on the Hanzo because it's just got
There it
super
is.
rushed down, and it was only a matter of time.
There we go.
It was a
They were
matter
like,
of
all right,
team fight of going.
picking
"I've
comfort
run out
picks
of
now.
options. It's time
Gotta
to
do
play
what we're
Pharah."
used to.
But hey, you can play
It's-
Pharah on this map, but it is
It's not terrible. Yeah.
Yeah, on the same note, though, it is going to be a little bit hard. There's a lot of ways to avoid the Pharah with what Finland is running, but if anyone can make it work, it would be him. So we'll see right now. Just poking.
Vestola,
in. A lot of pressure on
dangerous.
Vestola nearly down. Vestola needs a lifeline.
See what I was saying was Yazan. Yazan's just an
Right now,
incredible
Vestola
player.
on life's edge here gets taken
Yazan's just
down.
incredible.
And so far, the Pharah change-up working out well for Saudi
Absolutely
Arabia.
insane.
Well, here's the thing: is no one really can shoot far right now. If you just stay like even a little bit safe, like may icicles maybe do something. Actually, like the Moira is one of the biggest threats.
Yeah, Moira-
being
that's kinda
stuck,
funny.
and
The
then
Moira
obviously
is one of the biggest threats.
So they're just gonna stall it.
They're
out
probably gonna pick
is,
something to go up against Yazan, I
Saudi
think.
Is Finland.
Unless they're saving
And
for
Saudi Arabia
ults.
going to the bread and butter right here.
And we got swaps. We got
Ooh.
a lot of swaps. In
Ooh.
fact.
Well, you have to. You can't run May Reaper and expect to do
Okay.
anything against the Pharah. I mean, I'm not even sure I love the Sombra Tracer, but this
Yeah.
might be one of those.
I think that their idea is that
the Pharaoh Mercy.
everything.
Well, step one, the killing everything.
Farrah Mercy's gonna have trouble
Don't
getting
forget
value
by the way,
because everybody can evade
that
them in this current comp.
is getting planned for maybe right now, going off to the side. Going for a little bit of regroup because there's a lot of pressure going. Yeah, we don't want.
Oh, Nano Yazan!
Meanwhile, Yazan over the top. Barrage finds one. That's all you need. That's a high value.
That's
barrage. You get that off
crazy.
and don't die at the same time. You take those.
Yeah, and almost the biggest threat to the Farrah Mercy is usually the D.Va. Gonna kind of swallow up and deal with it, but so far,
Okay.
Finland has had no
Solid
answer.
performances from both
Just
teams at the
absolutely
moment.
none.
This has been really
Looks
cool
like
to see.
We might be getting a pause. Maybe that'll give us some.
Oh, we're getting a pause before.
Give us
go
some time
deeper.
to get our overlay fixed up here.
I think
yeah,
that the comp
So, yeah,
that
I mean,
Finland's running up
the
against
idea
Saudi Arabia is really
for this,
interesting.
You rush down with the Sombra and Tracer, and you pick off somebody who's not.
He's explaining
Farrah
it.
Mercy, right? And you hopefully you have the D.Va in there too.
Basically.
maybe, like, kind of
Basically,
create
that's what
some
they're
of
trying
that
to do.
damage up top and try to do something with it.
That and also
But
like they're able to
obviously you
evade
can't run,
Farrah's
like, the May
damage.
Reaper. I mean, I guess you could if you want to do the same strategy.
Like it's a
with
little hard
ignore
for
them both,
Farrah to
but
finish the
it
kills
also
on
becomes
all of these
difficult on this
characters.
map to even run like a Cassidy.
'Cause they can all get out.
Because Cassidy is just trying to find an angle. If you go on that platform, you're going to get knocked off. If you try to come around the corner, you're going to get knocked off. Like, it's very difficult to answer this composition. Also, because teams don't play this. Teams don't practice against Farah in mecha base, you know?
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, I mean, you kind of get the old like Chengdu Hunters paradox where sometimes teams would like play worse
Let's
against
go.
them in
Back into it.
Overwatch League history. Because this is like, how do you? prep
Saudi
them?
Arabia
No one
and
runs
Finland
their
both
running.
have
Like, what's
stacked.
going on here? So they did have an edge. But we
Absolutely
are
stacked
back in game.
rosters.
Our fifth pause of the day is over. At least
In
I
the
think
same
it's
breath,
fifth.
though, like you have to expect Saudi Arabia to at least try this, like once or twice, right? Like you would expect that Yazan is going to play some.
This
gonna play
Tracer
some
duel.
like probably the most prolific ladder.
Oh,
player ever
Sona got
in
out.
Overwatch.
Masa,
Summer Jed with the pick of Masa.
Support B support to kick things off. Saudi Arabia looking healthy. Vistol though.
Ooh, losing
takes
the
out
Ana's not
Surface
great,
Jet, so-
but oh, Yubi
Yubi just got
with
to
the
back
2K.
there,
That's
just ending
crazy.
things Before it could become a more even fight, and it's easy to forget that Finland started off.
Saudi
with
Arabia
AJX
is doing a
because,
really
Saudi
good job
Arabia
at keeping map
about to
control.
take the round away, and I don't even know if Finland has enough time for a good push here.
They're doing
They
a
do
really good
have
job at
EMP,
keeping map
we'll see if they
control
make
right now.
anything happen, 98%.
Finland's having trouble
There
getting
will be a push, the
anywhere
D.Va's
just
gonna be
because
able to
like
get onto the point and
they're not
touch,
able to
but, I
do
mean,
like they're not able to get
also, that
really
EMP
anywhere.
is- you kind of want to hit the
Pulse
sky.
bomb
but they
Eden.
don't. Nice eat.
Yeah,
Big boot from
meanwhile,
Masa.
Yazan hanging on to Barrage. saying,
Masa's such a good
"This is
support
right now."
player.
Loses
Good
a
job,
Mercy. though.
Pistola.
Pistola just comes on in, vacuums
I
up
think-
the Mercy in Finland.
I think
it
chat,
wasn't
I
the
literally
cleanest opening,
think
but they make it work.
that
Still in it,
that boop might have
52%
saved them
to
the
99,
fight.
But no more
I
margin
think that
there,
boop
and,
saved them the
you know,
fight.
Yazan still hang on to that Barrage.
That
able
was
to
such a
preserve it
big
at the very
boot from
least.
Masa.
It feels so in character for Vistola.
That was so
I remember
big.
In the Overwatch League, it always seemed like Vistola was like quiet, then 4K. It was just these huge peaks and valleys. So really nice play there, and I think it's the right play. Like they were able to segment off the Mercy, and without the Mercy, the Farah is just, I mean, the power level goes down so immensely.
Yeah, it's true.
Again,
He's on with the nano.
Nano boost.
They just put the nano and he's on.
Just
Let
goes
Yazan do the
up
work.
in. S2 coming in
Oh
from the
my
back of the
god.
barrage
This
again,
guy's
well
fucking
timed,
crazy on
and
Farah.
should be
Holy
the round for
shit.
Saudi Arabia here, barring some just untold.
Literally, Yazan literally
He's
brought
gonna
respect
try
to
to make a work
Farah's
for it.
name. It's crazy.
Yeah,
I don't know if
you gotta drop the
many
kick
of
there.
y'all in
There's no,
chat
you
like
don't have
know
agency
much
there.
about
The queue
like
is almost pressed for you.
Yazan
Pistola
swapped
alive,
from
solid
console
on
to
point. Saudi Arabia
PC
right
and
now,
like what
just
went
like
down with
you.
that, but
Flex your number
Yazan
again.
like
Masa goes down.
was
Saudi
known
Arabia, though,
whenever like he
a
came to
little bit low,
PC
but
after being on
making this way
console
closer
as
than
like
expected. Sermon
being the
goes down.
crazy
Finland
Farah
back
player,
onto
like
the point.
playing
Sando
Farah
getting
like
Mickey.
nobody had played Farah
Solid bomb,
before.
gets KSA.
Like absolutely,
But no,
absolutely
not enough to
nuts.
stay on the point. That was,
It looked
know,
like
the camera
it
like
looked like
took
Saudi
it close to
Arabia
the end,
was
but,
doing
good
a
effort from
lot
Finland.
better than Finland there,
Saudi
but
Arabia,
Finland
though,
had
key
86%.
moment there, Hex. The far
Finland
side.
had 86%.
Well, absolutely, and I mean, I think you kind of had to bank on it.
So,
but
know,
then
it-
also, I mean,
it was
Finland
really
coming
close,
out
all
to
things
the ultra
considered.
rush and just getting the better of it, like it's, Saudi Arabia's just like, oh, okay, then let's just do what the thing with.
But yeah, like
really want.
Yazan
So
played
in that
Farah
sense, also,
and
Yubi had a really
kind of
nice,
taught a ton
play
of people
there.
how to play
Let's go.
Farah.
Also seems
a lot
like there's
better.
some server issues. Gonna be another pause.
And yeah,
I love it. This is
Now
how-
Farah
this
is-
He has a gun. I do
This is how
like
you smooth
Yubi though
things
because
over.
it
Much
sounds
more
like
respect
a
to the Chiefs,
low-budget
even though
streaming
not much has
service.
changed about it.
I mean,
Not
Yeah,
not
it
much
kinda
has
does.
changed
there
with
was
her
like a
in
period of time
quite a
where
bit.
There was like a lot of just random streaming services. But
Check out the new show on Yubi.
Been
there was like one really overfunded Hollywood production.
Overwatch
that,
League's
like,
been
died.
well, not Overwatch League. World Cup's been having a little bit of
Yeah, I
trouble
know what
remember.
we're
with
talking about, but
Yeah,
let's not
yeah.
promote things that actually exist. I was just making a fun pause.
being
joke.
No, it
like
doesn't. It went bankrupt.
the most functional thing
So
in the
we
world
do
at the
have
moment.
the Far Mercy
But it's all right.
again.
It's still
He's
very,
gonna
very
run
good.
the, Torb here. Finland is going to try to have an answer for this. I mean, putting Sauna on the cast seems like the best option.
All right,
Maybe
chat,
this
I'm
doesn't work out,
gonna
maybe
order
go for
myself some
Ash
food.
as well. But also the cast can be really good too if
I haven't
Yazan
used
overplays
the
it.
desktop
The new
version
nade
of
can be really good at
DoorDash
just
and for
knocking
fucking
Terror
ever,
Mercy out
so
of the sky.
Yeah, I mean, also going into
Yo,
is like you
what
have to
the
look at the
hell?
score, right? Anytime you're running a Pharah, like D.Va is a huge part of the equation in trying to neutralize it. Both teams right now just trading out pokes.
I forget
Still, like,
which-
very, very low. Immortality Field has to come out, and
I think I used this
still
one.
don't know if the Stone's going to go away, but as I say that, Sana able to find Yubi. However, Finland down the BAP. Yubi gets rezzed back on up, and Yazan takes down Sana on the other end.
Oh,
Saudi Arabia
Lord.
well on their way to getting this
Okay.
first BAP. Oh, you love it. Even though Yazan goes down, still love the directs.
Yeah, Yubi with the tactical getting headshot there too. Like just kind of took that bullet so that Yazan could live behind him. I mean, the Torb just using his head as a shield. I've just always said it with Torb against like a cast. You're just a head on legs. Like it's just such a giant hitbox. Finland's gonna come back in.
I'm
here. They're
using
going to be
the
able to have
desktop
an
version of
amplification
DoorDash
matrix, so
right
they
now.
get in
I've
position, they
never
can kinda
really
set it
used
up,
this
and that
before.
should push back the Pharah. So yeah, actually really no fight on the point even, and Finland's just gonna walk on. Now finally contest.
Yeah, now they drop the window, and this is where Sana just
Okay,
kind of looks around and is like, I dare you to, change sightlines here.
I wanna
goes down.
slush.
It might be Rezzable here, though. Depending on how this goes out, Rez is back up.
Where's
KSA
the
under a
peach
lot of
one? What
pressure.
the hell?
Finland's able to get the flip no matter how this goes, but yeah, Yubi's able to get Rez back on up. They weren't going for the Rez tonight. Beat comes
What
up
the hell?
here. Sana back on over. Basta able to poop Yubi off the ledge, even if Rez was on cooldown. Not coming back after that one.
I guess we can do
And
mango.
Finland, nothing flashy here.
I guess
Actually,
we can
good
do
play, But as
mango.
I say that, they take one step out of line, they walk into the barrage, and the Pharah has turned up the pressure once more. Saudi Arabia now going for the kill, moving on in as Yazan, and you give the Pharah just one moment, and it will rip you apart.
Okay.
Yeah, just such great movement. That's what separates Yazan from pretty much every other Pharah. The movement is so exceptional.
It's true.
Just
Yazan
on his way out is gonna go grab
is
that
insane with the
D-Mac
movement.
Diva, and just some of this little stuff is insanity to me. Just really well played. Obviously, Saudi Arabia is never really gonna have a presence on the point because you don't want to cage the bird. that
Okay,
is Terra
I'm
Mercy
looking to
inside
see
there,
the
so you
things
wanna be
I can
sitting
get.
outside of it. So yeah, Finland's going to be able to get some, and they're going to be able to get percentage, and then it's really up to Saudi Arabia to pick their spots and find the fights.
Tips from Hex 2023: do not cage the bird.
Snacks and
Here he goes.
snacks and sides.
Doesn't like the Rita things. Got back on out to EMP. Not
Where
quite
the
there, but
hell
KSA
is my
still
thing I
continuing
want?
under
Wait,
pressure
right
as
here.
Rampage and Reserve, but
Bam.
KSA is gonna live. KSA got so low. EMP comes out. Hits Haku. This end though finishes off Sana. KSA falls. 4v4 here. Still winnable here from Finland. Vistola very, very healthy on point. Definitely a presence advantage. One tank versus none as Finland able to recap and at least for now force Saudi Arabia out. But Hex, be careful when you walk outside the point while the Pharah is still around.
Yeah, it can be really tricky. Saudi Arabia, they're going to go back to this Torb. I don't think the Torb has gotten much done. It's been kind of a distraction, I guess, more than anything else. But a little bit interesting. No ultimates on either side here. Zermajet gets
What?
hacked out early.
Yeah, but
Okay, there
Jet
we go.
nearly went
Peel.
down. That had to be Cloud just coming in from a good angle, but even stuff
Why
like
am
that
I
only
getting
goes for
so
Cloud
many
plays.
things
Saudi
popping
Arabia
up right
will
now?
let-
Go
Here
away.
goes Sam onto the point, looking for Vistola, rocket after rocket here so far, going around the side. Moira in his sights. Oh, gets the Moira on top of it. Gets
Okay, chat.
Sana! This
I'm ordering
is
myself some food now.
Ridiculous fire play makes it a 3-piece at the very end, and that's exactly what Saudi Arabia needed to get back onto the point.
Yeah, going to be some stall here from Masa. So it's going to be one fight away from Finland, but it's going to be final fight. And before we move on too much and give Yazan too much credit, let's give Haku some credit too here. And it really, like, the thing that stood out to me is Surmajet should have been dead there. They get hacked, and a lot of Mercies will have this tunnel vision just on their far and on their own movement. But to be able to peel and heal up Surmajet is so incredible.
I have DoorDash up to know whenever it comes in and stuff, and if I need to
Mercy doesn't get a lot
talk
of it
if the person messages me.
Sana coming in from the flank, deals with the turret first. Pulse bomb ready to go. Could be the difference maker. Meanwhile, he's on holding on to the barrage, under pressure here on the back, looking for Cloud.
I haven't been looking at this whole. Literally a whole map went by, and I haven't been looking because I was ordering food.
Meanwhile, rocket after rocket, the Stola gonna get
really close, Matt. Really close though.
But still gone.
The Stola's out.
It is
oh, big EMP!
Hits
oh, Masa!
Gets 2. Finland making the most.
That's crazy.
Masa going
big barrage.
Barrage at the end. Is on trying to finish things out. Gets rid of the Moira. It's getting real scrappy here on the point here. Hex 91 to 99.
Oh!
Arabia desperately trying to.
Kesey's gone.
Kesey gonna fall. Reinforcements from Finland coming in strong.
Masa killing the Mercy there is absolutely
Finland's good. Finland got it. Finland got it.
Arabia has their backs.
They're at a really big advantage here. They need to kill the Torb.
Now they go back to the Mercy, but you have to wonder if the Moira would have been better there just in this desperation mode. Looks like Finland's gonna pick this up.
Yeah, I mean, Saudi Arabia
it's over.
A miracle
it's over.
To bring this back. Already down 2 as reinforcements come back in. Vistol coming in here from KSA. Vistol having none
and
of it.
Finland's winning in the ult game too.
Forcing KSA out. Haku goes
Mercy's
down,
gone. Oh yeah, Finland's got this.
Round.
That was crazy. What I saw at the end there was crazy. Masa with the 2K, by the way, after the EMP. That was nuts. Just proof of how good of a Lucio player Masa really is.
Yeah, and this
homie's fucking crazy. Absolutely insane.
Also, I remember looking back an hour where Masa was just this quiet storm where, where's Masa? What's Masa do? Because he's Lucio, right? If you're not saying Masa's name, you're fine. You're like, okay, good, that's good. But then all of a sudden, just like 3 kills out of nowhere. It's crazy because he's one of the most unassuming people I've ever met in my life, one of the nicest guys. And then just the bloodthirsty Lucio is absolute insanity. Good play there.
Never disrespect to Lucio.
You know,
because Lucios can be
everyone knows, but
really good sources of damage.
Getting the Mercy out of position and then following.
They can really capitalize on out of position people as well.
Well, here we go. Final point here on Lijiang. Arguably
Surmajet on the Kiri. Okay.
On here in the sky. Turret gonna go down immediately. Sana just feels like on Turk.
Ooh, big pick on Masa.
Masa just catches
capitalizing on it.
The hardest type of
the movement on Yazan is insane.
And just like that,
the rotation from one cover to another, absolutely crazy.
No, and
not overstaying is welcome.
Over here.
Like he sees that the cast is out of position, tries to kill him, but understands that he can still get put down really quickly by the enemy's damage.
Right now, this is Yazan's playground.
And he utilizes his cover because of that. Just like the brain on Yazan, like this guy's crazy. Really can't be overstated.
I mean, the answer is to keep like both Sana and Vistola alive at the same time, so that you can live in the.
What is happening with the map here?
But even just where Yazan's able to play.
Yazan's also been doing a really good job at trying to stay at a point where the damage fall off is going to be really bad for them. For Finland. Which has been like really good for him. That's been really good play on his part. Finland's been doing an incredible job of playing as a team, by the way. Masa's just dying too quickly.
Not missing though. Sana though gets the equalizer.
Masa's just dying too quickly. Come on, Masa, pull it together. You got this.
Deal with the Torb. Torb gave his life so Far could live again.
Okay, Sana
finds the Kiriko,
pulling up the damage.
All the Chaos Hex does get control of the point.
Ooh. Yeah, I've been telling you that Torb is just using the head as the shield. It's happened twice now.
Ooh, yikes. I mean, okay, we take that. That's a really good trade for Finland, though.
That ult, I think, was a little bit questionable.
Yeah, was a questionable ult from KSA.
No, not gonna happen.
Gonna be a big EMP. Big.
A fight enormously. That's brutal, though. Double EMP.
Oh, again, Yazan comes over, gets 2 before the barrage. The barrage adds on pressure that leads.
Wait, got Haku
from the death. It's only Haku though. It's Haku in a turret. Not quite as big as nothing's really left to deal with the far end.
Damn, they couldn't really win that fight, but
Yeah,
still,
and that will mean Saudi Arabia is going to take the lead.
it was a good EMP. I just think that
Finland can come back.
it would have been better if they waited a little bit longer so that their team could
More.
capitalize on it a
He's
little
got
bit
him.
more. I think that Cloud should have waited a
Time,
little bit
Luke
longer.
gonna get the BAP. No, last minute.
Big hack on
football.
UB.
Sana though.
Cloud's been getting good value.
Sorry, it's
No,
early.
no. It's you know what?
Masa
It's-
dealing with turret.
UB defines
Yeah,
this
believe it or
all.
not, turret is
Saudi Arabia right now. Finland, they
Lucio's
need to
problem.
reset,
Chat.
or this is gonna
Turret
go
is something that
right
Lucio
back
should be
in.
dealing
Just
with.
One good fight left here, Hex, and again, operation number 1. Don't tie the Zan and trying to get to the point.
Zon
Yeah, I mean,
using
the problem with this pressure,
the
too, is
rockets
it just
to
puts
get further
so
up the
much
tower
onus
and
on,
stuff.
Like, right
Look
now,
at
Finland's
how
worried about,
far
like, how
away
do we even
Yazan's
get in? How
playing,
do
so
we
that the
get in
damage
without
fall off.
losing
Even if they
people
do
right
hit
now? So
those
everyone's gotta
shots,
stay
it's
in the
just
defense
crazy.
matrix, and now you're in, but now, Saudi Arabia knows exactly where you are, actually spy checking right there. And now you gotta walk into a white room just taking damage boosted rockets.
Oof.
Well, it's all or nothing. Window comes down. Finland cannot lose this fight, or the map is over. Yazan working on the outskirts, and look, Finland,
On the
they did
sombra.
put more bodies on the point. They got control, but Saudi
It's
Arabia
like
has
it's crazy to
percentage
see
control.
how Finland has to play
This is
super
okay.
together,
You just
but
need
with the
to win the fight.
Farah and everything coming from Saudi Arabia, they have to play so spread a lot of the time,
Solo right now, focusing on the point. Just taking shelter
which works fine because
from
their
Farah's
supports
Sana.
are mobile.
UB again.
Kiri can
Picked
TP to anybody who's in trouble.
Fights now.
It works
It's
well.
Once more up to the far to try and bring things back, but you don't have the other DPS threat there, so a lot more pressure on Yazan in these situations where the Torb is out of the fight.
Yeah, I
Ooh,
mean,
that was almost
I'm
a
pretty
brutal
sure they're
boot.
running the Torb just to throw more angles at it, right?
You know,
So the theory is
I am
obviously
hyping
this
Yazan up a
Farah
lot
Mercy
because
combo.
it's really
And so
impressive
Torb
to see
can
his
throw two
fucking
different angles, be a
Farah.
distraction,
You really don't see
put
people
down,
play like
a
him
little
whenever it
extra
comes to the
damage here and
Farah.
there, so a team
Like
can
no, like
focus
literally,
on
like
this.
everybody's been doing really
Barrage
good in
could be
these in
enormous.
this,
Good night used by
and
Saudi Arabia. This is their time to
really
make
good
something
performances
happen.
all around.
Yazan looking
Been
for
a
shots, not
really,
quite hitting
really
here just yet.
good
Going
match.
high risk, high reward flank here.
Oh,
into the
Lord.
middle, round Farah,
Oh,
right into the
Yazan
back.
just missed
Haku
those
ends up dying.
essential
Sana able to
shots.
grab him with the grenade. Here comes Yazan to the back, uses the barrage.
Okay,
pays
tried to-
for it with
he
his
had to make
life,
something work
and
there. He
Finland
tried his
just
best.
about brought this back. Yazan wasn't able to find anything for such a long time. Bastola cleaning house on the point.
Big.
Bomb in reserve if needed, 99 to 99. And Saudi Arabia maybe falling
looks like
here on
Finland's
map
got
one.
this.
It's been close, but they lost control, and the Finns are nearly there.
They lost control, and it seemed like Yazan just got a little bit impatient going for that flank on the right-hand side. Was
Yeah.
never able to get value, and what it ended up doing was leaving Haku in a really, really bad spot, and they picked off Haku over there. So, yeah, the high risk, high reward of coming down over the top of the shelter into that room. I think if he saw, I don't know, a barrage
Scrappy.
there, maybe get something done, but they had just beat
I
it.
think
There was
they still got a
immortality
chance
field,
though. That was a
there's a
close.
cast
That was
there,
close.
and the
These games have been
nade
real close,
was
chat.
able to get-
Really good
able to get the
matches.
Farah. The nade with limitless range, which tracks an enemy for 1 second and within 1.5 meters. Totally fine. Everyone loves it. But yeah, able to get Haku there. And every time Haku goes down, I mean, it's just, Yazan is going to follow. Really entertaining, though. I was entertained.
Yeah, I mean, also Haku's just a tough position there because Yazan stayed on that side for so long that the only angle Haku had to fly over the Yazan was in an area that made it very likely that Haku would just get hit. And
Yeah.
How do
it's
I-
hard to say
okay,
oh
view
man,
order.
I can't believe that happened at the very end because Yazan was on point for every fight except that one. But Saudi Arabia was relying on good Farah play so much in their strategy. As you say, the
They
Torb
were
was,
they were
just
relying
kind of
on the
distraction
Farah a
that
lot.
anything less than Farah perfection over the entirety of the map meant that Saudi Arabia was going to lose with how they were playing.
Yeah, and honestly, more than once, Torb did
A lot was
maybe
riding on the
not
back of
willingly,
Yazan.
but, gave their life so that they could res or they could get in a better position, right? So they were going all in on the Farah Mercy strategy, which look, it looked really good. It was a really strong strategy.
It's
Some nice
a smart
adjustments
strategy,
from
but
Finland, though,
it,
too. But I mean,
the second that
I honestly
Yazan
wanna call it towards
slips
the end,
up
it seemed like almost an
a little
unforced error to
bit,
go fight in a
it's
room
like
against a BAP and
it starts to fall apart.
As Farah Mercy,
It starts
I
to
think
fall
if you
apart.
kind of just stay a little bit further
But
away.
Yazan's
and
usually
rain
really
damage,
consistent, but all it
eventually
really
they
takes
pick
is
them out.
one time, you know?
Just
still
really close.
15 seconds of
these
not
matches have
providing
been
much,
so
and
absolutely close. Even our first, match of the
it's
day,
over.
has been crazy. So yeah, I mean, it's control. We only saw a non-Farah Mercy composition from Saudi Arabia for the very
2
first
seconds.
fight on Mecca Base.
Yeah,
Not
for
2
a couple,
seconds.
yeah.
Yeah.
I'm not sure that was the official timer, but close enough, I say, from overall we saw. But yeah, I mean, look, we went into this saying.
Listen,
you
all
know,
I'm saying is that
pretty much
I was
Anthony
excited
Finland.
about these
Looks like
on
they brought their A game. But Saudi
Hanzo,
Arabia,
you know,
there's a lot of
I
hype
was
for
excited
them,
about
and
that one.
will they
Didn't
be
end up
able to bounce
becoming
back?
a
We're gonna find
reality,
out
but
in just a
I was
short
excited about it. Yeah, really, really, really good so far. I've been enjoying the World Cup a lot. This has been awesome. Good stuff, good stuff. That I like about the Overwatch World Cup is you see lots of like non-conventional strategies, kind of like the one that Saudi Arabia is employing. And it requires things to get switched up a lot. I think that it's some of the most entertaining, like, pro-level Overwatch, and the reason why it's some of the most entertaining pro-level Overwatch is because there's just so much diversity, right? There's just so much diversity in, like, the compositions that are played and everything, and I find that to be really awesome. That's why I love watching it so much. I will say that, like, some teams are just so stacked, it can be a little unfair sometimes, but from these, like, matchups that I've been seeing, like, you know, the Poland and Turkey and Saudi Arabia and Finland, like, it's been really close games, and these have been really entertaining to watch. I wonder how it's going to be whenever, like, you know, stuff like South Korea and USA go up against other teams, because those teams look to be really stacked compared to lots of others. But according to what I've been seeing from these teams so far, I think that it's going to be closer than I had originally thought. I still think that teams like South Korea and USA are kind of going to, like, sweep a little bit. But who knows? Maybe I could be wrong. Maybe I could be wrong. Especially, South Korea is so stacked. But the thing is, like, you have to wonder, like, you know, they have the talent, right? They have the talent, but are they going to have the teamwork? Right, because it's like you're putting these people together, and it's like, are they gonna work well as a team? I don't know, because, like, you know, you have the Overwatch League teams, and they have so much more experience scrimming together than, like, the World Cup teams might have scrimming together. But we shall see, chat. We shall see how this goes.
From 2016 to 2023, Finland continuing to be a force to be reckoned with in the Overwatch World Cup.
True.
Saudi Arabia
Finland
coming in as the favorites by many people, finding their match and more. It was a very, very close contest, Hex, between these two teams.
Yeah, I mean, it actually could not have been closer. Every map that we have cast so far today has come down to the final fight. So it's been a real good one. Now, reminder of the format, this is Group B. Only 2 teams will come out of Group B. We expect one of these 2 teams to be on the top, perhaps both, but a loss early on in your first match does not bode well. Only best of 3 or first to 2, so next map is going to be critical, and because of the format, Saudi Arabia will be
best of 3. Sorry, so first to 2. First to 2. Did I say that wrong earlier? First to 2. I know for sure I said first to 2. First team to get 2 wins gets it. Numbani.
Going to the lab. Makes
Smart
sense.
pick.
The one and only.
From Saudi
You might
Arabia.
wonder, it's like, what do you mean the lab?
Smart
it's like, well, if
pick.
you didn't watch early Overwatch, Numbani, you know, especially for a time in the formative times, was probably the map where you saw just the most variance in strategy. I mean, teams would try anything on multiple
I hate this
different
map, by the
points.
way.
Compositions
Numbani
would
is
swap heavily on
sucks.
multiple different points. To some extent, the map still has those qualities, but
I haven't seen a
there's
single
point
Overwatch
in
2
time
map yet,
where
though.
that
Wait, no,
was
we
all
did. We did. We saw
Numbani
Casino
could be known
Royale.
for. You know, some teams
I
actually
wasn't
made it
thinking,
their,
Chad. I wasn't
specialty.
thinking.
The old reunited teams back in the day didn't really lose on Numbani a whole lot, but good times.
Yeah, it's funny. I've got some notes about Reunited that I was going to bring up for our next match, but it's kind of funny. Yeah, a lot of Overwatch history coming into this too. So I mean, it's an interesting selection from Saudi
Gonna be
Arabia. I
neat.
was thinking maybe you could see Kings because you can run a Far Mercy on Kings for some.
Numbani makes more sense.
Not all of it
for,
necessarily. But Numbani makes
instead
a
of
little bit
Kings.
sense. Now we also
Numbani-
don't even know if
Numbani-
Saudi
yeah.
Arabia's gonna make some
I think
substitutions.
the-
Like we mentioned, they have a very deep bench. So we'll
They're
look
gonna have
going
most of the
forward once we get
most of their
into game,
problems on
who's
third
actually on these
point.
rosters.
But I think that the Pharaoh is going to be really strong on
And,
all points on
you know,
Numbani.
It's a little bit of a surprise going here and there.
There's
We
so
get to
much
find
natural
out
cover for the
same
Pharaoh.
time as the viewers. Well,
Really good
as far
sightlines
as
as
you know,
well.
this broadcast,
On
but
top
as
of
far as a
that,
few minutes
it's gonna be really good for
That's
Yuzan.
just the benefit of living in the future, as it turns out.
And I think also
I
because
never
of all the
noticed
natural
the
cover
Sigma
that's
insignia
on the
this
map,
before.
it's gonna be much easier for
Also, look at there's a lot of
Saudi Arabia
Like,
to maintain
this is
space
a rich
to help
city.
Yuzan do things.
It's like-
Genji, Yuzan Genji. This is a joke, right?
You have a sub in from Saudi
Okay, they're on
Arabia.
attack.
The Torb
So
player
Yuzan
we
could
saw
swap.
subbed out
Genji
now
would be
for
interesting.
Quartz, so
Well,
Yeah.
actually, Genji on
Ubisoft-
attack
Ubisoft
makes more
Quartz
sense
is
than
in.
Pharaoh, I think. Maybe.
Quartz, I think, is a fantastic player.
Echo? Echo's
So
a good
that
pick.
makes a ton of
Echo's a good
sense.
pick.
So Finland's going to be on the defense. They're going to get an early scout here from Cloud.
Can capitalize on
Wow.
characters like the Diva, even whenever the Diva
Love it.
like is putting up
You know,
defense
at
matrix.
some point we did
If
do,
if
like,
she's
stretch
below,
goals
if
here,
she's
like,
half or below,
something along the lines
Yuzan
of,
can
like,
still
Hex
like
will
use
shave
that
his head
beam to
after
take out the
15th
Diva.
pause, but not
You know, yeah, fine. I'm for it.
Another pause.
Well, I mean, I think we could do something that could add to the prize pool, right? So
Yeah.
it is kind of crowdfunded.
They don't need to
I'm
pause
getting
anymore,
up there
it's
in
still
years, but
paused,
luckily
though.
My hair's still sticking around, so if I shave my head, it could come back. Although it's not necessarily a gamble I want to be taking. Maybe I'll shave my sideburns or something, or shave nothing but the sideburns and pull off like the Wolverine look. How's that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, the Wolverine look could go, especially if you ever complete your dream of just living out in the forest alone one of these
Ah,
days.
dude, that is my dream, actually. All right, we're back. In
Already
the
got
game
the
here, and
Suzu
instead
out.
of a Pharah, we are going to see an Echo. It makes a ton of sense. Echo.
Sauna versus Yuzan on the
side of
Echo.
Finland too.
Both got
for
the pockets.
defense. And yeah,
This is
like
gonna
I
be an
said,
interesting one to
Quartz coming
see.
In, no surprise, Quartz a very, very talented damage player.
Oh!
And as you say that, very talented at taking echoes.
Okay,
out
that
of
was
the sky.
goody,
Much as they'd be
goody.
there, but still,
Big play
big
from
tempo
Vistola.
Edge here to Saudi Arabia early on, and Sana just goes down again.
Cloud's been getting
Forces
big
life
value
for
with
it,
these
but,
hacks as well.
tough
Been
time
providing
to
good
get Echo
distraction
Finland
and
right
getting
now.
good ult
44,
charge.
Rezga come
'Cause
up here
look
with
at that ult
Saudi
charge already.
Arabia.
Cloud's already half
5v4,
till
secure the high ground.
till
You see
EMP.
this echo pressure coming in,
Like
they'd be
you can
forcing
really see the
Vistola
effect of
back.
it. It's really good.
Right now,
Ooh, big pick up.
Saudi Arabia goes
Oh!
down, and the DPS of Saudi Arabia have no chill hex.
Yeah, the
Nah,
DPS
Quartz
game of
is
Saudi
such
Arabia has
a
been pretty crazy.
talented
Like
damage player.
Cloud's been really good at getting the
surprised
ult
we didn't
charge
see
and
him
everything.
in
It's
the
just
very
that
first map.
Yuzan and
okay in the
Quartz
role
have been
that,
getting the
was
picks.
expected to play, but that
You
is
know,
a
they've been
very
doing
quick
the
take
damage,
from
getting the
Saudi
picks.
Arabia. Finland's going to switch
They're gonna
things
swap
up.
over to
Sauna is now on
Tracer.
Tracer, so Finland's going
Interesting.
to go this Tracer Sombra, kind of dive composition. Usually we saw like Tracer. Sombra
Weird
with
for
a
them to
Insta.
play that whenever they're
But
going
I
up
guess,
against
Vistola
Ash
is
Echo,
just
in my
a much better
opinion.
diva than
But it
is
could work
Winston,
maybe.
So not a surprise.
Pretty much
here.
everybody can get away from you.
I do love it's
Your
like one round,
easiest
I'm actually
targets
going, yeah, I'm
are
not doing that. Go back
the
to Tracer.
Junker
Like,
Queen
no thanks,
and
that's not for me.
Ash,
swap
as
up
far
the
as like diving them
face
goes
dividends.
and capitalizing on those
Quartz a little
hacks.
more.
But
Quartz, meanwhile,
it's just like, well,
3 shots onto the
how do you
one
make it so
head.
that you can get them? The Ash is the most likely one to get because like she only has a coach gun, right? And she has the small health pool.
Forcing Finland back
JQ
into
has the big
circus.
health
Rasa
pool, so
goes
even if
down.
you
I was
do
gonna
try to
say,
capitalize
maybe
on her,
it's up,
she's just
no.
she can
KSA
tank
just
it,
finishes that
right?
where it stands.
Most
And,
likely.
You know, Hex, one thing the Bonnie's
So-
also known for, unrelenting momentum if point A
That's
goes
crazy.
well.
All right, chat. So
Yeah, some.
I'm gonna be
people
right
do
back
not
real quick.
like
My
that
food's here.
fact.
I'm gonna be right back. I'm gonna go grab it.
If you get A rather well,
See you in a
and,
second.
There's a decent setup that you're probably going to go right through onto point B. There is going to be a contest from Finland. Finland needs to stay alive long enough to get this EMP out.
Sana has a hit on him from basically everyone in Saudi Arabia. Sana just going down first every fight right now. Got hit by a Kiriko shot, and Cloud takes down Quartz, but Majed is just going wild. DPS Kiriko making its presence known as Saudi Arabia just pushes forward, gets point B in record time, 5 minutes 20 seconds. This is a slaughter so far.
Yeah. As I mentioned in the opening, no one doubts Sir Majed's mechanics. One of the most mechanically gifted flex DPS that I think I've ever seen, just as far as aim goes. Just some of the best aim on both the Zenyatta and obviously the Kiriko now too. So really well played there. And there's been no answer from Finland. I thought like maybe they were going to come back in and try to use this EMP to get something done. Quartz, I think, kind of sniffs out the Sombra here a little bit.
Okay,
He's in trouble.
It's EMP. See if the fall through is going to be there. And Saudi Arabia.
They lived through it.
Yeah, they're able to back out. Like, it's a really good disengage. Fall through from Finland wasn't there. I don't think Sada really had sight lines at all. And now,
Hey, chat.
Saudi Arabia. Right in the
I'm
move
back.
again. Rampage going to be coming out here from KSA. And it's a big one. Hits 3. Is fall through going to be there? They're still able to get Quartz, but Sada falling in turn. However,
3 forces the beat, but
Yeah.
that should be a stabilization from Finland.
yeah, Finland played around it pretty well. I mean, they did need the
All right,
beat,
chat.
but,
I can get rid of the BRB.
all able to stop it. And, you know, we go deep into Nambani lore, Hex. The other Nambani lore is no matter how well your point A and point B go, sometimes teams just get stuck at sea.
Yeah, it's a pretty tough one to actually close out a
Okay.
little bit.
So they're having a
You
little
know,
bit of
like,
trouble on
Finland's-
point C.
I don't know. They just kind of need to clean up this composition a little bit because Sana can be a really good player, but that last EMP was like in a room and not just like
I didn't really see what
it
happened,
was
chat.
like in a smaller part.
So I'm a
of
little
room
lost
within a
right
room.
now.
Like there was almost going to be no way.
But it's
they
all
could
good.
follow up on that. So gotta clean up some of these EMPs for Finland.
Alright, Saudi Arabia ready to go once more. Izan holding on to the duplicate. Finland looking really low from the poke between both teams. Cloud goes down, Immortality Field. Not enough to save though. I think it walked out of it. Vastola getting super, super low.
This is pretty
Awesome.
crazy.
Able to take down
It's looking very
Izan.
good for Saudi Arabia right now.
Saudi Arabia looking pretty healthy here on the point. The resurrection comes on
Yeah.
in, back up to a full 5, and Finland
They
got
just
poked out
they
so
spread
hard
they
at the
spread
start of the fight
Finland
that
so
really wasn't
thin.
much of a fight. 3
They
minutes
spread
left to go,
Finland
and
so
this one
thin.
could be over
They
already.
could
on
they
the
couldn't
attack.
Finland couldn't do anything about that.
Yeah, Cloud is going to try to stay alive and get a miracle EMP, but
After a certain
it's
point.
not going to happen. This should be a closeout. Haku living on a razor's edge there right before the
Looking
resurrection
Saudi Arabia
on
looking
Yazan,
really
and
strong on this map.
Really,
But
just
you know, I kind of
almost
assumed
no
that they
pressure
would.
on
It's
Yazan.
a
Every time they did kill Yazan,
Yazan's
just got
just gonna
resurrected
pop
up.
off on a
It
map
was-
like
it was
this.
never really a problem for them, and yeah, I mean, again,
Why do they have to
Finland
put these
just not the
stupid
most
stickers on top of
coordinated on their
drinks?
defense? Maybe making some of these. I don't know. It's been kind of rough to watch, but defense on Numbani can be like that. It feels like you first hold or this happens.
Yeah, and this is always a tough situation to be in after a rough defense, because you look at, and you know, it's very easy to get demoralized on point A, where, you know, Finland comes in here, Hex, and they have anything other than a quick point A take, and it starts getting to the point it's like, okay, they have like a minute 30 left. It just gets so hard to get through the rest of Numbani and get through point C, and to do so with a time bank that's like reasonable.
Yeah, and also, I mean, this could be coming into map picks as well. Like, because we really need to start taking notes of where teams are going on their map pick, because it's almost impossible to practice 6 different maps constantly as a
lot
team,
of-
you know, for Finland.
Oh,
so
Lord.
obviously Saudi Arabia is going to have the advantage here that they chose this map. It's a map that offers really good advantages for vertical heroes like an Echo or Mara, so that's going to be in Saudi
Okay.
Arabia's wheelhouse. So not super surprising here, but
But yeah,
remember,
a lot
Finland's
of
one map up.
a lot of
You know,
these
if
who,
they're able
who's going to
to
win the map, I
do
think is going to
something
be
here on
dependent on who
Numbani,
picks the
then
map.
they just close out the set and take a commanding lead in Group B.
Yeah. Well, here we go. Finland. Right now, we'll see if
Like,
things
this
go
is very
a
much a
little
map
bit
that favors
better
Saudi
for
Arabia.
Sana here on the Echo. Right now, still alive, so definitely a little bit better for the beginning, where Quartz just immediately found him. Start things
They
off.
kind of got him in a weird
Oh,
spot.
Woo!
That was
Yeah,
big.
yeah, that was huge. And while that went on, Quartz was able to find Cloud on the other end as
That
well.
was so close.
early on, Finland struggling to get significant momentum here.
It shows how
it was such
oppressive
a
this
critical
DPS
hit there
lineup
to
of Saudi
back off the
Arabia.
opposing Echo, because
Saudi
Finland
Arabia
had
is
them
on
set
maps
up
like
in a
this.
really nice kind of pincer. They had them back in the corner, and it looked like the Sombra was about to set up a dive. The Sombra was in that back corner, and they were about to go in, but the sticky bombs kind of create that
They're just
pressure
crazy.
release valve that pushes Finland back.
All right, so Finland on the attempt here once more. 3 minutes.
Okay,
ago, and
did a good job
they
of taking
need
map
to get
control,
point A
but
quick
good
here
rotation
to
from
start
Saudi
outbound.
Arabia. They knew to get out
Saudi
because if not they would
Arabia has
die.
been better in the poke game
On
here
point.
thus far.
Hitting
They got-
ticks.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia is willing to give up a little bit of progress right now. They're focusing more on winning the overall
Ooh.
fight. We have the Nano go on the Sana. Sana's
Big
able to get
play
knocked,
from
but that's
Finland. That was-
huge. However, both teams down to Mercy. They're still able to get rid of these on. And for Finland, you like how this fight is
Very
developing
impressive.
right now. You have presence
Yeah.
on the point. You force Saudi Arabia back. KSA goes down.
The way in which they took
It's
control
gonna
of
be
point was really
A, and
interesting.
while not quite as quick, Hex, this is something you can still work with here. Finland just needs to have a better point C, and they're still very much in this.
They might get this chase too. Quartz is out in the open, gets chased down, although Sana gets punished for it. See if they get the resurrection here. Yeah, Haku goes down again. It's kind of just split up here, and this is what happens on Nubani with it. Was somehow these spawns work sometimes. Yeah, it's also once you're committed on point A, as you saw with the cast there's almost no retreating. Like trying to get back to your team, like they don't want to really go through that spawn because then they'll get picked up anyway. So you want to kind of rotate around and just be playing back here. So there's no
Super true.
retreating. Once you lose point A, you lose everybody on that team, and you see how these staggers kind of work a little bit.
Finland now.
Yeah, it was really hard to get back in once
Get
Finland
back
took map
on
control.
their feet after taking a little bit longer on point A. Now here we go. Moss under pressure, able to shake it and get out, but not for long. Yazan still able to
Yeah,
chase it on
meleeed?
down. Yeah, I mean, he was pretty low to begin with. Yazan picks up another, just murdering supports in the back. And not more than anything else, is definitely going to be delaying Finland. And also,
Well, we'll see where they want to set up. We'll see what Saudi, because like maybe not with this composition, but you can hold spawn on Numbani. Second
Whoa,
guess.
what is happening with Sana right now?
Composition's
Is
a
this
little
lag?
too fragile for Saudi Arabia to consider that.
I mean, also it's
That
like,
looks very weird. It looks like
given
hacks
how
almost.
this is, you don't necessarily have the area where like a defense just gets run over on second that you often see. And KSA has to be careful. KSA eats a lot of poke early in these engagements, and Pistola oftentimes would use it to push for an
That did
advantage.
not
But
look good at all.
Saudi Arabia now.
Oh my god, it is
The
so
initiative. KSA
laggy.
getting low, gonna have to self-destruct. Try and stay alive here. Sana though finishes him off. Finland still very, very healthy. Hack goes on the Pistola and asleep. Saudi Arabia trying to return the favor. Of the
It is
Pistola,
just
but
what is
not
happening
quite
right
going
now.
to happen. Finland just
Look at this
taking
lag.
advantage on the corners, and this should be point B.
We're
for
watching a
Finland. I don't
slideshow.
expect more delay to be coming out here.
Yeah, Cart is inching along there.
Quite literally on our screen.
Yeah, that was weird. No, this come pressure back in.
Really?
Big EMP.
Crazy.
This is very high risk, would be high reward, but right now it's looking like they're just incurring the risk. The point B
Yep,
is
didn't turn it.
captured by Finland, and the fall through is there.
Weird
Saudi
choice.
Arabia just down in
Interesting
UP, and,
choice.
you know, maybe that was the reason why they want Quartz to go over the gas.
C9. What the fuck, Sana?
See where it goes.
Yeah, I mean,
Nah, you know.
I think
nah,
going over
you
to
know.
Yasha is better. So
You know
far,
that ain't
I
a
mean,
C9.
I kind of have a whole dissertation on Sombras in Overwatch and the Overwatch League and Overwatch World Cup itself, but so far the Sombra play has not been exceptional today. So I think it makes sense, and Yazan gets 2 rather easily.
Yeah, that was a quick fight so
Yeah, this
far.
is miserable to
Yazan
watch like this,
just,
Chad. I'm not gonna
off
lie.
screen, but just quickly eliminates
This
2.
lag.
That's it. And from what we're seeing right now, I think maybe the observer's having a little bit of lag. But so far as we know, the players are good because they would pause at the briefest moments. Here. just so
true.
we're clear, I don't think the players are seeing a little bit of this jitter.
Yeah, it should be getting fixed up just now. But yeah, I don't think the players would put up with that.
Both teams been super good with the rotations. Finland been really good at taking map control.
Quartz go. No way, Quartz lives. Quartz lives!
It feels like they take
What
map
in the
control,
world?
like,
Kazan, meanwhile, mid duplicate. Pistola goes down. I don't believe Quartz
within
lives that.
seconds, honestly. They're just really
No,
good
I
with
mean,
these
there's
rotations.
been some exceptional saves from Saudi Arabia. The support line has just been really, really good at peeling and living on like a knife's edge here.
Finland is
So right
destroying
now,
in the
Saudi
ult
Arabia
game right
will
now.
have
It's looking
the
really good for
advantage going
Finland.
forward, even
They
if
should be able to
Finland
win
does
this.
finish
They
the
should be able to
map.
win this.
All right, let's see if Cloud can get something done with this EMP. As I mentioned so far, the Sombra play has not been exceptional, but that's kind of been a league-wide thing and an Overwatch-wide thing.
Oh, Sana finds Majed early. Bomb comes
They
out.
chose
but
not
Quartz
to
goes
use the
down.
EMP.
Cloud just picking him off here in the back. I mean, I think a lot set up by Sana and Vistola, but good cleanup.
They engaged
Sana
with
finding
other
his hits.
things.
2 minutes left to
Interesting.
go, and that was a clean wipe here, Hex. I don't really know how long Saudi Arabia's going to be a delay here, if at all. Quartz goes in, Quartz goes
jumps
out,
in.
just instantly eradicated.
Okay.
And that,
It worked
well,
out
we
really
got ourselves
good.
a match here in Numbani. Extra rounds.
Yeah, it's only a minute finish, and you know, Cloud. I was right. Didn't get a great EMP. Got individual hacks and completely wrecked the team. But I was right. Yeah, it was a really nice play from Cloud and Sana to clean up that towards the end. And Finland now, they're only a minute down. That means almost nothing on Numbani. That's like half a fight. So
Well, no map in the game, I feel like, is more notorious, aside from maybe sometimes
One of the
Jamal,
observers left the
for
game, apparently.
Yeah, it's overtime. Who cares? We're just going to stay on the cart forever and ever. And at times, it can actually sabotage
Maybe a
teams
good choice.
because of how
It was a little
overtime
laggy, you
spawns
know?
work on point C, where
Just a
you
little
don't
bit.
get a great
Just a little
point C
laggy.
defense because you die trying to stop on point B, and then it can all go downhill very quickly by the nature of how overtime pushes work. So really, for both of these teams, your key win condition here is don't give up point A. You know, holding point A for 2 minutes, very, very doable. And you do that, your job of winning on the Bonnie becomes considerably easier.
all right, we'll see if there's any changes here.
Really close. There is a minute difference, which
Okay,
is like
Quartz on
a fight and a
Cass
half
instead
about.
of an Ash. Makes sense for this first point.
A little bit of a change.
But still, could be anybody's game. I really believe
Actually,
it.
I think he did cast at the beginning of the
Ooh.
last defense for Saudi Arabia.
Good job
He was
getting
a
out.
different hero
In the
for
case,
that
Persona.
Yeah.
Here we go.
I mean, so this is where you want to set up on.
Again, with the map
Vestola's
control.
done a good job of just pushing them off.
Quartz nearly died there. Instead of getting the early pickoff, Cloud did a way better
This is
job
crazy.
of pressuring. And Finland just bullies Saudi Arabia off the point.
They're able to get the points
Really,
so
really good
well.
frontline play. Methodical poke. Sana, though, goes down. Yazan right there. The res is going to be there.
KSA's gone.
But Saudi Arabia
KSA's dead.
immediately pressuring and not wanting to give Finland any time to reset up, and Yazan just continues to go wild.
Whoa,
Still, though,
Yazan.
good
How did
progress on
Yazan
the
do
point
all
for
that?
Potential point A v point A.
Yeah, you can kind of piecemeal these together. You used to see it a lot on King's Row too, where like let's just take one segment at a time. So now with 2 ticks, Finland, and I mean, the Nano Sauna is going to have to be big. I think that is your win condition. You Nano Sauna gets to their own duplicate. You try to get something from there. But last fight opportunity.
Yeah, maybe
for
so.
Finland.
Also a very quick nano build from Mikji. Just you take a look at that. That was one.
You
fight.
could use bomb
They
to
only
get
had
map
2 minutes to
control.
begin with here, so
Again.
you have the bomb, you have the nano. They also could drop a nano onto Vistola here. Be the other.
They don't have to do much in
They're
order to
gonna
get
drop on
point.
Sana, as predicted, and now Finland looking to pressure through. Able to deal with Yazan.
Big!
Gets rid of the threat. Who is the hero in the last team fight? Finland, other than that, they're really prioritizing the point here, Hex. No greedy dives, just saying, you want to get us off the point, you come to us in the situation when it's 5 versus 4. KSA, under
Yeah.
pressure, gets hacked.
Forcing them
Is the
to-
Falcon
forcing
gonna be there?
them
Yes,
to
gonna
go
get
to the
D-backed.
point
Finland still looking very, very healthy.
is a really big
Clones
move.
the Diva, the clone Diva bomb over the top! Gets 2!
Big,
and
so big.
Sana coming alive as Finland.
This is
Here
really
we
big
go,
for
Hex.
Finland. They needed this.
Overtime push on Numbani. You gotta love it.
Well, I mean, maybe it wasn't like super necessary to get that bomb at the Sauna.
Big,
Just gets Yazan. Like I said, there's no retreating
Killing
with
Yazan.
Eagles point A. There's almost none, unless you're like Tracer or Sombra and you can get out cloaked. But really, a lot of different value there for the duplicate.
push him back a lot.
Early on in that fight, Yazan ended up duplicating a Mercy
Big stall.
and died immediately. It's one of those desperation dupes, like just to try to save your life and extend it a little bit longer. But then Sana with a much bigger value duplication. I mean, generally, like even
stagger.
in Overwatch 1,
stagger.
you wanted to duplicate tanks because tank value and ultimate value is enormous. So you really want to be duplicating Diva in these situations when you can, not necessarily Mercy like Yazan had to.
But here we go. Overtime progress.
Forcing out
Every
the
fight,
Suzu was big because
just
KSA
gets
loses
focused out
mech.
immediately. EMP coming out right after, but it doesn't matter. The bomb from KSA after getting focused.
Alright.
Good.
You know what?
Finds Masa. Yazan was able
That's
to
alright.
help with getting 2, and I don't.
They got
think
it
they'll be able to
far.
keep this going. It's overtime.
That gives
spots
Finland a
and
lot of time to
a
work
pretty
with.
good hold from Saudi Arabia. Not quite the iconic overtime push of old. They stopped it in its tracks.
No, totally fine for Saudi Arabia still.
Big fighting chance.
Yeah, it's. I just want to
Really
keep setting up
close
the
game,
stakes
chat. This
because,
is
sometimes
crazy.
we glance over it. This is map 2 and a first to 2. If Saudi Arabia does not get further than this, they go down on their own map.
Both of these
pick,
teams are just crazy good.
after a really well thought
honestly.
out control. Like, I cannot overstate the value of the stakes in each one of these fights and each one of these because, again,
I like how
Group
the
E
health
only
bars
sends
get
2
bugged
people through
before the match
qualifiers,
starts.
2 teams. So these are 2 of the favorites in the group, but there's some teams lurking out there. Now, losing your first qualifier match online is going to be brutal. So really a lot on the line here for Saudi Arabia to not drop their very first map pick.
Well, yeah, I mean, you take a look at this, and whoever loses this match, they have to now look at Sweden and go, "We must beat Sweden, or you're gone." No BlizzCon, no nothing. Like it ends here. So you want
do they have to beat Sweden
that flexibility
after this?
to potentially lose to Sweden and still get into BlizzCon proper. But
yeah, well, that said, I mean, given how close our very first match of the day was between like Turkey and Poland, who knows? I mean, really, we don't know. This is speculation, but
yeah, I mean, it's Overwatch World Cup. Anything can happen, and also here, even though Saudi Arabia had an incredible first,
it's still
attack,
laggy.
First time around here in Nabani, they're not guaranteed to get point A. You can get held on Nabani point A pretty easily. The first time around, Sana got picked off super early. I think Sana.
They're just not doing
some
first-person
adjustments here, so
POVs
I don't
because of
know
the
if we'll see
lag.
that again.
well, they're going to try to take the same angle too.
Okay, well, there it
Sports is gonna
goes.
play on this long sight line here, as the Ashe, and they're going to kind of rotate, damage boosting the Ashe and the Echo as they try to take this high ground here. Sana's in a little bit of trouble, but does get away.
Yeah, Sana's playing a lot more defensive. However, while
Quartz
that was going on,
gets the
Quartz is able
shot.
to, yeah.
Oh,
However,
went
Quartz
for
goes
it.
down. So Finland's down to support. Saudi Arabia down at DPS, but they're able to get the res. Both teams getting res up, so back up to 5v5. Finland, though, got poked down a little bit more. Had to concede a bit of space.
Even again.
However, still looking
Oh,
for options.
Finland, that's a bad-
Just wasn't able to get
that's a
away.
big pick.
Yazan
Can't res it,
chases him down. Saudi
Not over
Arabia's
yet.
Very, very healthy here, too. So you take a look at this. This is looking like, again, a very good first attack from Saudi Arabia. And again, Hex, you think back to the last round.
They still have to
they
push the
didn't
cart quite a
stop
ways.
Until point C. So if they do that again, we're going to a map 3.
They just prioritize the Ana early on. I mean, the Ana corner is like kind of notorious on Nimbani. Ana's almost always set up in the same spot, so hitting that shot early is critical. And then when you're able to take out the Ana for the second time and there's no res, not only does that hurt your team that there's no res, but now Masa's got to run double duty trying to keep everyone alive, whereas Saudi Arabia does have a significantly higher healing output. So 90 seconds left. There's the box of victory on the ground. See what
Finland-
Sana ends up getting duplicate value here.
You look at the time remaining, it is only 1:20. Finland only needs 2 fights, but those 2 fights could be really, really hard to get here. Of course, to do anything, they need to get this one here and now. Early hack on the KSA.
Ooh.
Bob comes out from court. Saudi Arabia.
Nano?
Probably gonna burn everything to try and do this here and now. Sana, though, into the back.
Oh, okay, got
Ends up
the-
using that
did not
mercy,
mean to
ends
get
up
the
getting
mercy.
Immediately ripped out of the dupe, so very low value. Yazan sends him to the grave right after. Meanwhile, the payload moving
Probably did
and
not mean
moving.
to get that
Finland
mercy. It did not look
gonna
like he meant
stop
to
him
do it
this
at all.
time. We're going to map 3.
It seems to be the harbinger
Close game,
of a
though.
fight loss is when you have to duplicate a mercy. It happened to Saudi Arabia.
Listen, Nimbani was
the-
in Saudi
the last
Arabia's
stage,
favor.
and now it happened.
Finland still put up a
I mean,
really good
obviously,
fight.
Like echoes are just like.
I'm
I
excited
gotta
to
get
see
out,
how
I
this
gotta
next
try to
map's
get
gonna
out
go,
alive.
'cause
What
Finland
really
gets
happened
picked.
is the Bob came in at a really nice angle, and it forced the Echo around the corner to try to make a play. Echo doesn't want to be fighting that close, right? It helps with the beam to be that close, but and he just ended up getting
Whoever
in a
wins
really
this next
weird
one gets
spot
it.
because he could not
It's over
retreat the
after
other
that.
way. You can't go up because Bob can shoot up. Bob's really smart that way. Forced into the team and really well executed by Saudi Arabia. So they're able to take their own map. Now Finland gets a chance at their map, and maybe you want to pick something that you can't let the team get into the sky on.
Yeah,
you know, because you saw it. But you know what? On the other side, like Finland matched it a lot of the time. Like they played really well in their own echo. So,
True.
I don't know.
Well, look, I mean, if they could get them to play a Farah Torb comp again, I think you do want them to go to the sky, because I don't think the Torb part was a great aspect. But Saudi Arabia, they did make the change. I don't think we're going to see the Torb come on.
That might be a little
and-
sneezy for a
Yeah,
little
look,
bit.
Saudi
The
Arabia,
seasoning
they
on
made
this
good
is getting
adjustments
to
here.
me.
Both teams had their moments in this map, but you know, the biggest thing for me in this is that Finland wasn't able to find a firm answer for point A Nambani defense. It burned them in the first round, and it definitely burned them in the overtime round, where, you know, if they were just able to get one fight on point A, it probably changes the outcome of the match entirely.
Yeah, I mean, there was some really nice stuff from Finland, even in this loss, though, and I just can't believe how close everything has been today. It has been so fun to watch, and we're going to a map 3.
Really awesome.
Going to be spectacular. It is going to be a rush map, but it is Finland's choice. Maybe you'd prefer to have the second map pick because it gives you a lot more variety, but you know. The game mode is Rush. I think Finland might play Rush.
We've been saying Rush all day long.
Yeah.
Or you've been looking at my last name. I don't know. You know, either way.
Yeah, or a certain, you know, Overwatch League head coach, you know.
Yeah. There's a lot of ways to get Rush on the brand, as it turns out.
Fantastic Canadian pop band. But yeah, it's been a fantastic day, and I'm just really.
The slush
you know,
is kind of
obviously
fire.
We're gonna have to take a break before we figure it out, but I'm gonna try to theory craft what I think they're gonna pick next. But
It's
I
like
wouldn't be surprised. Maybe see Cloudy come in.
Mango with nerds.
Play a little Reinhardt.
Well, Hex sits here in
I'm gonna feel it later.
of Cloudy coming in.
I'm
the
gonna
X
feel
Factor.
so
We
nasty
will be
later.
taking a break. When we come back, the thrilling finale to what has been a great match so far.
That's so damn loud. Holy shit, it's so loud. But yeah, really good match so far. I've been... You know... He sounds really good on those flying characters, on the Echo and the Pharah, but... hasn't been as dominant as I was expecting. This just sucks. Why is it stuck in there? Okay, it should be stuck in now. There we go. There we go.
You know, it's not every day you can say something has lived up to the hype, but here today, Hex, this has lived up to the hype. Map 3, the deciding map here.
Hex still has an earthquake going on.
So 3 is the max you can go.
He's got to figure that shit out. I don't know what's happening.
Taking each other to the
Hey, buddy, I don't want to interrupt you. You're muted, though. Might want to fix that real quick.
Oh, you know what? I was muted on
I can read your
Discord,
lips. I knew exactly what you
Yeah.
said, actually. I understood every bit of it. Now, if you want to reiterate what that was.
No, the stream could
The
hear
rest
me,
of us
so really, it's just on you. Just imagine you heard what I said.
Oh, okay. Well, I did not hear what you said. I'm sure it was insightful and wonderful and absolutely perfect. You were just muted on my end, so my bad. I didn't mean to interrupt you as it was.
Homie was muted.
Yeah, that was an excellent point, and I completely agree. The interesting thing is, like, what's this map selection gonna be? Push. So our options on the map pool, and I don't know if I'm repeating after what you said. Coliseo, Esperanza, and New Queen Street. So
New Queen Street.
New Queen Street. We are going
Okay.
to go into that map. And yeah, that's Finland's pick.
Okay.
We'll see.
I think that one makes sense. I think that one makes sense.
Picks the map with a hockey arena on it.
I was kind of gonna say that too. Yeah.
It's just like, this feels close to home. It might be Canada, but let's go with it. We love the ice.
The Pharaoh's gonna have a rough
Yeah,
time.
so the question is there going to be any
In the
roster changes
middle
on either side,
and on the attacking whenever going to the enemy's like side. That's where the Farah and stuff is gonna have a problem.
Especially in North America, but it is a little bit pricey to play.
well, only in parts of North America. I don't think it's underrated in Canada.
No, definitely not. Any place where there's snow and cold, yeah. But yeah, it'll be exciting to see what the teams have in store here on Push, and also, remember.
But yeah, I think that Farah's
with
gonna
as close as these
have
teams have been,
an
whoever
advantage
wins
on the
first
defense
1 to
though
2
whenever like
fights,
they go to
that
their
could be
point. So
it. They could be putting the other team.
who knows?
in a hole they
Maybe it
will
could work
not be
out.
Getting out of. Also, in tracking substitutions or lack thereof, Quartz.
Maybe
is
they pick
staying
Echo
in,
instead.
So no UB Torb to be.
he's on
talked
the
about here.
May.
Instead, it's going to be Quartz likely on the hit scan once
Crazy.
more.
Yeah, interesting.
Makes sense,
play,
makes sense.
and
I
also
think
no
I've seen Yazan play
substitutions
May a
for
little bit.
Finland either, so both teams just rolling with the same rosters as they did in Map 2.
Okay, Echo. Echo
Yazan
instead.
was momentarily on a May. Of course, that's not going to stick, as Yazan does not like to be on the ground at all, and will be switching over to the Echo.
It's one of those things where if Yazan had a dating profile,
Yeah,
it's
Yazan
not
doesn't
things-
like being
things
on the
I
ground.
hate, the ground. Not a fan.
Wow, that's big
Like
old
for
charge
Germany
already.
skydiving. But as we say that, Yazan is
Translated to the bat, though,
so
'cause you know he healed up the damage.
Just getting pummeled early
Yazan's
on.
ult charge is crazy.
Please heal me, but Finland in general
Already
is
at
getting beaten up
50%.
poke-wise. KSA, a little bit counter poke. Immortality Field already used.
This is absolutely insane.
Oh man, there's a hit out for him right now. Still,
Maz-
able to back up, get healed on.
Okay.
Able to capitalize on what could have been an early advantage.
Mixi
we're
and
back
Masa
neutral.
matching it though.
Is on the fine sauna, and that is the beginning of what could be some momentum here on Push.
Yeah, I mean,
Ooh.
the sustain was there for a while for Finland, but eventually just breaking through a nice knife from KSA.
That's
to,
all right.
Finish off the remainder of the big healing for Finland.
They got a little bit of pushing.
It's going to be
That's
an
big.
issue for Finland when you're on this rush that if you end up losing your Baptiste early, you're just
Saudi
you
Arabia is
don't
destroying
have
them in the
healing
ultimate
anymore.
game, though.
So, while Finland was able to sustain through a
They're
lot
getting
of
pissed.
that, it is Saudi
I
Arabia.
mean, like,
that take
Finland's
the first
close to
fight.
ults, but Saudi Arabia can
20
immediately
meters,
engage
though,
with
is
them. That's the
interesting
problem, you
because
know?
you wonder
And
if
they
they're
don't
gonna
have
come
the
back and
beat.
try to
For
push
example, they
this
don't
maybe
have
first
the
and
beat
down,
to
just to
counter
not give up
KSA.
the lead, which
They
is
do
so
have
critical to
the
Yeah, I think they're going to be
lamp, but they don't have the
When
beat.
you look at where they're at right
They're
now.
gonna have the beat soon,
Maybe
though.
They don't care. They don't care. They realized, we want a better fight. If we can only get 20 meters, we're probably going to lose anyways. So they just let it be. Sonic close to Deadeye. Gives up the high ground, goes down.
Big
says,
wall.
I smell tank blood. Takes down KSA at the aid of Astola. Deadeye here in the back. looking
Crazy.
at Yazan, who goes, wait a second, maybe I don't want to be
Wait,
here.
whoa.
For the burst,
Got the res off.
The res, but it comes at a cost.
Whoa, what is
was
happening right
ambitious.
now?
Meanwhile,
Big beat.
Sana going to the back a little bit, clean up near the push point.
Yikes. Wait, no way they lose this, right? If Finland loses this?
Still a threat. Cloud gets Servajet, a little bit of a dink from the icicle straight to the head. Blizzard.
They're
ready to
still
go.
using
Looking at
ults.
KSA once more. Won't be a res this time as Masa finishes his plate. And Finland.
Okay, they're gonna be able to grab
right
lead
back up. I
here,
don't
and
think
they were
it's
able to
a
bring
third,
down
but it's
clock a
gonna be
little bit.
close.
Well, I think they should be able to with a couple of
Yeah.
late kills. I mean, it's gonna be 5v3 right now, and they're right around the corner. It was an interesting Blizzard to take down KSA there, just to make sure the Queen goes down.
I think it was
Kind
smart.
of
It made sure
don't
that they
mind
didn't.
it just because Queen
They
can be one
didn't-
of those heroes that
they
you
couldn't
think
revive
is
the
dead,
fight,
and
which they might have been
system
able to
just
do.
kicks in so hard. So
Saudi Arabia
some
might have
changes
been
will
able to
come in,
revive
KSA
that
can
fight.
Get off of the Queen and
But they weren't able to
onto
do it because
the,
of the Blizzard.
Orisa. First time we've seen Orisa today, who can be a real bully in some of these situations.
Yeah, I mean, I think for KSA, anything to stay alive. Meanwhile, for Yazan, it's like, things are going bad. What do we need to do to win? Pharah. Go Pharah. The most comfort of comfort picks for Yazan. KSA, though, getting super low again. Finland just hates tanks. The tank focus is unreal. The Stola finishes him off. The Annihilation. Just a little bit too much pressure to deal with.
This is crazy.
Yazan was able to get Masa as this is going on. Still potentially a terrible fight, but not anymore.
They get
Sana
forward spawn.
clips Yazan's wings. And Finland getting really valuable.
Looking like a
progress
really
now
big
on
pick
the robot.
as far as the
Should be
map's
able to get
concerned for
forward
Finland.
spawn here too.
Ooh,
which is critical, but
Quartz!
They did just lose too, as Quartz comes in pretty big. Estola is going to have to hightail it out of town.
Yeah,
That was
time to
pretty
leave.
big.
But, you know, for Finland, you're really happy with that. I mean, yeah, you would have liked to keep that going a little bit longer, but, you know, a push leads like this can just be the end of the game at times. We'll see if Saudi Arabia, though, can have a good fight here. Yazan over the top.
Ooh.
Barrage immediately gets rid of Estola.
That's nasty.
And, you know, you're not going to lose the tank fight if you have a tank and the other team doesn't. Just,
Well, I mean, you used a barrage, you got one, and you stayed alive. Like, that's the checklist right there. Like, that is a super
Big boob.
successful barrage.
Holy shit.
And also, I mean, the target of value, taking out the opposing tank is critical. And that might lead to Saudi Arabia getting forward spawns. This has been very back and forth, but it does seem like Finland wants to contest this before they give up forward spawn.
They absolutely should, and you know,
Look at that
Prada's gonna be
bomb.
a Cloud can just get the Blizzard up in time.
Ooh.
Michi though goes down, and yeah,
That's
they
all the
immediately
sustain.
invest. the
Michi was
Blizzard.
caught out of
They
position
go-
so
they get
bad.
KSA down.
It looks like they're doing
Sana,
stuff, though.
No more lifeline here for Yazan.
Oh,
If Sana
Lord.
can just stay alive a little bit longer. Yazan though finishes him off. I think though Finland did enough damage overall that doesn't.
Oh,
really
Finland won
matter.
it.
They're able to keep control.
Finland won
of
it.
the
Finland got it.
back.
Okay. Nice job.
Yeah, I mean,
They're doing really good here.
Down, you're just in trouble, and I'm actually surprised that Yazan was able to live
But
through
it's
this,
been-
because Pistola
it's
didn't
been pretty
kind of,
close.
take him down. So
Finland's only a little bit
Yazan's
ahead.
gonna initiate.
Only ahead by
I
like
wanna
6
see-
meters.
Yeah, KSA has gone back to the Junker Queen. Really struggling on the tank play so far. Like, it just has been kind of bullied out no matter what he's played.
I mean, KSA just needs to find something that he won't die first.
Yeah, KSA has been having a little bit of
Finland's
trouble.
been pressuring tanks specifically.
Big boost.
Masuda went
Holy
down
shit.
first in this fight. They lose the ability to speed up, and KSA a little bit of quick revenge, aided by Yazan, and you know you lose one
Big
person
picks.
that early in the fight. and
They
things
I think that they're
snowball
gonna
as
be able
Finland really
to
bring
get
this right
the
back.
It's just a mastery
sorry.
of the.
They're at least gonna
Farah
be able to get
kit,
forward spawn here.
The Farah kit, excuse me.
They might be able to
for
get the
Yazan.
lead.
To jump on the back
They might be able
line
to get a
and then
lead.
watch Immortality Field come down, hit a perfect concussive blast to knock out people out of Immortality Field, get the panic going in them, try to finish it off. It's just an absolute mastery.
Okay,
of the
so
hero.
Finland was able to touch
Love
before
that. I've almost never seen.
before forward spawn.
Key fight coming up here. Kitsune rush from Majed early on, and
Big
again,
pick on Cloud.
you see the early barrage just uses it to confirm.
Finland
kill.
still has
It's
ults,
exactly
though.
what you should be doing on Farah.
They have beat,
Saudi Arabia,
which is
giving
big.
themselves a big edge here, getting
Ooh,
very close.
yeah,
to
it ain't
equalize.
worth it.
51 to 57. Yazan just isn't stopping. Finds Masa.
They just-
rocket
they-
after rocket. Gonna be putting
after
Estola
those
back in
picks, like,
spawn as
it-
well, and
don't
57
use
to
any more
52.
ults.
I think
Like,
Saudi
your
Arabia's
team's
gonna
too
take
far
the lead
down.
here. Hex is 3
If
minutes
the only reason why you would
into
want to use more ults
Oh, they
there is if it
absolutely
was like
are.
last
And now
fight,
Quartz is
right?
gonna
But
play
it
front
isn't.
and get this
So
pressure,
just
and
don't
there's
use
gonna be a
anymore.
Bob here, like this.
And Saudi Arabia's gonna take the
I mean,
lead
they're
here.
tied right now, but this should be able to lock them.
They're
in the
like,
lead.
they're doing
Saudi
it.
Arabia
They're
has
really
a
pulling it
legitimate chance
together,
to
even
finish
though
here if they don't get picked
this
off early.
map, Wasn't really looking like something that
really wants to just keep
Saudi
up
Arabia would
momentum
be
here.
as strong
If they
on as
can
Finland
beat
is.
Down from Masa, well timed, save Sana from dying.
But yeah,
Ground
Quartz
contact
got Quartz got killed. Quartz
Finland,
overstayed. They're welcome.
5v4 now. Vestola holding on
Quartz
to the
overstayed. They're
bomb.
welcome.
You know, if you're Finland, you want to be economical here. You have a long push to go the other way. KSA now, enemy number 1 gets hacked. Is the focus gonna be there? No. Meanwhile, Yazan finds Vichy. Masa gets Majed on the other end, and KSA says, I'm still invested, uses the Rampage. The Saudi Arabia, they don't want to give this up. Sponso from Finland are coming right back in here, Hex, and what is becoming a very
bomb.
fight.
Yeah, now that Saudi Arabia has the lead.
Hey, got
they're
somebody.
gonna switch over to a song.
They got KSA.
Is kind of an interesting pick.
Honestly, kind of
It
worth.
allows you to kind of just take these fights wherever to maybe get some back cap pressure. To
Let's
just
go,
put
Masa!
on to the payload, and you know, with
Masa's so
being
good
up
at
20
Lucio.
meters, you kind of just want to.
Masa is so damn good at Lucio.
Yeah, at this point for Saudi Arabia, you're okay losing.
Saudi
the
Arabia
fight
has
as
forward
long as it
spawns.
takes a long
Very
time.
good for
It's
them.
gonna take Finland. and
Finland
at
has
least 2 fights
is going to be able to win the
to
ult game.
bring this back. So you can lose this fight, just make it take a long
They
time. But of course, win
just
the fight.
getting one good EMP is it. All they need.
Sana, though, gets Majed early. Hex, it's huge.
Cloud was so close. It had
Yeah,
literally
that's
4
really
health.
rough. Now there's almost no healing on the ground. They're gonna get the resurrection in though, but it does mean that
Nice, nasty,
guess I'll go
nasty.
down.
himself a life.
Finland's been doing a really good job of punishing these reses here. I feel like half the time Haku goes for a res, you know,
Very
it's
nice.
a blood sacrifice. It's life for a life in a lot of situations. But
And it looks like they're gonna be
they get
getting
the
rid of
fight
forward
they
spawn
need.
for
They're
somebody,
moving
maybe?
forward. Saudi Arabia, not really a huge edge at all into the next fight. I mean, the big thing is going to be EMP. You know, if the EMP can set up the barrage is the #1 thing, but
They're still going to be able to take fight before they get forward spawn, maybe? Yep. Yeah, they have a
Now
contested.
you have to
go.
be really
Ooh,
worried.
those supports are in a dangerous
boy,
spot.
He doesn't miss these
So
too often.
unsafe.
Looking for Big G. No way! He's living! How is Big G alive? No!
Okay.
He
That was
wants to
looking
step aside.
really
Well,
clutch
2004,
there on the point of,
Yazan
like,
running for his like 9
13.
HP. Yazan's alive. How in the world? But Yazan's also.
It's
very
looking
far
winnable
out
for
of the fight.
Finland.
That is still going on. Meanwhile, Vestola, I think, was off hunting for Yazan in what turned out to be a split fight. Both
That was
teams
really
were
weird.
scattered. 1 minute left to go.
Oh,
and
pause?
there's the pause.
What happened this time?
Well, why not?
That was a really weird fight. Really weird.
I mean, how
Like,
would you
everybody
end
was so
map 3
spread.
With 1 minute left to go, if you did,
It just felt like
This is the-
both teams were panicking, honestly.
Yeah, we'll see if it's if the players are experiencing some stutter or lag. I know our engineering department's been working on a couple of things here to try to bring you guys the best product possible. But you know, whatever.
I don't
It's
know
just a pause
exactly
in one of the
what
most
they can do
critical
about the
moments,
lag and help with that.
of the map so far. It has been kind of weird. Like these fights are happening all over the place, and I think like what really exemplifies that is where Yazan ended up being, and then it's trying to bop himself around and all over the place. But been playing really well, and the peel from Finland has been really good up to an extent. I think it's just Yazan has relentless pressure, whereas like most Pharos would shoot like 2
Yeah,
rockets at that
he has
Ana,
very
and
relentless
then be like, oh,
pressure.
well, the Diva's there and they're getting peeled. Yazan just pumps in like 2 more and ends up getting the kill. So it's been kind of crazy. Up
Yazan
20
just doesn't quit.
meters
It's
and
crazy.
in control of the card.
Homie
is
knows what he's
Saudi
doing.
Arabia or the robot, and yeah, see how this one goes down. We're only 40 seconds left. A single one fight from Saudi Arabia could close out this series.
Yeah, Saudi Arabia just
Masa needs to get that
Finland
beat up.
needs 1 and some change here, depending on how
We should be able to do it.
this pans out. Probably closer to 2 at this point. Is on getting support. Meanwhile, Vestola says,
Yep.
I hate Mercy.
Okay,
Kill
good
the
pick on
Mercy.
the Haku.
Kills Mercy with the aid of
Ooh,
Mixi. Meanwhile,
okay.
Yazan says, I
Hey,
don't need a
Mixi got 2
lifeline.
though.
Life
Oh,
for life
no.
once more. Takes down both supports
Finland, no
on his
supports.
own. A solo mission successful. And Finland now desperately without heals. Vestola, though, moving on forward. Finland can't really back out a whole lot here. 10 seconds left to go. Yazan, the threat yet to be dealt with, gets Vestola, doesn't let him remech.
They have
This
beat,
could
though.
be the end for Finland as Yazan cannot be stopped.
I mean, generally Divas are really
Finland
solid
loses
counter
it.
to the Pharah, but Yazan is really good at cleaning up these demech pilot Divas. Like it's been happening all series. Masa,
They're
is
still-
trying to desperately keep his
Whew.
team alive. And up
That's
into
crazy.
this.
They're still
How
contesting.
long can they delay is the
Contest
question
and get
here.
out,
Finland
contest
is
and get
scattered.
out.
Masa just gets crunched.
Aw, damn.
And that is
Yeah.
it. Saudi Arabia pulls
Really
it
good
on
game.
out. But you gotta
I'm
say,
glad that
Hex
Saudi
Finland
Arabia
gave
wins.
them
They
one
totally
heck of
deserve
a
it.
fight,
They totally
and
deserve it.
It was just great
They
Overwatch across the
they
board.
Yeah,
have
it
been
always comes
playing
down to, like, just one or
crazy
two
good.
fights,
They've
and
been
I think
playing
it
crazy
was, you know,
games.
one of
It's
the
been
last
really awesome
times,
to see.
and Masa sometimes will end up winning these, but so Yasan went to dive the Ana again, as always. You know, after the Ana killed his Mercy, and then he went to get revenge. Montoya style. Goes in there.
Chat, by the
takes
way, we're
down the
gonna be
Mercy, and then for
watching
whatever
all of
reason,
this
as Yasan
today,
is on Mega Pack,
and
Masa just comes.
we're still
rolling
gonna be
through the
streaming
door as
Overwatch
Lucio.
today.
And like that's the second. Like it just
At
made no
8.
sense, and he just
So
there's so many times
I have to
Masa
sleep
died.
because I haven't
He
gotten
was,
much
like, 2
sleep,
feet
Chad. I'm
away
gonna
from
be real with
Yasan,
y'all.
which I guess is like how you have
I'm gonna be
to play
real.
it as Lucio if you want to try to get some damage. But he comes in late. That means that Lucio's not alive to taxi the rest of his team.
I wonder
back,
if I'm
and
allowed
Dennis
to
with
upload
heals,
this VOD
and
to
then that ends up
YouTube. I
being a
don't. I
one-sided
honestly
fight,
don't
and
know.
so the Diva can't go in, and Yasan still has free reign. But you know, we talked about a little bit of the meta coming into today, and I was like, man, I think
wonder
we're
if
gonna
I'd be
see
able to do it.
some Pharah and Mercy, just because some teams, you know, have some specialists and things like that. But I didn't expect to see 99% of the match to be Pharah Mercy. I guess there was Echo. I'm counting Echo
Yeah.
into the Pharah family. But yeah, it's not surprising what Saudi Arabia did. A little surprising Finland was able to deal with it as well as they did, actually.
Yeah, and we look at some of the highlights here.
Pretty crazy
Sana
stuff.
having moments, but at the end of it, just dealing with an enormous threat in Yazan's Far, where you talk about people as they pay attention to the meta. The average player going to a game, keeps informed, goes, okay, here's what I should play. Yazan just has a page permanently locked where it's like, what's meta? And it's a wall with nothing but pictures of Far. That is how Yazan probably operates on this game. Just give the fact is like, what to play? Farah. Doesn't matter.
Yeah, or speaking of, like, we talked about
No counter to
but,
play
like,
in
the Wolverine
well.
meme, just a picture
If it works,
of
it works.
Farah.
That's what I gotta say.
Yeah, I mean, fantastic
Yazan knows
game so far today.
Yazan
and,
know what
it's only
knows
gonna
what
get
he's
better.
doing,
And
and it
but
clearly
yeah, I mean, you have
works.
to give a lot of credit to,
Look at
like
what
you said,
happened to Finland.
Haku, which I thought, like, maybe his worst map was the last one, going for like really aggressive resurrections, but that's kind of the nature of push, where like if you get that res off, then your like team is still in it, and if not, you're at least delaying, so it wasn't like that bad. But early on, especially at that Lijiang Tower, Haku played amazingly well on the far.
I'm gonna pull up the
like, we're gonna
teams
talk about
page so that we
Yazan
can see
because
who's
that's
on
the
what
kill feed
roster.
and you're the one hitting rockets, but like you're only
Whenever we're
half
waiting
of the duo
next
there.
time.
So I'd like to give credit to some of the Mercies there. The rest of the team picked it up really well, and I mean, Finland's still a very, very dangerous team, because as much as like I think Masa made a few mistakes there towards the end, like your Lucio versus Bar, it's not going to be awesome. Masa also had like game and match winning plays, especially on Lijiang Tower early on. So like this Finland team has a ton of talent, and this is the upper echelon of Group B, Saudi Arabia and Finland. So we'll see Sweden in a little bit, and also some other teams. But yeah, Group B is looking really strong.
Speaking of other teams, coming up next is going to be Norway taking on Sweden. The action is going on all day long.
Norway on Sweden
World Cup. Stay tuned. We'll be right back.
Let's see who's in Norway and who's in Sweden. So I pulled up the teams page so that we can look at this real quick together, chat. Norway. Oh, it's in fucking alpha. Okay, well, it's muted for a reason. Here, let's look at the homepage of the World Cup. Woo! Oh wait, you can't see it yet. Why is it taking so long to load? Okay, well, it doesn't matter anymore. It doesn't. Let's get it. I love World Cup. I remember whenever I watched the first World Cup, like way back in the day. It was so hype.
Finland to take it 2-1.
This is so hype as well.
Our round robin. Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for
I'm cutting off.
I'm your host Jim Basco, and of course
Jim Basco's face a little bit, but it's all good.
Superiority.
It's all good.
ZP, I think you said it best. I wasn't expecting far up for 99% of the match, or maybe it was Hex. I really couldn't tell you which one of you said that, but that's exactly what I was thinking. You know. This is a pick that generally has a lot of problems, especially in organized play, ZP. How did he make it work?
Oh,
he's just awesome.
Just hit all your shots forehead, pretty much. And it's one of those.
He
things
made it
where
work
it's
by
like,
being awesome. What can I say? He's just good.
On far, right? You're either landing enough rockets to immediately take people out and not dying, or you're not quite hitting as much and you just simply fall over and you look like you're completely ineffective. Like, you have to just hit a certain threshold of lethality that most people don't.
Yazan finds a way to always be effective. Like he's always able to get value in some way. It's pretty neat.
To the character, but for someone of his caliber, it's one of those things where, hey, I can make it work. It's a hero I'm very, very comfortable with, and Yazan just made it work. Simple as that.
I think hitting shots is a big part of it too, but to me, the thing that really separates great Pharah gameplay is always the movement and the concussive blasts. Just being able to control
Yazan
where
has really
other
good
players
movement.
are and where you are, because especially with the way
he's so good at like
very early on,
moving around cover.
The game is
he's so good.
Sustainable.
As soon as something could potentially get dangerous, he's to another cover.
Stronger. There's mitigation. There's
crazy
immortality fields. There's so much that a Pharah can't just sit back there and poke away and hope that one of your rockets hits and eventually you get a kill. So what Yazan does, and by extension the rest of his team and the Mercy with them, is noticing those windows where now it's concussive blast in and I'm on you. And you saw it time and again with like remeching D.Va. Like that was the big thing for me. You would see like the D.Va get played and like going down, and D.Va thinks she's safe. All of a sudden, bam, in there with concussive and down. How we got closed the distance on Masa, was closing the distance on people, and also knocking people out of immortality field, knocking people into walls so that those splash damage is better. Like, yeah, hitting shots is important and staying alive is important, but you can't play passively as Pharah anymore. You have to take the fight to him, and I think that's what the game that he played was so excellent at.
Yep. High in the sky, Yazan has managed to stay a mainstay of
totally
the Pharah
agree.
gameplay
Totally agree.
From really day one of Overwatch. So, adapting to the times is no problem for him. But with that match out of the way, definitely one of our best matches of the day. We have a lot more action just around the corner. Let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule. I believe for our third match of the day today, we've got Norway versus Sweden. Of course, following
we still have a
that,
lot of
Iceland
matches to go.
versus Germany,
Holy shit.
Belgium versus Great Britain, Italy versus France, and at 12 p.m. Pacific, the Netherlands versus Spain. So going on into Norway.
What am I, like an hour ahead, I think?
Here, ZP, Hex. Thoughts on players, thoughts on what we've seen so far throughout the day. Obviously,
we're not going to be done till 1. We have 4 hours left.
Very interesting picks so far.
4 or
but,
5.
Norway versus Sweden coming up. What are your high-level thoughts here?
I mean, my high-level thoughts are pretty low-level. Kevster heads, Kevster win game.
Yeah, I think that Sweden's going to take it. Their DPS lineup is just killer.
We see Kevster just put up, 3, 4
Kevster and Sparker, it's just...
I do think it could be that.
That's
sort of match,
such a combo.
Today, teams can be
That's
surprised.
such a combo.
Yeah, I mean, obviously, like you would favor Sweden just looking at the DPS line. When you're second DPS, like by a pretty significant margin, as Sparker, you're doing pretty good. I mean, Kevster is just that good. Kevin Pearson or Person, which is what a robot would call themselves if they name themselves. Just saying, AI, it's very possible. I guess on the other side of things, we can talk a little
cheating.
bit more about it. Like Norway does.
He's
have
a
some players with
robot. He's not
experience.
real.
Cyclone Isaac have competitive experience, but the guy I'm looking at is a guy that, man, he's been around since 2016. His Oni God has been around forever.
Yep.
I mean, you want to talk about experience that you've had. Like, he was on a team called Nordic Alpha. I don't know if you remember that team, CP. That was way back. But obviously, like, he was on Reunited, did a brief stint with the Dallas Fuel, Paris Eternal, before like officially retiring earlier this year. And like, that's kind of what's great about World Cup is that players will like come out of retirement because it's like, well, I get to play for my country. Like, it's a
Yeah,
completely
it's
different thing.
cool.
So Norway has some players, and like, I think the strategy is
Super
obvious. It's like,
Super
we
is going to be playing for
have to check
US,
Hector first,
even
and
though
we
he's
hope
like
that
not
Sparker doesn't pick up
hasn't been
slack
owl an
so
owl
I
for
think
forever.
That's what we're seeing, but Sweden could just
Well, not
run
for
through it just
forever,
because
but
they
like
have
a couple
two,
years,
not
you
only
know.
Overwatch League level DPS, but like top of Overwatch League.
Right, absolutely. Well, ZP and Hex, I believe the players are getting.
I don't know
ready
if-
to
I don't
roll,
even
so
know if you can
leave
really
guys
say
with the
years.
match. Norway versus
When was the last time he was in
Sweden.
Overwatch League? Was it like 2021?
All right, we are getting into it, and yeah, we're
I'm
gonna
pretty sure
look
he
at
was in
Norway first.
2021.
So I'm willing to go down Oni God.
Wasn't
memory
that long
lane,
ago.
with you, because I think it was Oni God that I think filled in for one of the old Apex tournaments. You know, Apex, the Korean Overwatch tournament. You know, specifically, where I think it was. Oh man, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Kib, maybe, who like at the time like didn't feel comfortable with travel, and then like
Oni God's really
filled
good.
in short notice for United. It was something along those lines. My memory might be fading at this point, but
Sure.
man,
I mean,
Oni God's
it's
seen
very
some things.
possible. I just like, yeah, it's. I was looking at it. I'm like, God, is that the same Oni God from way back in the day? And I was just kind of looking at the resume, and it starts in like September of 2016. Of course, was like a mainstay on Toronto esports when Toronto esports was like a big thing. Has been all up and down. Had time on Envy, time on Fuel, time on Paris. Just a player who seems to love to play. Because like,
Yeah.
just we'll take anything really. Like we'll like play for any team, just waiting for the chance. So
Let's see how this
definitely a
goes.
player. When I think of Oni God, I think of like maybe I'm thinking of someone else, perhaps. But I always thought of the Genji being one of his best players.
Yeah,
I'm
but-
excited to
I don't
see
know, it was
Mimio. It's cool
Yeah.
to see like a woman
Yeah, I think we're
in
probably gonna not see a ton of Genji.
pro
We
level
might
like
have to play
this.
Tracer just to try to check.
Really
Kev's
cool,
skill on
really,
Tracer,
really
which is
cool.
a monumental
Good luck.
task. Yeah.
Well, speaking of Kevstar, we got our Sweden roster here where, yeah, Sweden has retooled a bit. Again, Sweden's progression over Overwatch World Cup history
God,
is
Kevster and
very,
Sparker
very
with
interesting
Haku.
to me because,
Is that a different
you go back in
Haku?
time enough.
Wait, there's
There was a period of
multiple?
time, believe it or
Excuse
not,
me?
that they were the favorite to win the Overwatch World Cup in 2016 before the reality of Korea being extremely good at Overwatch crashed upon the community, rather coldly. But, then in future years, they kind of fell off a bit as they sort of had an aging roster where they didn't reinvent. But now you look at it, the DPS line alone should be scaring you.
Yeah, for real.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's what everyone's looking at. Also,
I think
mean,
that pretty much-
experienced
pretty-
talent play in
Almost
Walsish,
almost
also just
everybody
been
or
around
literally
for
everybody
quite
in
a
the
long
South
time.
Korea team
I
is
think
an
had
Overwatch
issues
League.
with maybe a
So
visa
that
of
is
some sort that
scary.
ended up with his unceremonious
That is definitely
exit from
scary.
the league. So yeah, I think this story is Kevster and Sparker. Everyone knows that, and I mean, I think I'd be surprised if they didn't end up like kind of carrying this match, and that's what makes Group B so scary. Is that like we just saw two of the best teams in Group B go toe to toe in Saudi Arabia and Finland, and you expect both of them to maybe get out of group, but that means Sweden doesn't get out of group. Do we really expect Sparker and Kevster to not get out of group like this? It's kind of crazy. And then you've got a lot of wild cards like Norway and whatnot. So
They've always been starting
Yeah,
on
I mean,
Lijiang. Is that
but
intentional? So
I think
does it
this
just
one
start
on
on Lijiang and
paper,
they don't get a choice about it?
maybe just because I didn't know enough about like Poland and Turkey, but this one on paper seems like it should be Sweden, right?
I don't like
Yeah,
Lijiang. I
on
would be
paper,
pissed
for
about
whatever
that.
it's worth in
I'd
this
be like,
tournament, where,
fuck,
again,
we have to play
historically,
Lijiang.
You never know.
I don't want to play that
when
map.
you're what-
You know?
On paper,
I'd be pissed.
it does seem like Sweden's probably going to come on through, and production kind of talks their ear and like, yeah, we're actually a little bit behind schedule today. Didn't expect it. This may be the game that gets us back on schedule to the listed times here, Hex, because on paper at least there's a pretty overwhelming advantage for Sweden, but there's a reason why the teams play the game. And it's because you don't know until they actually play. And that's where upsets and the unexpected
for sure.
can truly happen. So I'm just curious to see what happens.
Yeah, so obviously we're going to kick it off on Lijiang Tower. I'm actually just mostly curious to see what we're going to end up playing here as far as like comps. I would expect Kevster to just play Tracer, and then maybe Sparker playing the.
But make sure that I'm
Would
on
that seem
1080.
correct to you?
Oh, yeah, we're on 1080. We're good.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's multiple things. I also wouldn't be surprised to see like Kevster just go on the Cassidy with some of the hype around like, hey, just play Cass. He's really good.
I'm
Just
excited
play
to see this
Cass.
match.
Like, if you're feeling
Like,
good about your single shot hit scan,
I'm pretty sure
you know,
how
I'd
Sweden's
probably
gonna do.
expect
I
Tracer
want to
to
see what Norway has in
play with
store.
in this regard. I think that with Kevster, there's a lot of things Kevster
They
can
got a
play,
veteran with
and it's gonna
Onigod.
go well regardless of what
And also,
Kevster plays.
Sweden also has a
right now,
veteran
it
with
is looking
Sparker,
like the
honestly.
Tracer as we head into
Kester as well.
Tracer.
Kester's been around for a while, but Sparker in particular is, you know.
Yeah, Norway is looking like they're playing something kind of interesting here. Like this is a little bit of a hybrid. This looks like kind of the Saudi Arabia comp, actually.
Onigod land the icicle. One shot Kevster. That's all I want to say. Sorry.
So Kevster's so good, you're actively rooting against him. That's not.
Well,
That,
no, it's more so I just want
that
to
was
see
really
Onigod
good.
come back
Onigod was
here.
doing
That's
such a
the,
good job
like,
of playing cover there.
Oh, there it is! I
Whoa!
willed it into existence.
Whoa! That's crazy!
But,
Oh my God, these headshots!
Look
Look at this guy!
95% Tracer.
Oh my God! Onigod's slick with it. Holy shit!
I don't normally predict to be like, man, I hope
Hey.
the player does this, but in this case, I did.
Homie's just
Worked out,
good.
man.
Homie's just fucking good at the game. Can't take it away from him. Can't take it away from him.
A really nice start for Norway to be in control of this, especially when you're going to opt for the kind of the Echo Mercy style, where you're kind of going to be squatted up, where your Echo Mercy is going to be alone-ish. To have control of the point is really important.
Kevster now also going to be on their event, control the point or not. Right now, just general poke. I think building more towards pulse than anything else right now, rather than going for anything specific. Just pressure on the tank. Sparker though goes
It's
down.
crazy how much
Finds his
Kevster's in
counterpart,
there.
93% to Kevster the pulse bomb. Here we go, Psycho. Over and in off the duplicate. And Sweden just good poke here. Nothing too flashy to open this up.
No, and the duplicate comes
Sweden
in late,
plays that
doesn't get
incredibly
anything
well.
done, so Sweden will be able to take that one back. And yeah, I mean, this is
Norway
the
really needs to
Summer
pay more
Tracer
attention
makes a ton of
to
sense just because
Kevster.
that's what the
Kevster got
Leeds
so
meta
much
was
passive
for
value
quite a
there,
while, so it just
and
seems
Kevster
like
has pulse
if
here,
Sparker
so
and Kevster are
can
gonna
pick up
come
a
in
kill.
after playing mostly in the league. Like they just would be like what they're most comfortable with. So yeah,
Sweden's gonna have a lot of
the
ults soon.
comms going. Like it can be a devastating combination.
Kevster now in the back. The threat here, not so much a poke, but the pulse bomb in reserve. For now, going around
Stick
the
it.
other end. Blizzard.
bomb.
Oh, listen. I knew he was waiting. I knew he was waiting. He wanted to go for that May. I was just like, stick it,
Norway
and he missed.
playing very
Unfortunate.
well around their May, around their tanks right now. Very close to getting the reflip, unless Sweden can get a pick off here. Psycho in over the top, finishes off Sile. Sparker though.
Unfortunate.
It doesn't matter. Is Psycho kind of coming alive here, Hex?
Yeah, it looks really nice. And I mean, kind of one of the byproducts of playing against a Sombra Tracer is that your team is going to stay a little bit closer together. So when they come in for this dive, when they come in for the hacks, it gets very difficult to isolate a target because the peel is already there. You see it even with like the Echo Mercy is they're never too far away. Now, part of that is that the map is a little bit condensed, but it's been working really well against this kind of hack dive composition that Sweden's trying to run.
Yeah.
EMP comes out
Has
real
been.
early. Psycho able to get the duplicate
Good
off.
duplicate. Make sure they didn't die.
Onigod though finds the BAP. A quick pick off from Onigod.
Really, really.
Way, Isaac able to move forward in the support line.
Norway's doing really good
Is just
against
getting
them.
Demolished right now, Hex. I don't think the DPS can bring this back.
Now, in a free MP from Psycho there too, duplicating the Sombra, able to finish that one off. And at
Sweden
85%,
obviously has like a
it's
really,
gonna be
really,
rough,
really,
because even if they get in here,
really
they're going to have to
amazing
end up playing
like
against a Blizzard
DPS lineup,
momentarily, so
but
that can just really lock down the
you
point
know,
entirely. They're gonna have to try to sneak
Norway's
Sombra in
still
here
a
just
force
get
to be
touch, 'cause
reckoned
that
with,
wall's
and they're
coming
really
up.
proving that here.
Ball just got sent up by Onigod.
Really good
Playing
teamwork from
very
Norway, and
consistently.
Onigod
Love to see a
is
veteran player
amazing
like
with these
Squid West the map.
icicles. So amazing with these icicles. How does he hit those so consistently? I don't understand. So consistently hitting the head. It's honestly so crazy. Ends up dying, but still. Oh, got the res off. Got the res off. It looks like Norway is going to win this.
Rez came back up the cycle. Isaac was able to get Kevster! The Orisa catches Kevster's Tracer. And Norway
wins this.
Isaac just goes to town!
Yeah, I mean, one of the downsides of Sweden's composition is your Tracer and your Sombra are almost never going to be with your team. Like, they're always gone, so it kind of leaves your backline extremely
Whoever uses their ult
vulnerable.
first there loses
Lucius,
that.
and not a ton of healing anyway, so you see Lulsish getting punished on it too. I mean, if you just look at the
Alright,
pure
that
healing
was
numbers, JP
that was pretty
and
crazy. I
Leo
was
are
expecting
going to
Sweden to
have
take that there.
so
But you
much
know,
more
to be
sustain
fair,
on
I
it.
didn't
So
know most
if
of the
you're not
roster
getting
for Norway.
extreme value in controlling
So,
the tempo of the game with
there was
the
that.
Tracer and the
But I
Sombra,
think that
you're leaving the rest
maybe
of
not
your
in the
squad
set, but
pretty exposed,
if
and you saw it
Sweden's
go happen
able to
with
take
Lulsish
this
time
map,
and
I
time
think
again,
that they're
he
for
just kinda
sure
got
going to take the one after
bullied
it.
out a little bit. So
I think that they're for
going to
sure going to
Winston
take the
makes a
one
little bit
after
of
it,
sense
because I
here.
think
Like,
that
if you're
that would
gonna
be a map
do
that they're
this
going to
Tracer
excel
Sombra,
on
like,
with the
do
Tracer Sombra.
No, don't do half of it.
Also, you know, we talked a lot about the DPS of Sweden and also, you know, Lulsish and his pedigree. But, you know, one thing there, and, you know, they're players that, you know, I'm not as familiar with, but you look at the support line, Norway was doing a really good job of punishing the back line of Sweden there. And, you know,
Yeah, they were.
I wonder if that might be a little bit of an Achilles heel where, you know, don't worry as much about Kevster, just deal with the supports.
But for real though, like
There's no one
they need to talk more
to
like
support.
these
And, I
icicles
mean,
from
look, Zen Lucio
Onigod
is
have
not gonna be
been
able to protect each
absolutely
other anyway
amazing.
unless the Zen
Oh,
is just
Onigod's
kinda
dead here.
You get the boop, but that's
Ooh, big Suzu.
not with the sustain line of like a May and an Echo Mercy coming after you.
The thing I like about Norway here is that the comp they're running is just, it's consistent. You know, if Sweden doesn't get an early pickoff, Onigod, speaking of pickoffs, gets hit by the Bionade under pressure, able to stay alive. Onigod got real low, still.
Onigod's still such an amazing
die.
player. It's
Psycho.
crazy.
Off the outskirts on the Echo. A ground
This
Echo
guy's
here,
fucking
is on
nuts.
Going to prove that. Too much time onto the ground. But hey, still alive, getting a...
I want to see more of what
all the
Kevster and
while.
Sparker are doing.
Norway adding on progress to that point. Sparker trying the pressure here in the back. Sparker nearly goes down, just barely translocates in time. Still really low if anyone can catch him. Isaac eats the bio name.
Okay.
Gets healed back up. Nano boost ready to go here for Sweden in just a moment. What's turned into
Norway's
a
backline's been doing
fight,
really
but
well.
something Norway is okay with Hex.
Mimio and
I mean, they're
JP, shout out to
the
him.
point. Sparker's been trying to get something done on this right side, but every time he goes in, just completely shut down by the Echo.
Another
Now finds a
headshot.
good
Look at
target,
that.
But Ice Block is a thing.
And Onigod, he's just living. Doesn't care about Kevster poking. Kevster has had to really respect the Icicle poke and turn. Psycho finds the Ana. And
Oh my
Sweden just gets
God.
pushed out after the healing is gone.
This is
So
fucking
Kevster,
crazy.
Norway at 56%.
How's Sweden getting
Hex, what is
sweeped
going
so
on?
hard right
Well,
now?
I mean, the support line for Norway has held their own, right? So it's not been Kevster bullying down.
Onigod is just a
supports,
force
one,
to be
because Mino
reckoned
was
with.
staying
He's
in the air,
so
two, because
oppressive right
Kiriko
now.
is just a great duelist and was able to win
He's
that
so
last duel.
oppressive.
And Norway, like you said, this is a composition that doesn't rely on like super overplay or super coordination. Everyone hang out together, try to peel for each other, and just hit some shots.
Mimio
That's
got
it.
caught early, and Onigod doesn't care.
Oh my
Still got
God.
that Blizzard tank. Do we need
Oh
the
my
mercy?
God.
Take down your Zen. Still, though, I think a little ambitious, and yet
Yeah.
still enough to make Kevster burn the pulse bomb in seemingly one fight. But Sweden now finally on the board.
They all have
Norway
good
needs one
ults.
single fight
Trains is
here,
going to be
and
really
probably
big for
gonna try to
Sweden, though,
use the
because
Kitsune
Norway doesn't
rush,
have anything
maybe
to
get a
stop it from
duplicate
getting
in
value,
onto the
really.
Winston would be
The
helpful
only thing
as
they can
well.
hope for is they
Sweden
kill
in a good
Zen
spot,
before
though.
he
If I'm
uses it,
Sweden, I really
but
wanna
that's
try to
not
initiate this
likely.
early on with Sparker if I can.
Really not likely. Not likely.
I mean, I
They
think
force
that's
it out
the
of
play
him
here.
some way.
Be as efficient as possible. And as I
Ooh,
said,
that was a big
Lulsish,
pick.
The follow through on the Kevster.
This
looks
is
at
this
Ace
is
that
where
way,
Sweden starts
Lulsish
doing
just
stuff. This is
smacks
where
the
Sweden starts
rest.
doing stuff.
Sweden looking very, very healthy right now, and this is good. This is a
But Norway's
solid,
just building
economical
ults,
play
holding
for
them.
Sweden.
Norway's
Something
gonna.
they needed to get
I
back
think they
into.
realize that
need,
they don't
like,
have
2
much
more
to
of
do
those.
in order to win
Well,
this,
which is
so
good, 'cause
they're
they
just like
still
holding
need
on to their
to,
ults and being
I
like,
think
let's have
Sweden
some
just
good
can't be playing
fights.
passive here
You
now that
know,
you're in control.
we only really
Like,
need to
you can't
have
play
like
passive on
one,
this
maybe
composition
two
anyway.
good
It
fights,
just
and
doesn't
like
work
on the
that way.
second good
You don't
fight,
wanna
like
let
the
Norway
team
go
isn't
get
going to
set
be
up on
as
the point because
organized.
The map editor in May is going to be able to cut off half of the dive paths
At least
already.
maybe so.
I would like to see
maybe
Sweden
they'll be
stay aggressive
organized,
here.
but like it's going to be a little rough, right? Because like they don't
that's
have
it.
much percentage to work with in order to get back on the point together.
And you lose the Mercy immediately, essentially for free in that situation. The rest of your push, I mean, you know, there's part of you that almost wonder, is it time to jump off the ledge here and go for the reset?
Oh my god.
Psycho, though, is able to get Sparker, so...
Good trade.
You know, Norway, they don't really like giving away fights for free here, and that might pay off. Kevster in the back here has the pulse bomb, probably willing to invest it now if need be.
There's so many trades right now.
Forward, goes for the stick, not playing around.
Yeah, the stick was
Easy
essential.
One and done. 82% now for Sweden, and you know,
Oh!
Norway took a gamble here. Psycho gets 2, and it's
Wait,
sort of
no
paying off
way.
here, Hex. They've gone on to point.
Okay,
They're
so
close to
Sweden
a replay. Kevster
loses
goes
it.
down,
That was a very
and this
expensive
scrappiness
fight
from
for both
Norway
teams,
really
though.
unexpected so far.
Yeah, they're going to stick in it too, and if they can stay alive long enough to get both the Mercy
One fight
and the
territory.
Major, they should be able to.
They're all
knock
grouped up.
out,
They make it in
rather
there.
easily, and they will do just that. The sustain on the
How are we
point
looking
is
on
really
ults?
good as
Oni
long as it
God's
stays
Blizzard
alive,
is going to be
and
massive,
now
but
it's gonna be
Lolish is
very
going to have
difficult for
Primal soon,
Sweden
so
to
can
come in.
probably get out of
Sweden
it.
have Primal, though.
They touch the point, and yeah, Lulsish should be able to get Primal here. 99%.
Nobody hit with the Blizzard.
Onigod, though, drops the Blizzard offensively.
Ooh.
Gets rid of the Lucio. Again, Onigod targeted the sports of the Blizzard. Kevster's down. Kevster caught a Kiriko hit, and that
This is
could be it.
absolutely
Psycho mopping up
brutal.
the rest. And oh my goodness, Hex,
Sweden's
I did
getting
not
sweeped
expect
right
this coming
now.
On in. Norway defying
They put up more of a fight in that last point,
expectations.
but
they take
still.
that one away from Sweden.
That was
Yeah,
pretty
JP
crazy.
got
That was pretty
Kevster
crazy.
As many times as Kevster got JP, which is totally fine for support. If you're going to hold your own in the back
You know,
end there, that's
the fight that
completely fine. I
Onigod
thought
put up,
Sweden
particularly
improved
to
on
the
dive in
DPS
second,
lineup
part of the
of
map. Obviously, it's a little easier on that that stage than it is on Mecha Base.
of
but going over to Winston was super
Sweden was
helpful.
pretty insane.
It just seems like
Onigod
about a
still got it.
second
Onigod
off
is
either
fucking
way.
crazy.
The Sombra's not there
Such a
in time, or the
good,
Winston's not
good,
there in
good
time,
player.
Where Kevster's getting someone down,
And
to
he's
maybe
proven
10
how he
HP,
just
but then they
hasn't
live
lost
'cause
it at
it's not
all.
the super coordinated dive that you need.
All right,
yeah,
so
you
Sweden
can't
needs
say- I can't
to
say enough
win
about, like,
both of these next
JP,
two in order to
like,
take it
it's
here,
really
but
good
it
Kiriko
only has
play.
to win one more.
Like, the
So
Lucio
that's
played
how
well.
that's where it's
Lulsish
standing right
did
now.
Their job as well, and yeah, Onigod kind of setting tone with some icicles, and that composition works really well against a Sombra Tracer, because maybe Sombra comes in, then you wall up one side. Now the Tracer has to go around. Like it's really well thought out. And now Sweden is going to have map pick here. Also,
Yeah.
Psycho played really well.
Yeah, Psycho was solid, and Onigod just didn't die. It was ridiculous. But, you know, I did just hear something really interesting from production in my ear. Apparently his wedding is today, or it's tomorrow. It's sometime this week, but Reinforce has left his wedding, ripped off his tuxedo, and he's actually going on to Sweden team comms to try and give them support. He heard about the map loss. He can't stand it, Hex. Like, Johnny is unleashed, so... you know,
Damn.
We'll see. But that's dedication, to leave your own wedding for Overwatch? Wow.
I mean, priorities, right? You know,
Priorities Overwatch
It makes
more
perfect
important
sense to
than
me.
wedding.
So, yeah, a little
Are you
bit of an upset,
fucking
like,
kidding
as I
me?
mentioned coming into this,
Overwatch
I thought on paper,
sucks.
Sweden looked like the stronger team, but paper has been useless today in a digital world. So what do I know? Sweden's map
Overwatch
pick is
sucks
coming up next.
booty hole.
You know, people think we do platitudes, be like, hey, anything can happen. No. We've been around the block a few times. We've seen stuff happen, and if you're watching right now, you're seeing it happen too. Norway up 1-0 over Sweden. What's going to happen next? You got to come back to find out.
Okay. Pretty insane stuff from both teams. I'm kind of shocked that Norway is beating Sweden consistently here. I was thinking that Sweden was going to do so well with that DPS lineup. But, you know, I mean, like, Norway's just the better team. And Onigod with those icicles and those headshots just putting on so much pressure and bringing people so low to the point to where it's like, well, what can we do to keep them up if they're just headshot and at like 50 health, right? It's kind of crazy. It's kind of crazy, the amount of damage that they're able to do with that. streaming so much soon. Holy fuck. I'm streaming I'm streaming World Cup today. I'm gonna be streaming World Cup tomorrow. I'm streaming me playing Overwatch today. I'm gonna be streaming the Outlast Trials collab with me and Taco tomorrow. It's gonna be actually insane how much I'm gonna be streaming. Actually insane. Ooh. Okay, here we go. We're getting back into the game. We're getting back into the game. I want to see these two go head to head. Such entertaining teams to watch. Okay, we have to wait for this to go away and then we can turn up the volume because it's loud as shit for no reason. Okay, now we can turn it up.
Norway is up 1-0 over Sweden. If you had a prediction bracket, it might be about to be blown to smithereens if Norway can keep up the pressure and if Sweden doesn't find a way to play up to the potential that most think they have.
Yeah, Norway did crazy
again,
good.
Baseless speculation. Usually I say this for pauses. I wonder if that's like a little bit of hubris, though, of just like, oh, we have Caster, we have Sparker, just go kill people, right? Just win your one-on-ones. And they just didn't win their one-on-ones a lot of the time. Like, I can't really remember, like, Sparker having a moment where he found someone out alone and hacked and got the kill. Kevster, I saw, like, he got Kiriko a couple times, but I saw Kiriko get their own in there a couple times as well. So maybe part of it is like, okay, we need to relax. This seems a little better than we thought. Let's coordinate. Let's get our composition down. Get something like that. Also, I mean, you can't take anything away from Norway. Just hitting shots, playing well, good peel. But yeah, I mean, the composition that
Norway's been doing super
Sweden
good.
ran in the very first stage with like a Lucio Zen and just kind of getting jumped on by the Echo, not ideal. So yeah, I kind of got counter composition because Norway just stayed together the whole time, and that Somber Tracer doesn't like playing against a team that stays together.
Yeah, true.
And look, I do expect Sweden to bounce back here, but the
Blizzard
player
World
I
makes a
again
lot
is,
of sense.
We talked about him in the preamble because it's always
That
fun
makes
to
a
talk
lot
about
of sense.
Blizzard around for a long
I
time,
understand
but
why they would
you
want
don't
to pick
play
that.
this game for
So
this
many
long
routes for
without
flanking.
being consistent.
So
And
many routes for
especially on heroes
flanking
like
on
May
Blizzard World.
that are so based on
And so many
how's your
opportunities to
position,
catch
how's your
people
reactions.
out of
Onigod
position, off
still
guard,
has it.
various different
Onigod
things.
is a good player, and if Onigod keeps this up, like, should Norway win and Norway continue to do well, I do feel like this is one of those, like, Overwatch World Cup stories where you could see Onigod just suddenly back into the league. Like, Overwatch World Cup does have that way of just revitalizing careers, so seeing the story of Onigod right now, yeah, it's been one map, but if that narrative continues, that's awesome. I really like that narrative.
Onigod's crazy
Yeah,
good.
I mean, Psycho and Isaac have some competition like experience as well. Like Ex Oblivione for Psycho. Psycho I thought played really well. Also, like the support line was rock solid. So like, yes, it's Onigod, and perhaps it's that leadership and that experience, and the comfort of being within competitive Overwatch for 7 years now, just about. Like that's kind of crazy.
Onigod's like a veteran.
I think is
for real.
valuable and
Been
the
in the game for
looked
forever.
Really, really strong. I don't
No
think
way,
we'll see
right?
it. You gotta let them leave spawn first, right?
Yeah, I know.
Because I don't think we're gonna see Lifeweaver Genji. I'm for it, but
Okay, I thought that
don't think so.
Kevster would want the Ashe over
Sparker onto the
Sparker.
dedicated hit scan rather than the Sombra, I think is good too. Especially on this map with long sight lines, you either want to run like a Hanzo or an Ashe.
Yeah,
Okay.
I mean, that makes all the sense in the world to me.
Onigod's still on
you
May.
take a look
They're running
at
Life
Norway's
Weaver.
side,
How long is that
and
gonna
I
last
think
for?
if you can get away with it, you keep running the May. I mean, Onigod's good at
Aw,
it. and I do
damn.
think,
The Life
you know,
Weaver would have been so
sometimes
epic, though,
it
chat.
moves on, but there is
They just
something
pull out the
to be
Life
said for
Weaver.
that.
Listen,
May can give
that would have
you
been
good
so hype.
position.
They have the Life Weaver!
Play
No!
exactly how you'd want to play
They got
because
rid of
you
it
have to respect
again.
The one shot, anything to get in Kevster's head is good.
Yeah, so Norway is going to run pretty much what they ran on
Okay.
Lijiang Tower here. Almost
God,
exactly.
Sparker's good at
Different
hitting
tank setup
shots.
from
That's
Isaac, trying to
crazy.
get more brawly.
Ooh! Overstayed is welcome. That is
Early,
brutal.
Isaac, also a standout right now. The tank play, really good contribution so far. Psycho on the fall through gets the Zen.
What the hell is happening?
Already might be over.
Sweden, what are you
Have to back
doing?
out and pray to get a recontest, which
What are you
right now doesn't
doing?
even look that likely.
Yeah, falling apart like cheap furniture, which is apropos, I think, right now.
What the fuck?
Just absolutely crumbling.
They're
They lost
losing it.
2, and then that was it. Lalsa tries to get out.
They need
He's
help.
Able to do so, but
They're
I
not
don't
okay.
see where that kill
They're
from
not
Isaac came
okay.
from early on to be able to get Sparker like that, and maybe hit a knife. I
Norway
didn't
is
exactly see it.
destroying them.
Yeah, I mean,
Absolutely
It
kicking
was a
their
blink in the miss
ass.
at that moment, but Norway right now, that's one thing they're not doing. Missing everything. Going well for them right now. Just flipping the script of what people thought this match would be. And now, Norway just looking.
Monkey's
here.
just
Meanwhile,
jumping up,
Walsish
going like, pew,
wants
and
to
then
go
going
back.
down.
I mean,
Look,
it's
he's
kinda
an idiot.
gutsy for Psycho to be running Echo into Sparker's
It's funny.
ass.
Yeah.
Kind of respect it.
It's kind of a shoot me, you won't moment that's going on right now. It's just like, do it. I dare
This
you.
is definitely
But,
where Sweden's gonna have a bit of a advantage
Back
here.
over onto the payload,
It's like
gonna
it definitely
play
would.
with
Not if
the
Oniga's gonna take out
Oniga gets
Sparker like
in the
that.
middle of that.
That opens things up for Psycho too.
Oh my
Now
God!
he doesn't have to worry at all.
Oniga's just going fucking
There's no anti-air
crazy.
anymore.
What is happening?
Also, Oniga can just entirely focus on Kevster now and just keep Kevster back. Psycho. Duplicate
What
ready to
is-
go. Walsish can't get away. Oniga.
The cart's barely ever stopped. The point has barely ever not been pushed or, you know,
not stopped. 4 minutes and 20 seconds for Norway.
contested or like the percentage like has barely ever not gone up.
As Sile goes down.
Oh my God.
Norway, they use the duplicate. The Valkyries in progress. Lalshish trying to do anything here with the Primal. As you get the clone Bob coming out, Isaac able to finish off the Ana. Lalshish is down. Hex,
Custom game
it's still
settings
happening.
updated. Some changes settings might not take effect until the next
I mean,
match.
it was like
What
Kevster's
happened?
There, but for not long. It's kind of funny that Norway's running this.
That
like,
is.
budget
This
rush
is-
with
this
like the Jungle
chat.
Queen and the May. Like,
This hurts
the
to
commanding
watch.
Shout will come in and they've just been chasing.
This
people
hurts-
down.
this
It's-
hurts
it's
to
been
watch.
kinda
What the
crazy.
fuck?
And then when
What the
when their
actual
target,
fuck?
you know, goes away or goes on the high ground or something like that, then it's Psycho up top trying to just get nuts with it. A really quick preemptive switch though, as Lalsish goes on to the Orisa, which is obviously a nice counter to the Junker Queen, and so Isaac just plays rock paper scissors and goes to the Zarya, which is a nice counter to the Orisa.
Always on point. Kevster getting hunted right now by the May of all things. Even on the Echo. Blizzard coming down here from Onigod. Forcing things back a bit. Sparker got caught again. Sparker's been having a tough day here, Hex. And Psycho goes, I'll kill your robot too. I don't care. Gets rid of the bomb as Norway, the payload just doesn't stop. It does not stop.
Yeah, Sparker has just been living in Spawn.
This is
has been
crazy.
really, really tough for him to get anything done. Sweden's been bullied back here. This is a spot where you can hold on defense.
I mean,
They
we've
need to
gone
like get a nano or something like Nano Kevster and just hope to win a team fight. They haven't won a team fight yet.
Yeah, Sweden also, Sparker's gone to the desperation Hanzo here of, please, you know, guide my arrows. Let they hit something. We need anything right now. And
Okay,
actually,
big
not
pick.
Too bad damage there at
Yeah.
the aid of Kevster. Like, that is what they needed for
No
Sweden.
way.
They
No
Isaac out of the
way.
bomb. Don't deny the res. Mimio's able to get away cleanly. And Norway, the pressure's still on coming. Duplicate comes on out. Walshish getting pushed back. Has the nano, so is able to withstand to an extent. Sparker, though, lands the arrow. Finds
Okay,
Isaac.
Sparker doing
And
good.
Hanzo coming online, helping out Sweden.
I just wanna see a good game here, you know? I don't want to see
Sparker does
Sweden
have a
get
really, really good
wrecked
Hanzo,
so
and we've seen it
hard.
time and again. So it's a really nice pick, especially with the site.
But I'm happy that Norway's doing well.
Anti-nades have been
Really good for
pretty
them. Really good for
clutch,
them.
Coming in from Sweden, so they were able to.
That probably
anti-Isaac
feels really good too,
gets
because it's
Isaac
just
down
like,
low,
oh, they have
and then
two
the
fucking
combination
Overwatch
of
League,
Sparker and Kevster able to
like
finish
current
them off,
Overwatch
so-
League players that were kicking their ass, you
Gonna
know?
have a dragon, gonna have a dupe here. Onigod.
A little projectile versus
rocked.
projectile. Gets a arrow versus icicle. A taste of his own medicine. Just not as cold. Sparker under a little bit of pressure goes
Kick
back,
their ass.
Drops back. Drops the dragon.
Ooh.
Norway
The dragons did good damage.
able to get away.
Also
Meanwhile, Onigod uses
pulled
the Blizzard
them off
results.
of,
We're not really capitalizing on that.
pulled them off of like Sweden.
While duplicate in progress.
It's looking good.
Zarya builds the grab and just full commits.
Good job,
to
good-
follow through.
good
He's
job.
own
That's
follow-through
big.
on Echo after the
Yep,
duplicate
Sweden
fades.
doesn't
Kevster
lose
had
that.
enough.
Well, Echoes combined for 5
Wait a
kills in a
second.
row, and now it's getting really, really scrappy towards the end here, but it seems
So many
that
ults put out.
Sweden will hold on. The rough thing for Norway during that last
What?
engage, well, maybe this equals it up a little bit.
I mean, he might have died, but that,
I would have taken the
So
death
what?
there.
Yeah, kinda
that
thing.
caused a little bit of pain.
Well, I was gonna say it was.
I would have
really
taken the death
rough
there
for
because
Norway they committed
he would have
so
already
many
he would have been
ultimates,
back
got
soon, but
absolutely
maybe not, maybe
knocked
not,
out
maybe
of
not.
it. But now Sweden is kind
They
of
only
helping
really
out a little
have
bit by
they don't really
putting
have many
ultimates of
big
their
ults
own in
either.
towards the end. Norway has made another switch as Isaac's going to go to Sigma. I mean, this has just been a tank rock paper scissors back and forth. Lulsish on the Winston. Now we've seen Sigma. We've seen 6 different tanks here so far.
All right, Kitsune Rush out here from Norway, looking to put it away.
Ooh, Monkey
Heavy
needs to
pressure
stay
on
out.
Lulshish and Sile. Look at Sile. Sile's so low right now. I think was just barely able to squeak away from the pressure, but Kevster falls as a result. The supports
They
and the
did
back out.
get
Kevster falls.
Suzu out, though.
Norway cleaning up Sweden. And
Okay,
they're gonna finish out
131
with a very
is not
respectable
terrible.
time.
Yeah,
131 is not terrible. It could have been a lot worse. It could have been a lot worse.
That is enormous. I mean, we talked
Because
about
they
it
went
going
into
the
last
second
point
game
with like
of
5
Saudi
minutes
Arabia
or so.
versus Finland,
And
but
Sweden were able to
Sweden
burn
going
off
down here
like
would be
3 minutes, 30
absolutely
seconds.
have enormous
which is pretty big.
implications for Group B, and Norway putting some people on watch.
And it's
I mean, I
that
can't
that
say
time's
enough about pretty
workable
much every
workable
single
for
one of
Sweden.
these
Sweden
players.
can definitely come back
And
here.
the best player in the server has almost been Psycho. It's been kind of
Yeah.
crazy.
A little bit unexpected to say the least, but it's a good type of unexpected. I mean, look, I feel bad for all the fans of Sweden that looked into this like, this is our year, this is great, and it's not that Sweden can't bounce back, right? Like losing this match doesn't knock you out, but if they play like this versus Saudi Arabia or Finland, they will get knocked out
Yeah,
if they're not
they
able
will.
to turn this match around here today. So this has been a little bit of whiplash in terms of expectations.
Pretty
meet
crazy.
reality. It's,
This is pretty crazy.
Sweden and Saudi Arabia going.
I was
0-1 to
expecting,
start
like,
off would be a
So
little
much
bit
more
bonkers.
from Sweden. But hey, they're not out yet. They're not out yet.
As I said at the
Well,
beginning,
As I always say in
we
Overwatch,
talked
it's
about
not over till
what
it's
team was
over.
favored on paper.
Always remember
There's
that,
a
chat. It's
reason
not over till
why
it's
you
over.
Play the game. You got to play the game, and this is why, because all the hype in the world doesn't always match what the reality is when one team plays another, and this match right here, living proof.
Kevster on the Widow and Sparker on the
Sweden,
Hanzo.
come
They're
take a
running
couple-
double sniper.
couple pot
I
shots
think
here
that
early. I don't know how long
with this
Kevster's
DPS
gonna stay
lineup,
on this Widow.
they're obviously going to be able to do really good.
Makes
Okay,
sense.
well, there he goes on Tracy. But still, they're going to be able to do really good as far as the
That might
DPSing
be
is
the
concerned.
expected, time step
But,
window right now,
you know,
so, players
Onigod and
feel a
Psycho
little
have just been
comfortable
holding
with
their
this.
own against this other DPS comp,
Sweden need
against
to
this
play
DPS
quickly.
lineup, and
This
it's
is-
been really cool
a
to
minute
see.
30 time bank is not easy.
You know, and like I said, it must feel
number one
super
here.
empowering, especially for people like
Has to
Psycho,
become
because
Kevster,
Onigod's
the
been an
Kevster of
Overwatch
and not
League
just,
player before.
struggle
But
with
in the case of
Onigod
Psycho,
tank.
Psycho, I think they were saying that Psycho was a part of Ex Oblivione,
Yeah, it's just-
the
it's
contenders
kinda struggling
team.
to find a target. You don't really want to go for the Echo that's got
So there's that, and it's just like
right?
it must feel
With the
so
Mercy
good to
pocket.
just be like, oh yeah,
Going for
I'm
Junker Queen of
doing
Tracers,
so good
you know, what's
against
the
these
point?
Overwatch League
Yeah,
players.
it's just been very
That must feel
difficult
awesome.
to find an isolated target for Kevster.
And Sweden, I mean, this offense here, Hex, it's slow right now. It's slow because they're hoping Sparker.
Both
please get an
teams
arrow,
are set up
and
in pretty good
Kevster get an
spots right now.
isolation.
Sweden's
Maybe
taking
with the pulse bomb,
control of the high ground's
Sweden
very
is
good.
wholly dependent
for their comp.
on that to kickstart their offense right now. Norway is just defending all the poke attempts super well. Now, heavy focus on the Lulshish, but there it is.
Okay, the pick on
Sparker
Onigod's big.
finds Onigod.
Oh, Isaac
Isaac
dead.
is there.
Big.
The bomb onto Isaac, though.
It's just
very
like-
big from Kevster. This
I was about to
is
say,
the
like, how do you even
advantage
go
we're
into
looking for.
this
Sparker
with
just lays the arrows into the front.
as Norway? How do you even go into like Sweden
I mean, you
right
see the
now?
moment that Junker Queen goes down,
And
that
well,
they
I
can't
guess I
hold
got
that
my
corner
answer. You
anymore,
just
and
click
that's when
heads.
Sparker just jumps in, and
You just wait for
May kinda
Sparker
has
to
to
hit
step
those
up as the
headshots and get
quasi
those
tank to
essential
try to,
kills,
hold
and that's
some
how you
angles
do
on some
it.
corners because
So
the Junker Queen's
there's
down,
that.
and just holds a whole quiver of arrows with her face instead. So yeah, Sweden's going to be able to crack.
It
that
seems
one
like
open,
that's
and
gonna
I think some
be
nice ultimates coming up
a
here as
pretty
well.
big thing in this
Sparker right
comp
now,
is
going fishing.
Sparker getting
There's
those
ever a time to just have a
headshots.
fishing skin for Hanzo.
Either getting
It's
people
like,
really
what are you
low
doing
for
down
other
here?
people to
I'm
take
out on
out,
the-
or
top of the
getting
building,
picks.
just, hoping I hit
Ooh,
something.
ooh, that
right now,
Onikod could have
Sparker's
super
doing.
died there.
These
Sparker
arrows
was
could
so
be
close to
full
hitting
while
that.
Norway just,
That was
stand
really
there,
scary.
Back and forth right now.
Yeah, I mean, it's just everyone's got ults happening right now. I would like Sweden to
Yeah, everybody has
end up
ults.
being a little more aggressive, but the way Norway's playing, just kind of as 5, doesn't really lend itself to like Sweden being able to dive in.
Big
on it.
trans.
There's some ultimates. Isaac's down again first though.
Yeah, it was also a pretty well-timed Transcendence there from Sile. Like, right as Norway came in, the Transcendence
Yeah,
came
that was a
up.
big
There wasn't much
trans.
to be done. Sparker lands the arrow immediately.
Pretty crazy.
And, you know, I think the change in momentum we're seeing here, in part, is that...
It was like
you know,
literally,
Sparker
like, it was
Hanzo
such a
good,
good
as it turns out.
trans
You know,
that,
Sparker's
like,
playing a whole bunch of different
it
heroes,
didn't
settled
even
on
look like it was
Hanzo.
effective, really. I don't know if it's a little hard to explain it. Like,
But, you know, they were just too far behind.
it was such a good trans that, like, nobody was in
Yeah,
danger
I mean,
of
the
dying,
Blizzards have not
basically.
gotten value, like probably the
Nobody
last
was in
2 or
danger of
3 them
dying.
From Onigod, that needs to be cleaned up a little bit because it's such a high value ultimate for the most part. Should be winning you fights. Onigod has had enough.
Sweden's
of the
doing good
main,
here, but they're
and
still not
going
doing
to
nearly as
switch
good as
over to the
Norway was
Ash, which
doing
makes sense
on the
'cause, like,
attack.
you know, controlling this high ground and having sight lines here is good.
So-
Also, like someone needs to be able to dual Sparker a little bit, and you don't necessarily want to fly your Echo right into the Hanzo. So
Yeah, and unfortunately, yeah. I mean...
Only
it
got
makes
on the
sense to
Ash.
swap with the-
You love to see it.
Onigod right now was a pretty good Ash. Right now, just looking for a little bit more damage. But here's the thing: of going to the Ash,
Wow!
opening up Kevster now to do more.
That
Like,
reposition was
Kevster can be
crazy.
a lot more aggro. Sile finds Psycho.
God, I love
Psycho
Onigod.
this time
It's so
doesn't
good to
quite go
see.
as well.
Homie still has it.
Sweden right now,
He
starting to
hasn't
come
lost it.
online. Kevster finds JP.
Whoa, what is he doing?
Onigod's landing some shots here, but hasn't really.
Onigod is like putting down. He was trying so hard.
no, and
Onigod was like
Sparker is
suppressing the
the hero that
backline
needs
so
to use
much
that
and
right now. Like, the
repositioning
Hanzo
so
has gotten
well.
so much value for
Like
this team
not
as far
only
as
being able
cleaning
to get
people up, getting
himself
some
out
early
of
pressure
like
onto the
the enemy
opposing
team's
tanks,
dives, but like
it's the difference
giving
in this
his
map specifically
mercy
has been Sparker's Hanzo. I think it goes back to like the very early
a
Ash
way
on
to get
defense where he just
out,
got rocked,
basically
like,
a way to
3
get
times in
out
a
of the
row.
dives. So like not only would he be able to get out of the dives himself, but it's like, oh, okay, well my mercy can just fly to me, so they don't really have to worry about the monkey that's on them.
Meanwhile, Kevster,
You know.
can see how much more aggressive Kevster is able to be right now with the swap. Like, you see Kevster applying a lot more pressure. Psycho goes down.
I'm glad to see that Sweden's
Ready to go,
pulling it back
Kevster.
together.
Psycho goes back up, waiting. Just no respect to Onigod.
Crazy.
Leaves a pulse bomb in the corner, gets rid of him. And now Sweden hitting their groove.
That's
Dropping
crazy. Just
Transcendence
burn
response.
all the cooldowns and then the ultimate right there. But hey, you got the kill. You got the kill. That's what matters.
Force the bomb out. Are they gonna be able to punish before he gets back in back? No.
Already almost have another. Gonna have another pulse
Nowhere
bomb
near the same
soon.
amount of fury.
No, and Sile has actually held his own like their last 3 fights against Psycho, and because Psycho has had to dive the backline, can't stay at mid range and try to fight the Hanzo, whereas like the Ash. seemed,
Onigod
like, a
v
little bit more
Kevster.
reasonable for
This
him
is a
to
cool.
dive on, 'cause it's,
This
like,
that was a cool
Storm
battle.
Arrow is really good, and it kind of negates a dive on.
Isaac goes down early, and also Kevster has the Tracer Mirror now. Again, even if Kevster had a slow start, you've gotta like this.
This is a weird fight.
Way more to their strengths here so far. Norway's off their game. Sparker
okay.
just rips Mercy out.
Interesting
This
from
is
Mimio.
Elshish and Sweden finding their groove. 2 minutes in the time bank, roaring forward. They can set a quicker time now, Hex, with the setup of team comp swaps. What
This is
changed momentum for Sweden?
crazy.
Yeah, and I just want to give all the credit
Kevster,
in the world to
pulse bomb
the
it.
support line of Sweden. It look completely different right now, and it's just like kind of the duelist nature because Onigod doesn't really.
Not
wanna go
hurt.
one-on-one
Listen, I
against
wouldn't be able to
Kevster,
touch. I wouldn't be
so
able to
he's
hit
trying
that
to
shit.
pick
I
up the
can't say
backline, but the
anything.
backline is picking
They
him.
end up with a
Kevster
better
stands up,
time than
Sparker
Norway.
finds his groove, and yeah.
Okay,
absolutely,
that's pretty crazy.
just
So
needed one
third
more touch.
point, they were able to
We're
defend
starting
better
to
on
see
Norway.
the
They pulled it
mechanical
together.
advantage that
They
the
pulled it
damage
together
does
toward the
have.
end there. That was pretty crazy to see. I was really thinking that Norway was going to sweep Sweden here, but Sweden seems to be pulling it back together.
All of map
They're working better as a
And the
team.
beginning
They're
of map two.
understanding
And
like
it had this impact of
focusing targets
keeping
more,
Kevster
like
in check
putting the pressure
and
onto
putting
people.
Sparker in
They're
a
doing
well,
so
okay,
much
Sparker
better.
has to beat
They're doing so much better.
Sparker
This is
ends
such a
up
good
rolling
match.
through multiple different heroes, finally lands on Hanzo, and everything seems to open up for Sweden. I think it also like ended up relieving some pressure on Sile. Sile's not going down first every fight, and also maybe Sile just needed the warm up. So it's just been this huge tempo change where the support line of Sweden is living longer. Sparker is contributing. Kevster isn't under anywhere near the same amount of pressure. It's a completely different game.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's really helped the support line too. Like I said, Psycho found very little there. Tried to go after the support line a couple times, but unable to do so. A lot of
Yeah,
that's
Oni
'cause
got on
Sparkers able to
Psycho.
play a little closer to them.
Fell off pretty hard toward
And
the
yeah,
second
it was
half
a
of
completely
the
different game. And it seems like Sweden.
Well,
has
honestly, most
found the
of
composition that they wanna go with.
most of
I was
Sweden's
really worried
attack
about the Zenyatta
just
for
only
a
got on
while. It
Psycho.
seemed like it wasn't getting a ton of value and kind of
weren't doing
getting
much.
picked off. But
I don't know what
watching,
happened.
Sile just hold their own against Psycho diving in on an Echo.
Oni got in
with
particular,
Pocket
like
is
the
pretty
blizzards just weren't
impressive.
really there.
Norway's going the same.
I don't know what was
offense they did
happening.
before, but again, key difference. This time, Sparker starting on the Hanzo. So we'll see if Psycho is able to do what he did before, where Psycho was heavily going after Sparker, heavily going after Sile, but he's been challenged a lot more now, Hex.
Yeah, and also there's a lot of times where they're getting discorded too, right? So like Psycho's getting marked in the sky immediately. That's brutal. Isaac is anti too. Wow, just
Crazy.
stays alive.
That's tough. And for Norway, you haven't done
Not
anything.
much you
You're
can
not
do
getting
against the
Sweden
Hanzo
healthy.
when they hit their
Just
shots.
Wait for Onigod to come back out.
Really,
You do get the res,
not
so
much you
don't
can
have to go
do.
for the full ring.
Oh,
Sparker
well,
gets
there you
low.
go.
Sparker, though, is able to take down Isaac. Doesn't fall to Psycho. If Psycho just landed a little bit more damage,
Seeing that Echo rise in the sky. If I was Sparker, I'd be terrified because I'd be like, oh shit, I'm like one.
Not much time. Period.
It's a gutsy.
But no, the
peek at
support's
33
got
HP
ya.
right there because he gets stickied and he peeks around the corner and takes one of those try shots. Then that's just death. But instead ends up taking away the tank. And
If he knew he was gonna hit that
there's no else
shot
way to say
though,
that,
like
it's just
honestly
great.
worth, because
You're
then you
pretty
have the
like,
tank
I'm
dead
gonna
and they
hit
just
this.
can't continue that fight.
But Sweden now, Walshish getting kind of low in the poke game here. Not really close to the primal.
Or at
lead,
least
but
they
Walshish
could
has be
try
careful. The
to,
tank
but it'd be
pressure
very hard, and they would have to
methodical
use a
here
lot
from
of
Norway.
resources.
But the nano boost is up.
It'd be
So
too
he goes
risky.
through. Sparker healed right on over. Nano comes on out. Well, Walshish and now Sparker here in the back. Waiting.
Oh.
Has the dragon, has a demon in his face.
Oh
Sparker's
yeah,
gonna
that
fall
that
his
that
load.
was a
Have to
rough
swing at the
situation
same time.
for
A
Sparker.
very well coordinated dive off the Kitsune. So Norway spending some money for it, but
Got a little bit
here we are
of
next. We thought we'd get it on
overtime down,
Cavani, but a big overtime push could be in the cards.
Well, it just seems like Norway decided they'd figured out the problem and they'd had enough of it. Like the 3-person dive.
It's
on
looking
Sparker.
like Sweden
Sparker
has
never
big
even in
ult
position
advantage
to
here.
get the dragon down.
Sweden
early
has big
as
ult
the
advantage here.
rotation
It looks like they
Isaac
can win
onto
this.
The Diva was really helpful. Diva to take away some high ground and to put some pressure onto Sparker was really nice. That's a good swap.
They just
off
have
of
to
the jump
they
queen
just have
onto
to be
Diva, I think,
calculated
to
with
be able
it,
to
and they
kind
win.
of mitigate it. Also, it helps.
Be
Norway
calculated
feel
and they got
Norway's
this.
better
No
when they're
problem.
Kind of sticking close together as a squad.
I'm looking at the pulse bombs right now between Kevster and Onigod. Easily.
I for real thought that Onigod was Kevster for a second.
Isaac down early. A huge value dragon.
Ooh.
And they get forced off the point.
Crazy.
Once more deprived of the big overtime push.
Okay.
Sweden.
That was
away
cool.
from this.
Okay.
They might have been
So
at the
it's
beginning,
gonna be rough
but they
for
found their
Sweden.
groove,
Like
and
it's
this
not gonna
is
be easy.
Very winnable.
They're not gonna have much time to
Yet
work with,
another map
but it's definitely
three
doable.
In our first of 2 series,
You know, it's
so,
definitely winnable for
really
Sweden.
good Overwatch today.
Yeah, it's been fantastic to watch.
It's gonna be hard. They're gonna have to fight. They're gonna have to fight really hard.
Yeah, like is that Sweden just kind of came alive. Norway.
I should have given more I should have given Norway
this has been
Norway
so back
more
and
credit.
forth, and especially,
You know,
like, the
like
tank
because they deserve a
battles.
lot of credit
We've seen
because
so many different
they
tanks
have
already,
been
and
putting
what's amazing to me is like
an
that
insane
Isaac will switch just
fight
based on,
and
like,
winning.
Not even having
Like,
a battle
honestly,
with
like,
the tank, but being like, oh, they went
it's kind of
to this,
crazy
this
with
counters
with
this, like,
it just
it's
shows
just
that
been
like
this
you know
rock,
you can
paper,
have star
scissors.
players on your team, but it doesn't make your
Yeah,
team
it's been really fun to watch.
a better team than like
So Sweden not going to switch anything up.
people
here.
who know how to
Norway,
work
not gonna
together,
switch anything up
right?
either. They both
I
kinda
think that
settled into
Sweden's
this
cleaned that
groove
up
of what
and
they
they're
wanna
working
run.
together so much better
And
now.
again, I
But
just
like
feel
at
like
first, it was really
the
looking
fact
like
that Sparker and Hanzo
they had the
now,
good players
like,
of Sparker
caused
and
enough effects of
Kevster,
Onigod
obviously, and not to say that the other
today.
players aren't good. It's
on
just like
Tracer.
you know those
It
those are
just-
2 Overwatch League
If this
players.
were a chess match,
It's like,
almost
they're, like,
feels like
crazy,
checkmate
crazy
because
good.
This is so much more favorable to Sweden and what they're good at.
The
And,
worst
you know, the only way
Overwatch,
forward I feel
the
like
worst
for Norway
Overwatch
here
League
is
player
that,
is still gonna
you know,
be
you gotta find
fucking
that
amazing at the
extra
game,
level
right?
from Onigod on Tracer, but that's hard when your mirror is literally.
And
one of
those
the
are 2
best
of some of the
Tracer
best
players in
Overwatch
the
League
game.
players. So, but
we'll
yeah,
see
I
how
mean
it
like
goes.
you have those 2 amazing players, but like they can't carry the team all on their own. You know,
So
like
Sparker
there's so
wants to
much
take
more that
this
goes into
right here,
Overwatch.
and then you just start firing logs in. This is exactly how their last.
Especially whenever you get to the like high level
And
play like
for
this, you know.
Sparker, you have your confidence back, and then some. Taking a look to the right, something a little bit more squishy. You could get Onigod, of course, it would be huge. Now
But Sweden's been stepping their game up.
Looking for JP in the
Yeah.
back.
It's been cool to
Lulsish,
see.
Again, getting focused, but that's the other adjustment too. Lulsish was
Sweden,
dying early.
oof.
Now Lulsish is shaking the pressures. Onigod though, got Sile early. Big pickup for Onigod. If he could get away under pressure by Sparker, has to go for the rewind. Still under pressure in the back. Sparker looking, waiting. Gonna get forced back just a bit. Psycho though goes down. Kevster was able to find him. Both Tracers playing scrappy and in each other's backlines right now. So
Onigod
barely
was
shakes down.
so low.
Kevster is looking for him, but
Onigod's been playing crazy.
back and forth. 39 seconds left for Sweden's attack.
Onigod's been playing
They need
real
to be able to get on
crazy.
this high ground here. Right now, Lulsish is kind of just baiting it, kind of doing like that, the quasi jump, the half jump.
Kill his ass.
Tracer battle in the background here. Onigod, I think, out of abilities.
Yeah, Onigod needs cooldowns badly. Pulse Bomb, though, built up. Both Tracers ready to throw it out. Pulse Bomb for Onigod. No, does not
Oh,
connect.
shit.
Sparker finds Psycho. That is a huge shift in powers. Sparker grabs
Crazy.
another. Kevster, the bomb for good measure. This
Psycho's
point
so
is going to
low.
Sweden and Norway, Hex.
Did you
gets
call it
one
out?
fight
Oh,
left
okay, there we go.
to
Kevster
try
got
to
it.
prevent the map 3.
Yeah, and I think like just Psycho is just getting marked by.
They don't
like,
have
this
much to work
Discord
with,
pretty
but
consistently, and it just has no. good
Sweden's
targets to
looking
go
like
on.
they have
Kevster's
ult
just
advantage.
An illusion of blinks and recalls.
Yeah, Sweden has
Lulsish
ult
is
advantage
living
here,
the
so they're
bubble,
looking
and,
really pretty.
you know,
They're
he's been
sitting real
trying to
pretty
get
for
to the
this next
backline.
fight.
Actually, it wasn't even discorded there. I'm sorry, but like Sile and you know the support. line has
Psycho's
been
gonna
really,
have, like,
really good.
basically
Psycho's
3
got
lives
Very little value in the last
with
10
the
minutes
ult,
of gameplay.
but
Yeah, I mean,
yeah.
Psycho, his tendencies have perhaps been figured out a little bit by Sweden. The download may be complete. Dragon, though, going through the middle.
Big beat.
Rampage in from Isaac. Yeah, that's a nice rampage, but it's also after everyone got hit by the beat. Psycho, though, still able to find the Ana.
They're getting
in the
big
middle.
picks.
Style in return
It's
for
looking
two
like Sweden
down
might win
to
this.
the
Oh,
GP, though,
lots of
on the dial.
picks.
Norway getting a little bit more from this here so far. Sweden looking awfully low. I don't know where Kevster is, but he's not healthy. In the lead.
No!
Lulsish, though,
Mm,
trying to make
oh
room to
my
point
God,
back. More time
Norway
down,
takes
and
it.
That's it.
That's crazy. It was
Norway
really looking like
Sweden.
Sweden should win
Sweden
that.
had figured it out towards the end.
It was looking like
The
Sweden should
damage
win
had
that, but
been done.
Norway pulled it together.
I mean, that was just an enormous rampage, right?
Norway, like-
Isaac gets a 5-man anti, and yes, the beat goes in there, but the overshield kind of goes away pretty quick. They're able to pick
Yeah,
up
it
the
does
back
go
line
away
of the
pretty
supports and make sure that they don't have beat coming into the next of it. Lulsish is forced
They,
to use Primal just because how the timer was working.
What's it
Mostly,
called?
Everyone who was alive.
After
just
that
ignored
rampage,
Primal.
it was just
didn't
like-
really matter. They didn't have to be necessarily on the card.
Sweden
eating
was so
those punches. They
spread.
could just kind of
Sweden was
rotate
so
around
spread
and get a
that
touch here and there. So,
and like their
I'm just
resources
kinda
were so
stunned
thin after a
how
certain
Norway
point that
did
like Norway was
Sweden looked a
just
lot
able to kill
better
them.
in the second map than they did the first, of course. So they seem to be figuring it out. But
And something else
what
that
an
made it
upset.
especially
What
difficult
a- I mean,
was that
this is the one I felt I was most confident in.
you
'cause,
know,
like,
Sweden's
I know
Winston
some,
couldn't
like,
go
solid
super far
players,
away
but
from the
these aren't,
point
like-
because if he
it's
did,
not
he risked
Kevster and
he risked
Sparker,
C9ing.
right? And
So
even like Lulsish, like has this league experience where there's not a ton of league experience on Norway. But I guess it just goes to show you like the teamwork and compositions kind of held sway there. But another one of our series comes down to the last play.
yeah.
Yeah.
It was a good game. It was a really good game. That was a really good game. I think that if Sweden would have figured it out earlier, they could have had more of a chance. But you know, unfortunately,
I do think Sweden was.
they didn't end up doing it.
Overall.
And
They
really,
dug
really,
too
really
much
good
of a
job from
hole
Norway. Norway
on
did
their first
fantastic, and
It
they
took
showed
too
that
long
they're a good
to
team.
figure out
And they know how to
give
work together,
Norway
you
fits,
know?
And Norway's lead was enough that they could just solidify, play good Overwatch, and find the advantage to bring it all in. And look, this makes Sweden's road to BlizzCon absolutely miserable. They're not out of it here, Hex, but you know, they got to
good.
go next level for everything
Yeah.
else.
Sweden does
or-
have to
it's gonna
do
be
a lot
tough.
of catch up now. It's gonna be hard.
Both Sweden and Finland go down today. So,
But hey,
I mean, who would have thought that Norway would be like that?
Norway
You know,
sitting
pull
real
out
pretty
some
right now.
kind of,
Sitting real pretty.
Oh, it's been an interesting Group B. That's all I can say. It's been an interesting Group B. We got 7 more days. We still have 4 more matches today to go through. Absolutely crazy. But
Yeah, how many
I think
matches did we go through
you know, if I
like
look
today?
back at that matchup,
Like right
it was
now.
pretty much like if
We'll
Sparker
probably have
got
like another
Isaac
3
early,
hours or so
then
to
they
stream,
won those
right?
fights. Like Isaac died a couple times in somewhat foolish ways for Norway. But when Isaac was alive, he was doing a lot of work on the tank. The Junker Queen specifically is a very good hero for them. So a lot of
Pretty
little
crazy.
mini battles. Kevster obviously played a little bit better, but yeah, I'm just a little bit stunned. And now Sweden has got to dig themselves out of a hole.
Yeah, Sweden, well, that's going to be one of the best stories to follow from here on out. Can Sweden bring it all back? They're going to have to run the table, but hey, we still got so much good Overwatch left to go. Not just in other days, but also today as well. This is going to be it for me and Hex today. Coming up next, it's going to be more matches with you. CP and Epitomes casting. We'll see you then.
Alright, chat. Oh god, my eye itches. Okay, we can turn this down. But yeah, really, really cool games so far, chat. I hope that y'all have been enjoying this as much as I have, because... Listen, World Cup's awesome. World Cup's fucking awesome. I love it. So diverse, so diverse. So, and you get so many new names. You get to see, like, they get the spotlight, they're able to basically prove that, like, yeah, I'm fucking good at the game, and I have something to show you, you know? It's not just Overwatch League and Contenders players, you know? It's pretty sick. Like I said, so much diversity as far as, like, the comps and everything are considered, because, like, you know, for example, like, think of Saudi Arabia, right? You have Yusan on it. And Yusan basically just plays, like, Echo and Pharah. Like, Yusan can play other things, but Yusan's really only going to play Echo and Pharah, like, most of the time. It's just, like, instead of being like, this isn't working, let me pick something different, Yusan's like, this isn't working, let me play this hero differently, and he's able to adapt in that way, which, you know, hey, if it works, right? But, like I said, like, you don't get stuff like this in Overwatch League or in Contenders. Like, you know, this is something that you're gonna get in World Cup. Like, it's just so cool to see all of the diversity as far as the comps and everything are concerned, how you get tons of unconventional ways of playing, unconventional comps and everything. Super cool to see. Super cool to see. I know tons of people get super bored with the whole, like, with Overwatch League having the same comps and everything, and just being like, oh, well, it's just another Ram comp, or, oh, it's just another Junker Queen comp, or, oh, just another Monkey comp. Like, whatever the meta is at the time, right? And especially considering how dominant the meta might be. But in this, you get to see so many different talents play so many different heroes, and they get to use so many different comps, and it's just, it feels like, you know, there's so much more as far as, like, how the team comps and everything is considered. There's so much more brain power put behind it, because, like, you have to counter them in ways that you wouldn't necessarily counter them otherwise, because, like, in Overwatch League, it's like, okay, well, we're gonna have to counter this a particular way. But it's like, it's kind of on rails in a way, because it's like, there are comps that are just, like, way better than others, and it's like, if you play a certain comp, there's no way you're winning at all. Because it's like, it's just like the highest of the highest level of play, so it's like, you know, you are kind of restricted in what you can do, and there's only so much you can do as far as countering is concerned. This one, I feel like there's much more open opportunity as far as that's concerned. And I really enjoy seeing it. It's really cool to see. But yeah, we're getting into the next match here.
Welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers for EMEC.
Let's get it, chat.
Norway absolutely dominate over Sweden in a match that could have gone.
We have new casters in.
Of course, joining me right now, CB and Epitomes. How have you been enjoying?
I've seen CB cast a lot. I like CB. I don't think I've seen Epitomes before.
Got a lot of action right around the corner. Please break it all down for us, Epitomes. Let's start with you.
Well, I definitely feel like you could call the
Oh, let me, like,
upsets, you know, Finland kind of being a staple for Overwatch World Cup when it was hosted back in the day. A lot of those players, like Finland has just been holding that spot for a long time. In Saudi Arabia, though, in the Pro-Am, like mentioned before,
Saudi
they have
Arabia
been bringing so much heat and
putting in
fostering
the
so much
putting in the
talent
work.
in that region. So I'm not surprised to see them bringing so much
Kicking
fire
ass.
to this event. And obviously, Norway and Sweden, both of them are pretty good competitors, but I think you might even call that last map an upset.
Yeah, absolutely. I would definitely consider that one an upset. I don't know if I would consider Saudi Arabia going over Finland to be an upset, because I kind of predicted that Saudi Arabia would be kind of sick. That Twisted Minds core with Surmajet in the backline and slotting in Yazan, like that's a team that's been, you know, trying to pull out Farah even without having the most notorious
Saudi
Farah
Arabia
players,
is so
potentially
cool.
the whole world on their roster. So I wouldn't call that an upset. I would
No.
just call that a barn burner
I
of
would
a
say
matchup. And I
Yazan
think we have
is
a
the
few
most
more to go
notorious
as we progress
Farah
throughout the
player
day,
in the
so
whole world.
I'm looking forward to seeing where we go from here.
I would say
Yeah,
so.
the action is
I
gonna
would
be
say
nonstop.
so.
Like you guys
I would
both
pretty
mentioned, man,
confidently say so.
It has been so good to watch these teams' storylines develop, and of course, it's just day one. It's a 2-week endeavor here. Before we jump back into the action, let's refresh on the format, right? So the online qualifier showcases
Nobody's
two
known for
groups
Farah
competing
quite
in a
like
round
what
robin
Yazan
fashion.
is.
So it's first to two. They play out those
Especially with
matches.
how much
If we
like
get a third one,
Yazan
then we'll
revolutionized
make
the
it
game
happen,
with
you know
it.
what I
Like
mean? So
whenever
it's a
you,
single stage tournament,
like I said
said,
before, whenever
going
Yazan came
over
into
2
like
weeks. Today, we're
the
focusing
PC
on these couple
competitive
of matches.
ladder
We've
after
had
being
3
on
matches
like
occurred
console
so
for
far.
forever,
4 more
Yazan just
still
like
to go, 7 per day, and we're doing it
destroyed.
for 4 days straight,
Yazan
all
took
the way
everybody
to
by
Sunday.
surprise.
So,
Nobody
a
knew
lot
that
of
Farah
action
could
just
ever
around
be
the
so
corner. Let's
good.
go ahead and take
It's
a look
fucking
at the
crazy.
schedule and see exactly what matches we're working
And
with.
Yazan like
Of course,
is
like we
always
mentioned, we just had Norway
like
versus
in
Sweden.
the
Of course, you
top
can see the 2-0 score
100
there. Earlier in the
at
day, we were graced
least.
with that
Mostly
barn burner
in the
of a
top
match, as
10
CB
most of
called
the
it. Saudi
time.
Arabia versus
Yazan
Finland
is
definitely the
fucking
closest match
crazy.
we've had so
Yazan
far,
is
ending
crazy
2-1
good. It's
in
insane.
favor of the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and Turkey versus Poland, which, although it is a 2-0 in favor of Turkey, was a very close game as well, though. Coming up, we've got Iceland versus Germany. After that, Belgium versus Great Britain, Italy versus France, and shortly afterwards, Netherlands versus the Spain.
All right, so Iceland versus Germany.
That wraps up day one of competition here today, but of course, like I said, 4 days straight, 2 weeks back-to-back, the World Cup is underway. CB and Epitomes, how are y'all feeling before we head
So I
into
think
this
that this
next
is the midway point.
Well, we're still over here in Group B, and there's
Maybe.
already been a lot of competition.
I think that
thus
that's what-
far.
that's what
Iceland
this is
versus
supposed to be.
Germany, I mean, for this next matchup, we do have some players that have also been on Overwatch World Cup teams before in the past, so there definitely is some experience going into this next one.
I'm excited.
Experience is definitely the name of the game, and if we're talking about, you know, experienced players, my mind is drifting immediately to one of the biggest names that I saw from Team Iceland, and that's Hafikul, someone who's been a member of the Overwatch competitive scene since before the Overwatch League even existed, you know, playing in OG and Apex tournaments on Fnatic, being a part of the historic British Hurricane lineage. I mean, these are, you know, teams that, you know, longtime Overwatch fans will definitely recognize, and I think Hafikul is someone that can potentially lead this crop of newer, younger players to the promised land, but they do have to go up against a team that has a pretty sizable lineage as well in Germany, so we'll have to see what ends up happening here.
I'll have to see what the
There are
I'll
a
have
lot
to
of
see what the
storylines,
rosters are
course,
of these teams
8
because
years of
I don't
this
know
game
who's
being
on what
out,
team.
or, you know, from beta 2015 to 2023. There's a lot, you know, a lot of history. And I'm so happy that we've got players like Hafikul, and like you mentioned, opportunities in the World Cup, right? The Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, putting together teams, trying things that you really wouldn't see in the Overwatch teams, and making them work, really. You know, great matches so far. But with that said,
I could look it up
CB,
myself,
Epitomes,
but
I'm going to leave the action to y'all. Take it away
whatever.
with the next match.
Thank you very much.
Yeah, now going into the next match, like, we want to take a look at these rosters, obviously. You were mentioning Hafikul, and he's basically joined by a roster that's part of a team called Beaumont Cohort.
Hafikul,
and they
Ryan,
play together
George.
regularly. Binzi is also
Georg.
another player that's actually
Ryan,
substitute on this
Crizzy.
roster.
I don't know any of
But
these
all
people.
them, from
I actually
what
don't.
saw, do play together on that squad.
This is a very interesting
We'll see how Iceland
roster
goes.
Here. I don't think
We'll see how
Tracer
Iceland
has been
goes.
converted to a tank yet. I don't know if that rework is coming through, but
Yeah, Chrissy is.
Oh yeah, I didn't even
Tracer
notice
the
that.
DPS.
Tracer as a tank. What the
Tracer
fuck?
hitbox by like 6,000%, and now she finally is the tank we've been asking for years. But Happy Cool, I'm curious to see what he ends up playing.
That's funny.
He's going to be here on the tank role.
That's funny.
It should be a great role for a veteran player to lead. Like I said, lead a lot of these younger, lesser-known players through what might be some uncharted territory.
So do I say George or is it Georg?
Yeah, that definitely
Gorg.
does feel like. I mean, definitely since now the tank role has just
I'm
been reduced
confused.
down to 1 here in Overwatch 2, you need a lot more of that presence, and having that experienced player be the one who's basically leading the charge on the tank.
I wanna see
seems
the-
like
I wanna
it's
see
messy.
Germany.
And over on the other side
Vittori.
of Germany, you have players
The
like that played for sheer cold
Sucrax.
together. That placed top 8 in the spring
Fida.
contenders.
Yeah, you
series,
know,
immediately qualifying
I don't know
over
any of
to
these
that
players
summer
either.
contenders for Europe. So
I have no
definitely
clue what's
a
gonna happen
lot
this
of
match, chat.
competitive experience,
I have no clue.
especially in recent times
I can't make any
over in
predictions.
Germany.
Yeah, like, you know, we have a lot of representation coming
Completely,
through from, Sheer Cold and from Raspberry Racers to
I'm
you know,
completely blind on
decently
this one.
successful EU contenders teams. This kind of feels though like a putting together of the pieces rather than, you know, pulling together a whole core from an established team. So we'll have to see how these players gel together, how they all work as a
Look at the
collective
birds on the
here,
bottom right.
now that they've, you know, been kind of taken out of their comfort zones.
Starting off with
picked up and dropped
Nepal. Is
right
that the
into
new
our
map that
first
they're starting it
here
off with?
against Iceland. We're going
So they,
to
so
Nepal
they have
for our
like
control
2
map
different
here.
halves, I assume.
And Nepal, we've seen like a lot of Lijiang Tower. Nepal is just a little bit different in terms of the just the pathways that are offered into this into the control point as well. And it's definitely going to be interesting to see how the compositions change, especially in Sanctum, where you just have that huge control point in the middle of like a hole.
You're trying to highlight Sanctum here. I want to see what happens on Village. If we end up going to Village, because we've seen a lot of players trying to bust out pharmacy comps.
Why can I
especially,
hear
Saudi
it
Arabia,
twice?
Because again, they had Yazan, and other players have also been trying to bust out Echo and
Why
other
can I-
flyers. And Village is one of those maps where those kinds of heroes
Okay, let's
can
go.
really thrive, really, you know, find a way in to crack that like
Give me a second,
cube
'cause you
of a
can see
point that
these.
everyone's trying to jockey
meeting
for.
tab. There we go.
And there's plenty of sky space on Shrine as well, so we'll see how everything shakes out once we start to see what points we play and in what order, and also what kind of comfort picks these two teams decide to play. I do want to remind everyone, by the way, that these are 2 of our Group B teams, and Group B is a wildly competitive group. We've seen so much of the action from Group B so far, and there's only 2 spots up for grabs, 2 playoff spots for some of these teams to try and grab. And, you know, seeing how, like, all the other competition in Group B, the people who are trying to get it, it's really important that these 2 teams get out ahead of one another if they want to make a case for making it to playoffs here.
Yeah, just like
Okay.
one look at Group B, you see Norway, Saudi Arabia, Sweden, Finland. There's just like so much competition here already, and they have one less spot than Group A. So we're just going to
So
get
are there any
everything
differences in
out
comp
early
here?
As they try to contest
So
this
the
point
Zen
against
Ana
It's
instead
that
of the
Tracer
Ana
Sombra on
Brig.
both of these sides, but the
So
Zen
Germany's
Ana is a
back
little
line
bit
seems like it's going to be a bit
surprising,
more
along
secured,
with
but
the
Iceland's going to have
really
more
looking to dive into
oppressive
this back
power with
line,
the
get a
Discord
little
orb.
bit of that early
We'll see.
damage.
We'll
Orion
we'll,
trying to
we'll see what's
stand
going to happen
down,
here.
force the retreat, and Totori actually does
Hitori
fall.
gone.
After that, the Brigade is forced
Iceland's got
to
this one.
retreat with the rest of the team. Germany just falling into this underpass and trying to back off and away from the Tracer.
Actually, I might know Orion. I might have seen Orion
And
play
that's where
before.
I kind of want to take a look at Iceland's composition, because they have the Sombra, they have the Zenyatta
That-
for the
I think that's
Discord,
the
so you can see
only
Hitori just kind
character
of
I might
blew up
know.
Once all the focus fire and all the damage amp just went
Maybe
out onto
Hitori,
the
I feel like I've
Winston
heard the
there,
name
and
before, but
that
I don't know if
might
that's
just be
specifically
what
from
ends up
Overwatch.
happening if they're not able to get a successful
Ooh,
dive.
Zen and Ana
That
gone.
Senor
Yep.
just completely exploded
See,
at the
that's what I was
hands of
saying, like,
Fly, and they're trying to get back onto this point.
They
for
might have
a
more oppressive
contest,
power with the Zen
but Happy
Ana,
Cool is already
but
so low,
if
and
that
already
back
has to
line
back off. Now with the tank
explodes, it
eliminated with
explodes.
the
Like,
help of QR
the
and
Brig
Q,
being on
and Fly just
Iceland's side
finishing
makes
off
their
that
back line
Tracer.
a
It's only
lot
the
more secure.
supports that
Well,
are
I guess
backed
on
up,
Germany's
and
side,
they are
it made the
already
back line a
back
lot
in
more
spawn,
secure.
just
Sorry.
waiting for the team to go.
Iceland just swapped over
Such
to
is
the
the
Brig.
life of a Zenyatta
So.
player. Sometimes you just entirely blow up the enemy tank. Sometimes you find yourself being blown up, and we're gonna actually see a swap over onto the Brigitte here, so no more random support explosions in the backline for Iceland. Hopefully,
Oh, get
as
the
they can
stick!
find their way back
Aw.
in here, looking to try and take this coastal approach.
I'm ready
here.
for the stick!
Hitori does not want to let him have it for free, and Fi is looking
Let's
for
go!
somewhere to put this.
Bye, Gorg!
Yeah, Fi able to find George, and that that Brigitte is unable to protect, and that's really what you want there.
I want him. I want him to be called Gorg so bad. That's such a funny name.
In the case of Iceland, it's just not working as well. Fi is just completely harassing this backline, and Half a Cool is unable to just peel for that backline when they're in the middle of their own
Germany's beating them in the ultimate game as well, so Germany's gonna be sitting here pretty for a good bit.
Even with the Brigitte to try and peel for it, they're not really able to effectively deal with the the two-pronged attack.
Iceland not having the Brig at first is a bit of a big blow because like that means they are gonna have rally for a bit.
Yeah, that makes it so easy for Germany.
And there we go.
And already up to 60% from Germany.
Germany gets another fight win, and they still have 2 ults on the board.
Initial capture. It
was the Iceland, whereas like they're about to get 2 ults. They're about to get the same 2 ults, but
that is by, and this Sombra as well harassing the backline.
It looks like Iceland's catching up with the ultimate game, so
while Hattori is just trying
they could still do well here.
And George and Futhrak, they are really struggling.
It's a relatively even fight right now. It's a relatively even fight.
Let's see how they use. They're gonna go ahead and pop it onto Happy Cool here, but another huge name
another
from Suckrax.
Oh my god!
Just explodes
Germany is shredding right now.
Yeah, and it just feels
this ain't even close.
Can't find a pathway onto this backline at all. Their primal rage is still active. From
this is
Iceland,
fucking crazy.
Germany is able to use it and just scout all the way back into Iceland's spawn. They're not able to get any more
Jesus
than
Christ,
50%, not
that's
even
nuts.
half on this first capture point. Germany finding that first round.
And it's just so efficient every time Germany's able to win a fight. It's usually just off of a bio nade, which is one single cooldown. Or, if they need to
instead of having to use
ultimate, like they managed to win a fight where they only invested the rally, that's just economy. That stonks right there. You take that 100 times out of 100.
Hell yeah, you do.
Iceland just aren't able to find the same value thus far.
Iceland has to like push so much more to do anything.
Trying to put on a lot of pressure, but the DPS.
The thing with Iceland is I don't think that they're being cohesive enough as a team. Germany's doing a really good job of making sure that they can like trade their resources with one another easily. Iceland is not doing the same thing. Like their tank will go out of their supports LOS. Different things like that. Germany just wasn't really doing that as much.
With the rush comp, they want to brawl.
Yeah, and it seems that they're keeping the Symmetra as
big
well
headshot
going into it behind that.
Oh my god!
Which is they're trying.
These
to
players
get
are fucking
so
crazy with their headshots.
Up close, get this first initial capture as well. The May barrier is just so strong for making sure that they stay outside of the point, and of course that Reinhardt just huge.
Eventually, one of these fire strikes are gonna hit.
Of this next fight, the Winston is trying to do damage.
Throw another fire strike.
All coming up short against the shield.
Oh, it didn't hit
Orion
anything.
As well, Hanzo.
Oh, there we go. It hit something now.
For his shield breaking.
Woo!
And getting caught.
He got fucked on.
In a hard place. So that DPS does fall. No more Hanzo for this next fight. Half a Cool is being an equalizer.
Iceland
though,
takes
able
it.
to find so much
Finally.
value despite Orion falling early. Iceland able to turn.
It all goes back to that early pickoff there onto Suckrax. If you're going to play this rush composition, if you lose the Baptiste, you just have
they're gonna be having EMP super soon, which is gonna be so massive.
Bit weak. If one stray arrow or one stray orb headshot takes down that Baptiste, they can't do anything about it. But
losing their monkey's really bad.
Is a great way to clap back, and they just flip the point right
back. Big EMP.
Oh, the EMP from Crizzy, but it's just immediate death after that ultimate comes out, and they have to work their way back up to it once again. George did find one pick off that, and
again, though.
They're still finding those picks.
Yeah, just really trying hard.
Iceland wins this,
in
I
the
think.
Backline with the Discord orb in hand as well.
Inspirational.
Now boost onto Half a Cool alongside
he's an angry boy. Look at him.
Oh my goodness, just completely.
I really liked the fucking the primaling monkey just standing still. That looked funny.
That's finding so much value for Iceland, and this is
he was frozen.
Over there on
he couldn't help it.
With being consistently dove, and they can't do it with a Reinhardt as well, so they're allowing that backline to just ring out.
Iceland's coming back with it.
That's a gorgeous 3K there from Futhrak to kick that all off.
Iceland's looking more solid on this map. But Germany's still looking good. Obviously, I mean, like, Germany already has like 60%, right?
just to try
But
and
this
keep
is
themselves
definitely
alive
looking
in the
like a
fight.
map
And sure, they
that
will
this
lose
is definitely
50%,
looking
but
like
they
a
end up
point
losing it.
that
And it's
Iceland's
gonna
much more
be a
comfortable
while
with.
before they're able to fully retake here. They're gonna go for another sim TP, but Half the Cool is gonna be right there on their tail to try and
Monkey
negate
has
the
been
gap
getting
from coming
big
through.
cleave and everything. He's been getting big ult charge.
And
That's really
after
big.
That they are trying to use the sound barrier earlier as well, but now with the amplification matrix, they should be able to get so much damage down.
That
However,
Rhine
with
was
the
so
help
low.
of that anti from the bio.
Oh my God, they almost
Tori
have
had to put the
EMP.
shield up and couldn't
I think they win without
fight for a few
EMP.
Seconds, trying to allow Futhark to get a lot of damage out on the backline once again. Those
Maybe they might have
turrets
to
are able
use-
get a bit of damage through on the Winston.
No, they don't have
Taking
to.
That tank down is big to allow Germany to hold on to that point.
Oh
just a
my
little bit
God, they're
longer,
still getting
and Futhark just
massive
can't
picks.
turn to take down the sim turrets either. Now with a lot of sustain
Okay, they win
here
that.
over on the field, even with the
It's good that they saved the EMP because they're gonna
unfortunately,
need
just can't get
everything
through.
they can get now
Revenge for our
in these
fallen
fights
comrade
because
Futhark, who is doing
they really only
so
have
much
one
work
fight.
for Team
If
Iceland
they
right
lose
now,
one
and
fight,
I don't wanna
then
say
they just lose
single-handedly
for real
keeping him
here.
alive in it because it
Talking
is
about
definitely
Iceland.
a group effort, but Futhark is more than carrying his weight right now. Gonna be building up to that transcendence.
They have
Although
good
used it
ult
pretty
economy as
recently, but
well,
the
so they
EMP
can do
should
really
be a
good here.
fight win here for Team Iceland.
Ooh,
If the follow-up
interesting,
is there,
okay.
it looks like it might be in the form of that nade.
Yeah, that was just such a simple ultimate.
If they need to,
but
they can
there's the
nano.
sound barrier once again. Rapid building up that very
Oh,
quickly
Lord.
to try and counteract
Monkey dead.
for the EMP, and it's just one of those ultimates that can so easily counteract. But on the
gonna
other
have to
hand,
nano.
without the transcendence, they have to back off from the blizzard.
Oh, okay.
Run
Goodbye,
back
Zen.
by, and now the amplification matrix as well. They have no
Okay.
choice but
Germany
to just
won.
hide around these corners. And Germany, although there was
Right.
just that glimmer of
It looks
hope
like
for Iceland
Germany
in
was
the
really
middle there,
comfortable
they
with the
unfortunately
control
were
point
unable
format.
to
I think
secure the
that
map.
Iceland, with their dives and everything, with their dive comps, I think that Germany, well, I think that Iceland might be doing better on like the hybrid or in push maps. I think that they might be doing better there. So we'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see in this next match if I'm
He
right.
ends up falling, and if it's not him, then it's
Germany's
Futhark being just left out high and dry,
brawl is
unable to
really
get in,
strong
do
though.
that damage that he's been doing
Their Russian
consistently
brawl is
enough
really
to
strong.
Keep Iceland alive in the fight, but it's just so much value, and that's kind of why I wanted to hone in on Village as the point here from Nepal, because you do see a lot of the Pharah like we've been saying all day, but you also see a lot of that Mei Sim, and that was a lot of value coming out from that Mei Sim comp on the side of Germany. Their support line looked pretty solid there on Shrine, but it was Fi on the Mei on Village that brought it home for them.
Yeah, and it was also the fact that you see Iceland kind of running a half poke, half dive,
Half cope.
comp. Oh
Half
my
cope.
god, they were definitely coping very hard on that first capture point. But it was a half poke, half dive comp. You know, you have them throwing the bio nades and the Discord orbs from the back line, and you hope that half cool does enough damage after going in for the dive, and the rest of the team just kind of
that's
answers
true.
from distance as well.
That's
and
true.
it just didn't seem like there was enough connection with those two components to come together and scrap out a round win over on Nepal.
Yeah, and it's gonna be interesting to see how Iceland tries to recover here, because we have a lot of unknown names on both sides of the equation right now, but it's time for both sides to make a name for themselves. Germany has a pretty strong start. We'll have to see if Iceland can catch up here. We're gonna throw it to a quick break, and we'll be right back.
Okay, I hope that Iceland's able to pull it back together. Oh, it's loud! What the fuck? Turn it down! I hate how loud that shit gets. That's too fucking loud. It's crazy. Holy shit. Chat, we've been streaming for 4 hours already. What the fuck? So much Overwatch. I'm gonna go use the restroom real quick, chat. I'll be right back. Does that work? No, it does not. BRB chat.
everyone, and welcome back to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. We are back for map 2 of Iceland versus Germany over here in Group B to fight for those 2 qualifying spots to the playoffs. And already we have Germany up 1 point after taking Nepal.
Yeah, you said. I want to, hone in on one point that you said again. Once again, only 2 spots from Group B, and that's, with teams like Saudi Arabia, 3/4 of Scandinavia already trying to vie for that. All of the teams that we've seen today and how close and how tight all of these matches have been. This match, not looking so tight right to be, right out the gates. Germany does look to be at least a little bit stronger than Iceland. And Iceland, if it's your map pick, you do have to try and make your stand right now. You can't go down early. Like I said, this is very important for both of these teams to try and get out ahead of each other and not try and fall towards the bottom of the pack and be one of the teams that's able to make a case for one of those 2 spots. Right now, Germany looks to be the favorite. Blizzard World is where Iceland wants to try and take it. How do you like Iceland's chances on this map?
Well, Iceland, once again, they do really like that Zenyatta Ana backline, but also Hafakul tends to prefer that Winston from what we've seen so far. So it means that there might be a lot less protection for that backline, right? So they really have to take those long angles, and Blizzard World does have spaces where you can do that, especially on that first capture point, but it also is going to depend on whether or not they're going to be starting on that attack or defense.
Yo, chat, what's up? I'm back.
It also is kind of a compositional thing. I did also, I'm usually a fan of a Zen on a backline, but I'm not so sure that it's worked out so well for Iceland thus far. At least on Nepal, it didn't work out. If that's something that they want to come out of the gates with here,
We're back to look at another match, another Blizzard World, which is pretty crazy.
Run if we're playing maybe
so much Blizzard World today.
Here, but then you're also going to be looking for more Kiriko in the backline and maybe a little bit less of the Zen Ana. So we'll have to see. Again, this is another situation where comfort picks tend to be what people bring to the table because this is how they got to the level that they got to come to the global stage.
The Shark's the best character in
the
the game
because they are some of the best players on their roles in
my back itches
in their
all right,
nation,
I got it.
And it's worth highlighting them. But
I got it,
see
chat.
Something else from Iceland. I want to see, I'm seeing what I want to see right now with the Brig and the Ana, something a little bit more survivable. But I want to see them get more value out of that pick than they did on Nepal.
I'm going to
Lifeweaver.
assume that this Lifeweaver is just so you can get a little of that pedal, the pedal platform, and get that Widow up for the first shot. And
that's
they're
not sticking around for
gonna
very
keep
long,
it.
I don't think.
Yes. Okay. Germany going to start on the
Damn it,
attack.
I want the Lifeweaver to stay around.
Shot off Widow, which is pretty
No.
interesting. Doesn't go to plan, but they've also switched to the Diva here, so I think they've really honed in on the fact they have a really immobile backline. But this time they have the Brig instead of the Zenyatta, so it's going to be a little bit more difficult to dive, since Brig's entire job is to try and prevent those dives from happening. But now up and close and personal, it's already a hack.
I wanted the Lifeweaver dream to be alive, chat.
The team is around the left side.
I wanted it to be alive.
And now Hafakul has gone in for a dive on 3 of Germany's players, but immediately slept in. And there's that anti-nade from George to try and save their tank. But Hafakul, still with the bio-nade, has been taken down. Now a hack over on Alex, but it's not going to deter the Diva from continuing to try and dive that backline. They're just going to lay the pressure.
That was a pretty
off,
quick
go
take
ahead and capture the point
from Germany.
Germany are putting
This is
a
not
lot
looking
of
very
pressure
close.
on Hafakul right now, and the healing is there, the sustain is there, but the pressure just feels kind of insurmountable. The hacks are constantly going out onto Haffy. You're constantly seeing Alex trying to use those booster
This feels like a
jets
pretty
to
big
just
diff,
melt that
honestly.
monkey down, and it's working out wonders because Iceland, they can't claim space. Germany can just kind of take whatever they want and run with it. They've already captured
Not massive,
point A,
actually.
5 minutes to try and
They put up a pretty
get
good,
through point B. And
Iceland put
Hafakul,
up a pretty good fight
hey,
on the
he's
first
already
point.
dead again, so
On first map.
the cart's gonna start moving pretty swiftly here.
Yeah, it feels like they just can't really follow up with the way that Hafakul is trying to engage with Germany's squad, because you do have that Brig on a more immobile. Brig can get up close and personal, but without the Brig close to the Ana to protect, it's going to be so much harder to keep them alive. Meanwhile, Alex is just being run up with.
I think they're gonna have a bit
both
more.
Vi and
I think they're gonna have a better
right
time
by
on
his
second
side,
point.
so it's a lot easier for him
Talking
to
about
get those
Iceland, I
picks
think they're gonna have
through,
an easier
plus
time on
the
second
damage
point.
is so much. It's just like so much damage in comparison to Winston's Tesla cannon here. And you can see how far they're aggressing, allowing the backline to try and heal from a distance. But the pulse nade from Orion actually going to take down Sucras. But Orion, I believe, fell off the map. So it is a 1-for-1 trade. And they still have the same amount of players over here
Not
on
one.
payload.
True.
That was a interesting pulse bomb there from Orion. You know, dead to the old pulse bomb there. Did manage to find Sucrax, but again, Happy Cool was the first one to fall. And Germany has gotten this far without having to push Q a single time, and they can do it 5 times.
By the way,
if they
chat, for
want
those
to
of you
now
who don't know,
to get that cart that last couple meters into point B.
World
This
Cup
is
is
a very difficult
crowdfunded.
place to
The
capture
prize pull
because
forward
of
is
the defender
crowdfunded.
spawn advantage, but when you have this much of an
And
ult bank, you might as well
basically, you can
keep
fund
doing
it
see
by
what comes out.
buying
Use
the
EMP to open it up, and they've already got
Overwatch
George.
World Cup
Yeah, and
skins
without that support, there's
in
a lot
Overwatch
less
2.
sustain. You really need
So if you
that
go to the
inspired
shop in
to keep
Overwatch 2
rocking.
and you buy
You
the
have Briggs'
Overwatch
ultimate
World
to
Cup
come
skins,
through,
it'll
but
contribute
Alex
toward
is
the
just having
crowdfund.
so much sustain from the other side. Sucrax still yet to pop the nano as well. So you just have so much
So pretty
sustain
sick stuff,
that hasn't
chat.
been used.
Pretty sick
Alex
stuff.
still
If you want to
holding
contribute to
on
that,
the
now you know how.
self-destruct as well.
Now you know
Germany
how.
already making it to that first point.
And you can give these teams
without
big money.
So much of a hitch.
Yeah, 4:44 in the time.
They've worked
bank,
very
down to
hard on this, so they
4:37.
deserve it.
It's not going to get all that much further down if Germany keeps this up. If they keep finding pickoffs, snowballing.
You see, the thing is,
sorry,
so
Butler
they're
down
gonna
again.
be
And
introducing
George, that's
legendary
the backline
skins
from
eventually at
Iceland,
some
just
point
wiped
as well,
out
and I
yet
think
again.
that those
It's gonna
skins also
keep
contribute to
snowballing.
it.
And,
Those skins, by
Iceland
the
will have
way,
to try and find something.
I was seeing it. The
They're
Sojourn one looks
finally
sick.
building up something of an ult bank that they can
I
use to
heard
mount
that they're going to
something
be
of a
making some for
defense here,
support
but
characters.
they need to be given
If
a chance
so,
to use
I'm
it. They
so
need to
excited
find their
for it because
footing,
I'm excited to
and
see what they look
need
like.
to try and find a way to bail Happy Cool out because
Yeah,
all the
Iceland is
pressure
just
on
crumbling.
Tier
They just need
all
to.
this time
I don't know.
is-
They just
it's not
aren't
doing
playing
them
as a team. Like
favors.
half a cool goes in,
George has
and
been holding
then
on to that
everybody
nano
blows
for
up.
quite some time, but
Hey, that was
Crazy's
good,
gonna
though.
try and open it up
Good
with the
engage.
EMP. It's
Really
going
good
to force
engage.
Alex at the very least to run back, and
It just feels
they
like
do have to
it's just
use
like the casters were saying. It feels like
on the Sombra and the Tracer, so they're able to take a little bit of
Iceland
pressure
isn't
off
able.
of
They
themselves
aren't able to
with
follow
that
up with
EMP
half a cool
ultimate.
whenever
They're
half a
not
cool
able to
goes in.
secure much
They aren't
else
able to do
after
it.
that. They're just
Some
going
type
to
of
wait for the respawns and
miscommunication,
the
or
timers to come
know,
back
people
in, and
like the
Alex
backline
always
being too
using those
slow or
boosters
whatever.
just
You know, it could be a ton of
and
things, but
immediately out as soon as they're able to get some
Good
damage
pulse bomb.
down. Orion once again
Really
a
good
big
pulse bomb.
to stick onto the Ana, but they've already got the nano out right before going down, and they're able to get a little bit more of sustain while walking back on the respawn timer, and they're so close to that second point as well, so they can very quickly regroup here. Half a cool, however, holding the choke pretty well. Iceland finding a little bit of a rhythm.
Yeah, Orion
oh
able to
my
find a kill
god,
with that
half a
pulse bomb
cool
without
got
having to find an arm and a leg,
destroyed.
without having to sacrifice
The
an arm
anti
and a
with
leg,
the
but now Iceland
EMP.
gonna sacrifice that
Ow,
as a
holy
huge
shit.
EMP. And Germany, they're once again on the march forward. Iceland,
Yeah,
on
they
the
just gotta
back
get out
foot.
or
They've
die.
lost both arcs. Again, you can see George just wants to hightail it out, not gonna get out with his life, and now the cart is gonna start moving again. And you look at the ult economy from both teams.
Crazy.
For Iceland, the coffers run dry right now. They need to try and build up to another EMP from Crizzy if they have any hopes of stopping this cart. Germany are threatening to cap with a pretty beefy 2-minute time bank here. Havoc will gonna go ahead and jump out. We'll see if Iceland's able to mount something of a defense here at the midnight hour.
They need rally.
And still, the self-destruct is
They have rally
in
up,
the
okay,
back
big.
pocket for Alex, and it's so much area control for this.
They have
team that
EMP.
if that does go through. Both Burkina
Big.
go for the ultimates, but the EMP is going to stop
They bombs up,
Germany
but-
from pushing any further. Now the self-destruct coming
Ooh,
through, taking
two
down
dead.
Crizzy without
Yikes.
Sombra. Now they're going to have
How
to
did Crizzy
rely
die to
on
that?
Avacool. Orion going down so far HP.
I don't really
having to
get it.
recall. None of them can
Jesus,
touch the
2
payload.
minutes.
It's all left up
That's
to
fine.
George
Listen,
with
chat.
only the
Like I
Ana,
said,
but
it's
the
not
Ana
over till
can't
it's over,
touch the
right?
payload, can't touch the point. It is all the way up to the third point. Such
Iceland
a
gotta
good
pull their
time
shit
bank.
together, okay? Iceland's
I'm
gotta
really
do
liking the
better.
coordination
I
I'm seeing
believe in
out of
their
Team
ass.
Germany
They
right
gotta
now.
do
I'm
better.
seeing a lot of, a Sombra finds a hack, everyone jumps on top of that. I'm seeing a lot of, so Happy Cool's trying to go in deep, trying to find a backliner, everyone peels back. Even at the end there where an average player might have just been like, okay, well, I just want to stay on the cart and continue to push it. Germany, they know better. They know if they all peel back and they all kill the people that are trying to threaten their backline, they can just win the fight outright, and they do just that, get back on the cart. And I think at that point there was just Happy Cool to try and keep that contest alive, and he falls. And yeah, Germany, like I said, it felt like they were kind of an amalgamation of several different teams, a bunch of
Okay.
pieces picked up from different places and kind of slapped all together, but the coordination, the
I still
cohesion
believe in the dream.
feels like
Iceland
it's
reverse
there,
sweep
and I
happens
can't
right
say
now.
the same for Iceland. They're not doing as good of a job of peeling for their back line. They're not
Happens
doing as good
right
a
now,
job of
chat.
bailing HappyCool out. They're finding some big value whenever Crizzy's able to come up huge with an EMP, but outside of those sorts of fights, Iceland hasn't really brought a whole lot of fight to the table, and they have to come up with more than this if they want to even hope to match Germany's time bank.
Yeah, and Germany is just so good at kiting, like you were mentioning, for peel for the back line, but the way that they kite back whenever Half Cool tries to go for those big engages as well.
Half Cool
Immediately
just
you
needs
see that
more.
Bionade also
They
landed
need to
on
figure out a
very
way
early
to
somehow.
support
So you
Half
have
Cool's
that
engages
Sukrak
more.
building up a little bit
And
of
Ana,
ultimate
after my
charge
own
just
heart,
off
getting the
that.
spawn nades.
She's got lineups for these bio nades, and you can see that the ultimate charges are coming up very quick, but especially for Germany, especially for Sombra on Germany's side, who's able to get a lot of value just in and out, weaving in and out of their back line. And Hapacool is trying to find
Good job
a way
keeping George
into
up,
these side
but
rooms and onto
they're
the
not
plane.
able to
They
get
are
anything
progressed
done because
pretty
Half Cool has
far
to
up
constantly
right
keep
around the
going
corner
back
now,
and
but they're just being taken
getting
down
people
by all
away
the
from
laid
his
down
team
by
and
Sucrax in the
trying
back
to
line. And
deny their
trying to
flankers
find
from
a
doing
lot of
anything.
damage, but with Repid just right there at their side,
Oh my
it's
god, and then
so
he goes in
difficult
once and he
to get
fucking
enough
blows
damage
up.
down, and Half
Yeah,
Cool
it's just
dies
like,
diving the
oh,
back
I'm
line
trying to
as
think
well.
about this
The
from the
Sombra
point of
is
view of like
traded, but,
Hapacool, and this probably
DPS
feels
for a tank. I think I
terrible.
would take that if I were
Yeah,
Germany.
Iceland's
Did
just.
HappyCool say something disparaging about Germany? Because they seem to want
This
him
hurts.
dead all the time. He simply can't
Yeah,
go in and try
literally.
and take too much space because he just explodes every time he does. But as I say that,
They might need to
Iceland
make
are finding
swaps,
a lot
I
of
just-
pickoffs here. They're
Whoa!
finding a lot of damage,
Iceland
and
did
they're
it.
able to
Holy
get 2
shit.
ticks,
Good
potentially
job.
find the cap off the back
They did
of just
good- they did a
couple
good job.
of picks, and the rest of Germany, yeah, they hightail it
They
out.
have
Iceland,
both of their
they
DPS
are
ultimates as
somehow
well, which is
able
more
to
than what
cap
Germany
the
has. They should really use. I
Comes
think
off
they use
Orion
EMP
being
here
able
to
harass
engage,
Alex so well,
and they
because
just win the
previously
fight.
you saw
And
that
then
there
they'll
was
have
big
more
sweep
ults
George
after
able
that to do
land on
things.
Germany's back line,
But yeah,
and
they
then
should
you just
really
had Alex
engage with
standing
EMP
there with
here
the
and win this
defense
fight.
matrix open, and then you
I think,
can't do
and I think that's what they're
anything.
gonna try to
But
do.
then Orion able to harass the D.Va off the
Where
point and
is?
isolate them
Yeah,
from
yeah,
the
yeah,
point.
yeah, yeah,
Means that
yeah.
without
You
the
see,
tank,
Crizzy's
Red
already
Bull
looking for
can
this EMP.
completely obliterate their back line, and even though they do have the Sombra and Tracer combination, they still don't have as much sustain here. Oh, Crizzy, big hack here onto the back line, but Sucrax just turns right around. And
I gotta
they're
sneeze,
just gonna
chat.
go back into the invisibility cloak and run away as if that engagement did not happen. But Crizzy, with the EMP
Big.
built up, is able to find a lot more value
Big
here,
EMP.
jumping right into the squad, and another hack onto Alex, the tank.
They
now
might have lost
down,
George and
the
everything,
pulse
but
from
George is gonna
Vi
have
the only thing that's
Nano.
going to be able to answer very quickly after that.
Futhark
Tracer
is
does
gonna
fall.
have
Orion,
Rally.
however,
Oh
traded
shit!
out by QRXU, but even then, the Sombra does have to retreat. Cannot keep
Futhark, go
taking the point here.
take that shit.
Yeah, both backlines pretty much got instantly deleted there, and it ended up being a bloody fight, war of attrition with just the Sombras left over. And we're not seeing a whole lot of cart progress here. They're about halfway through point B here, just starting to round that first corner. They're not even the most dangerous part. EMP coming out.
Oh,
Germany, they want
Futhark's
to go
gone. Yeah. That EMP.
Germany
EMP
already
is just
with brutal. Another ultimate over here, the
EMP's
self-destruct, as well as the ultimate on board, but they don't even need it. They haven't even pressed Q here. They did have that EMP right at the beginning of the fight, but they don't need it.
Okay, Iceland has so many ults to win this
these
stuff.
fights, and they're able
Iceland's
to
winning in the
again
ult
get
economy.
Iceland, force them back to their spawn.
They should be
and
able to win
wait
this.
for that next fight. Iceland coming into the next fight, they do have those 3 ultimates, but in combination, I feel like they haven't made a big impact thus far.
Yeah, HappyCool has finally been allowed to do enough work to build up that primal rage, but a big ante onto George. That's going to force the rally out from Repid there. Or sorry, that's going to force the rally out from Futhark. A great sleep there onto Happy, who gets the nano, and everyone's just kind of scattering around right now, trying to find something.
Okay.
But Futhark's going to be the first one to fall.
Kill. Oh, Futhark got killed.
Now with the primal rage
You
to
get-
come
you
through,
get the
that
Ana, he
nano
slept.
just went away because of the sleep, and now another sleep landed by Sucrax.
It still gets the
along
kill,
with
though.
Bionade to have the
Isn't looking
anti-heal
good.
onto HappyCool. Very low now, isolated from George, who has been taken down, and Futhark just doesn't have enough healing to keep the tank up. Very close. by. You
Yikes,
have
Iceland
both of
burned
the DPSs
everything
going
in that
down
fight.
after
Okay, they have
Alex and
EMP
Vi
though.
able to
They have
isolate,
EMP.
and now, once
They
again,
win this with
unable to
EMP.
push the point
They just
any
have to hit the
further,
supports in the
not able to get
back.
the payload to that
Get
second point.
half cool on
We're
them.
at the point where
If they have
Iceland's
Crizzy and
attacks have to be
HappyCool on the
squeaky clean. They
supports
can't
while
be
they're
getting this
EMP'd, they
messy with
die.
it. They can't be losing
They-
members.
they do need
have
to make sure
be
that D.Va
efficient
can't
here.
peel,
They
though.
just haven't been. Early hacks coming out onto HappyCool. What else is new? No follow-up even needed. Crizzy's gonna have this EMP. This has to be how Iceland gets in here.
Oh, that defense matrix absorbs a lot of damage. Alex still trying to contest this, but after just
Oh
using the
my
booster to
god,
get on
George
out
is just
while Fi
fucking
harasses
dead.
that backline, they were distracted with Alex, and they weren't able to protect George, and now they're missing a lot of sustain from this brawl
What?
composition. Half-a-cool does take down
okay, they're
the mecha
getting stuff done.
of Alex, but there's a self-destruct
They're using
to come
ults,
through
and the fights are
as
just
well.
still
Then
so
both pulse bombs
scrappy.
now finding their respective kills, but unfortunately, it is
And they
still
lose it.
just
That's
neither
insane.
of them able to contest the point.
I don't know if I agree with that EMP from Crizzy there. They had already lost George.
Yeah,
They
I
didn't
wouldn't
have
have-
a
I
rally.
wouldn't
There
have
was
used the
nothing to
EMP
sustain that
there
fight. And
without
sure,
George.
You know, you're able to get like a little bit done, you know, get some more trades there, but again, it needs to be clean. And
You
Fi
need to
was
be
doing a
able to
ton of
fully
work on
commit
side of
whenever the
Germany on,
EMP's
like,
there,
throughout
and
that
the
whole
team wasn't
time.
able to fully commit
Way,
because
way
they didn't
too
have
much for
George there
Iceland
to
try
keep
and come
them
back
up.
from, and now they don't
So it
have
was a
an
bit of a
ult. They also
problem.
don't have an Orion. He's gonna fall as well, courtesy of Suckrax. And now Germany has the ult advantage, the spawn advantage, and the clock advantage because we're down to just a minute. Iceland
Yeah,
have to
it's
pull
gonna
a
be
miracle out of somewhere.
incredibly hard for Iceland to get
Ooh.
shit
and
done
now
here.
without the mecha of Half-a-Cool, you do just have a baby diva on the field. You don't
George
have
is gonna
anything
get
to absorb
fucking
that
god
pressure,
again.
and your
EMP
XU is trying to
soon,
take
maybe?
down George.
Okay,
Vegeta
Bert's
comes
trying
to
to
the
keep
defense, and
him
Fedark
away.
is able to just stave off the Sombra of Germany.
That was pretty
but
good.
They just go right back, TP into wherever they need to go, and escape the fight without so much as a little bit of a scratch. Now,
EMP is gonna come out so
Hack
soon.
still
I'm
has
telling
a
ya.
self-destruct in
I'm
the
telling
back
ya,
pocket.
it's gonna come
Half-a-cool
out.
has a self-destruct of their own, and this could be
That was a big
example
hack,
of
but-
that area control that we've been talking about with these ultimates, but Germany definitely
know,
just has more ultimate charges
haven't been able to
in
get
the
it.
back pocket with this EMP, and QRXU is just trying so hard to sneak up onto this backline. They've been detected, but
Holy
there's
shit.
the EMP,
Well,
and
there you go.
immediately George goes
And
down.
Iceland's
Both
done.
of the supports out of the fight. They don't have the sustain, and even if they
Iceland's
do pop
done.
this self-destruct, what are they going
Wait,
to be
Iceland got
able
big
to
picks?
do
Maybe
with it?
not,
Because
actually.
There are so many members of Germany that can just hide wherever they like, and now both self-destructs do go out. Fi with the is able to find the baby diva with the pulse bomb, and now so
Yeah,
many
it's
of these
over.
health packs are hacked as well. An aspect of
That
Sombra
was a
we haven't been
brutal
talking about.
loss
And
for
since they've had
Iceland.
so much area control
That was
for
brutal.
So long, they've just been able to hack
Germany
through all
kicked
of
their
these health packs
ass. Holy
and get
shit.
so much control over the defense.
And it was a very smart play towards the end there from Germany. They realized that they had the time advantage and they had 5 ults in the bank, and they didn't use any of them until OT struck, and then they just hit Iceland with wombo combo after
Yeah,
wombo
there was
combo
nothing-
that they
there was
were not
nothing Iceland
prepared
could do
for.
after a
They
certain
didn't have
point.
the resources to swat away.
Just dumb ult
Iceland just kind of
usage,
dug themselves
and
into a hole there that they
it
couldn't
killed
bring
them.
themselves
It killed
out of,
them.
and Germany were
If they
happy
would have
to
saved
just
that
bury
EMP for a
them on
time
the
to when
sea
they
of
could
their
have
own
act,
ultimate
to where it
abilities
actually could have been
in said
effective,
hole and take what looks
then
to be
like
an
well
easy
it's a time where they could
2-0,
actually
and
capitalize
this kinda,
on
like,
it, right?
gives us an idea of where
If
some
they-
things are
if they
going to
did
shake
that,
out
then,
in Group B, you know, you definitely want to say that Germany is ahead of
They probably
Iceland.
would have been able to
Iceland
take that point,
is going to look to be
honestly.
one of those teams kind of towards the bottom unless
Probably
they're
would've been
able
able
to
to take
mount
that
something
point.
of a comeback in the coming days. Remember, we still have 8 days worth of games, so there's plenty of time to make up the slack, but this was an important win for Germany. They get to get out ahead of things. They get to, you know, set their own narrative, say, hey, we're a team that you have to take seriously. We've got some killer Sombra play. We've got a fantastic back line. We are a threat. We are here.
Yeah,
We're
Germany's
coming for
good.
one of those 2 spots.
Yeah, and like you said before, Germany is one of those teams that has kind of a lot of strong individual players. You know their names, they're familiar, household names, especially after playing in the spring contenders.
I mean,
for
you say
Europe.
that,
So you
but
know that they are able to
I
play
literally
at a high
don't know
caliber,
them.
but you just weren't sure
I haven't
how well
seen
they
seen
would
much
work
Europe
together.
Europe
And Iceland
contenders
as well
though,
was
so
from the
I guess there's
wild
that.
group, and they came in second.
I've
So
seen
they
NA
were kind of
contenders,
automatically
Australian
seeded a little bit lower
contenders,
as we started getting into this qualifier as well. So it's going to be interesting to see how this
Korean
progresses.
contenders.
Germany definitely getting a really good start, especially with round
That's about it.
differentials
I don't think
as
I've seen
well.
European.
2-0 on first map, 3-1 on the second. It is looking really strong for them.
Yeah, absolutely, and you do have to be looking at Iceland to try and make a bit of a comeback here, but today is not their day. It belongs to Germany, but we've got more action coming up. We got Belgium versus Great Britain coming up here next.
Belgium
We're gonna throw
versus
it to a
Great
quick
Britain.
break. We'll be right back with that. Don't go anywhere.
Okay, we lowered the volume before it was loud. We don't need to see chat. Fucking stream chat is dumb. 2 tiers last set, and we need to make up for it big time. And that is going to be rough. That's going to be rough. Okay, let me, can you go to the part where I can up the volume?
The Overwatch World Cup 2023 online qualifiers EMEC continue right now. I'm your host, Chimbasco, and of course I'm joined by Epitomes and CB. Y'all, what was that match that was so very fast, Epitomes? Break it down for me, man, because that happened in the blink of an eye.
Yeah, I mean, when we were talking about going into it, we knew that there was representation from European contenders spring. Just this year, a lot on the side of Germany, but on the side of Iceland, we were really only seeing that representation come through in the familiar household names of Overwatch and Half-a-Cool, and unfortunately, it didn't seem like it was enough to just lead
household
this
name
squad of
Overwatch
lower
Half-a-Cool
inexperienced players through this last matchup, and we just it just felt like they couldn't find their stride.
Yeah, and I mean, I will also say that it does kind of help speed things along a little bit more when there's not a pause every single map. You know, we had more pause than an animal shelter here for the first half of the day. Hopefully we're clear for the rest of it, and we can just get through to the action, because there is plenty more action to be had. I'm looking forward to the next matchup here.
Yeah, we haven't had a pause
Absolutely.
in a while,
yeah, the
so.
World Cup, you know, we talk about it bringing the top tier of talent and it's some more talent that may not get the exposure that they deserve in the Overwatch League. So it's always great to be here for the World Cup. But with that said, like you mentioned, CB, let's go ahead and take a look at the schedule, see what matches and what action we have just around the corner for you.
All right.
As you mentioned,
so we got 3
just
more to go.
Out of Germany versus Iceland, 2-0 there. Norway took it over Sweden, 2-0. Finland over Saudi Arabia over Finland. And, of course, earlier on in the day, Turkey versus Poland, which was a much closer game than that scoreline may represent. But
I'm excited to see Italy versus France. I want to see what's happening with that. Is Poco in France?
Belgium and
or is Poco
Britain
just
up
done,
next,
like, doing
Italy
Overwatch
versus
stuff?
France, and we close out the day with Netherlands versus Spain.
Because
So
Poco's a
great
great
talent still here. Of course, let's talk about Belgium and Great Britain. CB, you had
Is that too
mentioned
far?
this before, right? Great talent coming out of Britain, especially with the Hurricanes in the
That's
past. The
a
contender
little-
scene is popping.
No, it's fine.
That community has been very active for a long time. Talk to me about these two teams.
I mean, Team Great Britain, let's take a look at them really quick. These 7 Lions are fighting for more than just their pride. Let me throw a couple names at you right here. Kai, Funny Astro, Backbone, Jakaru. This is a roster they can definitely be proud of. They came to fight. They're in Group A where there's actually 3 spots up for grabs, and they look like a shoe-in to take at least one of them here, but hey, we've seen crazier things. We've seen some upsets already. We might see some more. Belgium still has a little bit of star power that they're coming to the table with. They could maybe throw a spanner into the works, make Britain have to work a little bit harder for it than you think they would. I'm looking at people like Logix, another household name that a lot of longtime Overwatch fans will know and love. Especially on
Lots
the
of people
hit-scan
know
heroes.
Logix.
Logix can definitely hold his own, and I'm going to be looking at him to try and carry Team Belgium through to the end here.
Yeah. Epitomes, you know, obviously, when it comes to long-time names like Logix, we're going to want to vouch for those players, right? They have those fan bases that are so large, and of course, 8, 6, 7 years after starting playing the game, that fan base has evolved. Maybe they're still playing Overwatch, maybe they're not, but people tuning back into the World Cup, what do they need to be watching out for in this matchup?
Well, in this matchup, like you mentioned, with Logix, you have
What the
that
fuck are
player
the
that
cats
has
doing in the
played a
background?
World Cup before
I just
as
noticed that
well.
there was already a
Logix
cat in the
playing
background. What the hell?
2017 for Belgium. I am so sorry about my cat. And also, in the last match, we did see Alex, who you mentioned was from Team Raspberry Racers, CB, and did a lot of work for that Germany squad. And on the same squad here for Raspberry Racers, we have Ken, who is one of the DPSs here for Belgium.
Yeah, absolutely. Let's go ahead and hop right into that match so you guys can take it away. CB and Epitomes, I'll see you soon.
Yeah, now headed into this next one, looking at the rosters once again, we mentioned the Raspberry Racers player can a DPS for that squad, and you know, obviously
I'm so excited to see how things go
for
here.
the EU
Wait, Ash shows Bob as well?
scene. But looking at these picks, you know, do you have anything that you might want to expect?
Never knew that.
Next matchups.
I mean, you know, some of these names here are ones that we haven't really seen a whole lot of. So again, it's their opportunity to make a name for themselves here. But, you know, with not knowing exactly what Skytour, Padanova, and Chaba all bring to the table, I'm looking at this as a squad that potentially is going to live and die by their DPS line. Can Logix do the bulk of the work and help tip this squad over the edge here?
Well, if the DPS are the big names, right?
From the other three,
you remember what happened last
potential
time, right?
diamond in the rough sort of situation
That
here can make
happened
Belgium
with
look a little bit more competitive than first
Sweden, I
impressions
think?
might lead you to believe.
Yeah, on the other side, you mentioned there's just a lot
Didn't do
of
as they
talent
could've.
over here on the Great Britain squad. You have
Oh yeah, I know
JR,
Cronus.
who is currently
Astro,
playing for
Cronus,
Sovereigns,
Backbone
I
Kai.
believe. Sovereigns EU, which is also, you know, a
I
big
feel like I
name to
should
see,
know
but I think
Jakaru.
the biggest name that we do see here is Backbone, who is a London Spitfire player. But
Backbone.
also,
But what about
have,
Astro?
you just have so much talent. LA Gladiators as well from Kai, so, you know, lots of Overwatch League talent.
Yeah.
Absolutely, and not
This
only
is a
lots
pretty
of
stacked
Overwatch League
lineup.
talent, but Overwatch
I don't know
League
why,
talent
but
that
whenever I was
might
seeing
be
their
able to find
faces,
their
like, it
stride with some
disconnected me
comfort
from
picks
who,
here. Backbone
like,
is
from who they were
known
for a
for
second.
the May
But now that I'm,
play
like,
on the
seeing them
London
in the
Spitfire
context of
stage
their
there.
roles and
So
everything,
if
not like
May
I didn't
ends up
see them
coming out,
before,
which
but
we
like
have seen a
I'm seeing
fair
them in the
bit of so
context of the
far, that's
roles
gonna
and
be
everything, and
something
I'm
that
just like,
Belgium are gonna have
oh
to
yeah, I know
navigate
them.
here. Kai, one
Wait,
of the
so
top Western
wait, so
hit
they do
scans
actually get to
potentially
choose the
ever.
map?
If we put him on the
Wait a
Cassidy,
second,
he's
I've been
gonna
lied to
pound.
this whole time.
So, you know, it is again up to the DPS of Belgium to try and punch up and try and match that
I've
level.
been
if
lied
nothing
to.
else,
What
and
the
hope that
fuck?
the rest of their team can do enough to try and tip them over the edge here. So as we go to Lijiang Tower here, I might expect to see a little bit of May on Night Market or on Control Center. So, you know, how do you deal with Backbone's May?
Yeah, it's really hard to say. You really need that strong,
we're
strong
starting off here.
backline, especially here.
Is this
when it
is this
comes
called
to
Night
dealing
Market?
with The May, and you
I
want
forget what
those
this is
bailout
called.
ultimates from the
I forget what
supports
this
as
map is
well.
called.
I'm thinking of Transcendences. I'm thinking of the Sound
I want to know what
Barrier,
it's called. I want to
just
remember. I
those
want to
types of
remember.
ultimates that's able
Fuck.
to very, very quickly
I think
get
it's
them
Night
out of
Market.
those sticky situations.
Control
100%.
Center.
I'm curious to see what map
I
we
forget
go
what the one that
to
isn't
here
this
first,
one
'cause
or
that's gonna
Control
kinda
Center is called.
dictate the pace of things.
I think this is
really
Night
wanna
Market.
see what Team Great Britain comes out with, what kind of composition they decide to play. It looks like we are going to start things off on Control Center, so maybe.
Oh, that's
I
Control
mean,
Center.
looking at
Okay,
what
yeah,
I'm
we're
seeing
starting off
right
on Control
now,
Center
I never
then.
trust attack
Okay.
responds. They can always change that, but maybe Great Britain is channeling just a little bit more of that London Spitfire than just Backbone, and there's that lethal May that I was talking about. You know, Belgium, they're going to have an answer here. They're going to try and mirror the rush here.
It looks like
Counter May as
everybody's, like,
well.
enjoying
Logic's
this.
on the sim, and it looks like that's not going to be just for a swap. That is for positioning and for a little bit of damage here. So it's going to actually be Kai that I want to keep an eye on here now, because if Kai's able to find just a stray headshot, one stray arrow to the dome, with his ultimate, and hey, there's more than one.
Holy shit.
Yeah, I guess that's how you deal with with May on this map. You just have Kai ringing out the backline already.
Kai is just putting in all the damage right now. Holy shit.
Very quickly after
What an
with
off
Storm,
angle.
though.
Or
It is
flank, I
just
guess.
So quick for Great Britain.
That
to
was
take down
crazy.
this squad. Funny Astro.
That was
as well,
actually
another name that we
crazy.
haven't quite touched on as
And
much.
Cronus
Another
already
LA
almost has
Gladiators
ult.
player, right? And also played in another Overwatch World Cup in the past. So just so much experience, so much individual talent on this Great Britain team.
Yeah, and not a whole lot of heads-up forward thinking and quarter checking from Belgium, because they never saw that flank from Kai coming, and he's still just holding up here on this high ground.
Here you
and
go.
They opted not even to try and challenge him. They just want to try and take
Yeah,
down
they're
Jakaru,
literally not
but
even
with all
worrying
the healing
about
being
Kai
pumped
right
into
now.
Jakaru, that is a tall task.
Okay, both amplification matrix coming out.
Oh,
means
shit.
that Kai
Well,
is
they
gonna
went
be
for him
dealing
and he
with a lot
just
more
blew
damage
up
just
everybody
going
'cause
through.
Hanzo
Just
moment,
to
chat.
Just block it off.
Look
with
at this
the
shit. This
May
is
while
fucking
trying to
ridiculous.
teleport
What
over
the
here on this
fuck?
pass, and they're just unable to get anything done.
This literally feels like a
Rotating around
troll.
to help this hit scan, and the Hanzo just stays alive, and you have the Dragon Strike
Great
online as
Great
well.
Britain
You
is
have that
sweeping right
Funny
now.
Astro
Holy
has
shit.
built up the sound barrier so incredibly quickly. If you look at Chaba, only 50% on the ultimate. It is just such chaos, but Great Britain is thriving through it.
Yeah, and Belgium doesn't really have an in here. Like, Logix is going to have the sim wall, and that's
That's a
how
nice-
they're going
that's
to
a
try
nice
to open things
wall.
up and try and build some positioning here, but they don't really have
Lord.
something big that can just win the fight here, and especially when they've lost
Got
their
nobody
entire
with the
DPS
shatter.
line. This fight is already over.
Okay.
Great Britain are just-
Well, goodbye,
they're
Belgium.
playing with their food right now. They're taking candy from babies. What is this?
and Great
Yeah,
Britain has
this is-
more
and they're already
ults.
pushing in their spawn, and typically this is not really something that you see in high-level play because they don't really want to risk letting someone back cap onto that point, but the confidence is there. They're going to go right ahead. The Sojourn has been brought out by Logics to try and counteract, give that little bit of carry potential here, but with the sound barrier,
What
they're
the
allowed
fuck
to
is
just
happening
make,
right now?
like,
This is
plays
so
that are just
mean.
a little bit silly, a little bit foolish. They're allowed to troll a little bit because they are so easily bailed out by this
Jesus
Blizzard,
Christ.
by the Amp Matrix, and by the sound barrier. It's just all there, and not even a touch.
Great
not even a little
Britain
bit of
stacked!
First point going
Holy
You
fuck!
were saying how
They're
you don't have to worry
stacked.
about
This
the
is
back tap coming
insane.
through, but Great Britain, they don't even have to worry about it because they have everybody who could reasonably touch, that being pretty much only Chaba.
Kai just dishing out all the damage.
There, and they just can't
Belgium's
get out.
not
They
able
don't
to
have
take
worry about
any
that back
space
tap
without
because they just simply don't
exploding.
allow Belgium to exit their spawn.
It's just fucking
Can't touch the
insane.
point if you can't play the game, such as the strategy that Great
Britain
has
also did a
decided
really
to
good
bring
job
here.
of
And,
peeling
we're seeing a
and
little bit of
rotating. It
swap-ups
was just
here
crazy.
coming out.
It was absolutely crazy.
Gardens tends to favor a little bit
Hey,
more of a
listen,
dive style, so we're seeing
maybe
Jakaru and,
Belgium pulls it
Skytor
together
try to
here.
reflect
Maybe
that.
maybe
Can they
maybe
swap over onto the
that just wasn't
Echo?
Belgium's
That's gonna
map.
be something we might want to keep an
Not
eye
their
on
map.
here, but I mean, if Control Center is anything to go off of, this is entirely Great Britain's match to win.
Oh yeah, Great Britain is just having fun with it. They've switched over onto the Echo
Was very rough for,
Mercy,
Skytor.
and you have that Ana
Very
as
rough for
well.
Skytor.
This is,
Very
I mean,
scary.
it's an unconventional backline for sure, and against the Tracer Sombra, it's definitely going to be a hard one to.
Oh,
it's going
Lord.
to be hard to get away from these.
Why'd
two
he go in
DPSs.
like that? He was
Skytor trying to
literally
go in
hacked.
for the dive, but there's just no support from the rest of the Belgium squad.
Okay.
Immediately falling to JK Aru, and it is just a meltdown once again for the first capture.
Yeah, so here's the trouble when you're running
Well-
an Echo Mercy, because that Mercy is going to be attached at the hip to the Echo at all times. So if Skytor wants to go aggressive, it's all on to Potanova to try and get the healing done. And if he's zoned off, if he can't LOS
Yeah,
the tank, then
I
Skytor's
think-
just going to fall. Ken with a great opening pickoff there, and they might
Okay.
have Jakaru as well. Belgium, they might have finally found their end.
Belgium losing their Curie though is
Yeah,
a
the
big.
Echo Mercy
That's a
is
big
doing
deal.
A bit of damage. Skytor has also found a pick onto the back line of
Hey!
Kratos' Ana. Just
Belgium
once again,
capped!
that immobility
Chat, Belgium
can give
capped!
that support
That's what I'm talking
again,
about.
And now they're able
That's
to
what I'm
capture
talking
that
about.
point, and I think allowing
They're
them
getting
that little
percentage
bit
up on the
of
board.
airspace as well when Great Britain is really focused on ground control is really helpful. It seems to be what they prefer here.
Yeah, and when you're putting all of your eggs into that Echo Mercy basket, sometimes you have enough eggs to make an omelet, as Ken does there. But Skytor going really aggressive, gets low there. Great Britain want to try and focus that Winston down. Ken has to try.
It's
and
okay, they have a
invest
new Winston.
Has to invest a duplicate just to get another monkey on the field because theirs has already been dealt with. And this might be Great Britain coming through with the flip, but it is scrappy.
They're able to get those few
Yeah,
picks, go
Great
through,
Britain
and
takes
now
this.
with 10 down, you kind of have to worry about what
Great Britain
Chaba's
takes
doing,
that.
where are they going to escape to, where the support's going to go, and the answer is just right back to spawn. The flip comes through from Great Britain very quickly.
I still
after
think that
fight. And
Belgium-
once again,
Belgium's
these
gonna have a
ultimates are
chance on
being
maps
built
like
up
these,
too very
though.
Quickly, Kai did a big flip with the pulse bomb, and that ultimate just gets built up so quickly in a matter of seconds.
Yeah, and speaking of ultimates, Belgium.
I think
with the time
that
they're playing, they don't
it
really have
feels
access to a
like
huge
Belgium and Great
fight-winning
Britain are
ultimate. They're gonna have the Kitsune rush, and that's a great initiation
at
tool.
least to this
So
point,
they're
it feels
gonna
like they've
walk
been
right
pretty
into
even with this
Backbone's
whole
EMP, and
like
Great Britain's follow-up is there. That's gonna be a clean,
dive-ish
easy fight win for
thing.
Great Britain, so I'll have to see if Backbone pulls the trigger, and indeed he
Belgium
does.
is running a
Cronus falls
hybrid.
early.
Yeah, Cronus
So-
going down before the sound barrier comes through could be a game changer for Belgium. They have to keep JKRU up somehow, but they're unable to. It's got to back up quite a bit because
I don't know
Funny
what's
Astro just
happening
doesn't
outside.
have
I'm
as
sorry
much
if
of
you
that
hear it.
sustain. Now the pulse bomb has been built up by Kai, though, might be able to answer something back. The contention is still there. Kai just dashing around on the point.
think there's,
looking
I think that,
around,
like, the
trying
garbage
to
truck is
take
picking
down
up
Chaba
garbage.
and trying to
I
find
think that's what's
Mercy
happening.
Pocket. And finally, JKRU finishes the job, but that allows Logix an opportunity to just trade back onto the DPS, already to 95. Contention
Oh,
still
this
there.
ain't good.
This
Okay,
might be an overtime
that copy
flip
off.
for Belgium. And now the duplicate forced through once again. Ken going to transform into the Winston, a second tank onto the field to try and harass JKRU from regrouping
Okay.
with the rest of the team. Ken is still on fire,
Yeah, I mean, like,
just going to glide away
Ken did-
very quickly.
Ken did what he could.
Waiting for Chaba
Then
to come
Ken did
back.
what he
Chaba
could.
switched on to the Lucio though, and that means picking up another ultimate while Kai already
Ooh,
has
that
the
almost
pulse
killed
bomb coming
Ken.
through, and
Oh my
Skyfall
God.
is taken down now without now a tank in play. It's going
Skytor
to be so
almost
much
took out Ken
harder
with them.
for Belgium to keep their hands
Homie
on
got
this point.
stuck and
Overtime
fucking jumped
activated
backwards.
Logic's attempting a blink and a recall. Pandanova also looking for the contest with the Suzu. And now the Doomfist from Skytor to get quickly back to point.
Belgium's got a chance
back
here.
And forth. There's some desperation switches from Belgium, but they're holding on.
Not by very much there. Skytor with the last of that HP gonna finally fall.
It was looking really good there. It was looking really good there, chat.
Great Britain in the kill feed. Yep, it's all coming.
Great Britain takes it. The British, they've won. Maybe next one.
Look to be the stronger of the two.
Maybe
teams
next
here.
one.
And I want to go back to that last fight there, where Belgium was able to flip the point at 99 for Great Britain. Great Britain did enough to stagger out to where they got to 99, and in order to even get the flip at all, they made
Great
it costly
Britain
for Belgium.
is.
They had to invest ultimate abilities. They had to invest
They're
pretty
just.
much everything.
They're getting
throw the kitchen
those
sink at it, so when
picks
the
so
next
much
fight
picker,
comes around
so much
and Great
picker,
Britain
so
come
much
in,
quicker than
they have ultimates, they
Belgium
have
is.
resources. Belgium just has nothing, and they just crumble under the pressure there towards the end.
And they also
we saw
haven't been
a
as
lot of
good
life
with
from them
utilizing
on
their
Gardens. There's
ults.
definitely
They haven't
something
been
to
as
this
good
team.
with
There's definitely some things that we
utilizing their
can
ults.
see going forward here, but I gotta ask, do you think they can do it? It's gonna be their map pick. What are you feeling?
I don't know. It's going to be a really tough one. Like you said,
What are they gonna pick? What would even help them, I think?
Waking up each of these
That's what I'm
teams,
wondering.
only playing one match, every single day. So it could be like they're kind of warming up to it because we saw so much more life over on.
Because like next is gonna be like
but
hybrid.
The fact that there were
I think.
desperation switches,
What hybrid map could they pick that
but
they
when
would
it comes to these
beat
really
Great
chaotic,
Britain
messy
on?
fights, and they start falling apart, they start realizing they're losing. The switches come through, and there might be less of that forethought going into those team compositions when they're making those switches.
Maybe something like Numbani might be good for them.
No matter what, and then you don't
because of their echo thing that they were trying to go for, and with the monkey and everything. Maybe Numbani.
Our team composition, the switch onto Lucio.
But I'm not quite sure because like even that wasn't working super well. But it seems like what they were most comfortable with. It seemed like they had like more of a fighting chance with that like hybrid dive thing they were going with.
Overall, it kind of feels like Belgium is playing a little bit more reactively instead of proactively. I mean, we do have the chance for them to try and be a little bit more proactive because, as the non-winners of the first map, it is going to be their map pick next. They can take us to hybrid. They can take us to escort. What kind
so
of
it could be
maps might you
be
expecting
escort
to try
or
and go
hybrid.
with
Okay,
what we've
it's just
seen here,
that most
like,
people have chosen
what strengths do
hybrid.
they have that they can
I
realistically
really think Numbani might be it.
I feel
They
like
might pick
we
Numbani.
could definitely see them on an escort map rather than a hybrid map. They definitely feel like
Think
they
so?
want to be able to flow back into the fight instead of having to constantly hang on to something, and that could
Maybe
be a
so.
problem for them
Maybe
with
so.
the first control point or the first capture.
What would be the
point
escort map
of
they
those
wanna choose,
hybrid
though?
maps. But it's definitely going to be up to them to see what they want to play to their strengths and what kind of compositions they're going to go for this time around.
All right, well, they got a little bit of time to try and piece this all together. We're going to throw to a quick break, let them go to the drawing board, piece together a plan and a map pick. We'll have all that for you and more action when we
Chat,
come back from the break. Stay tuned.
I honestly think that Numbani might be good for Belgium. Oh, loud, 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 loud. I honestly think that Numbani might be good for Belgium. I think that if they pick Numbani, I wouldn't be very surprised, because I think that map might play to their strengths a bit more. Great Britain might be better than them at those strengths. I don't know, but they seemed a lot more comfortable on that hybrid dive. That's how I feel about this. bad, you know? Or, like, not necessarily bad. Music. I know that for sure. Okay, we can turn it up now.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Overwatch World Cup EMEC online qualifiers. I'm Epitomes, joined by CB, and we are back for map 2 of Belgium versus Great Britain after a little bit of a stomp on Lijiang Tower.
Just a little bit. I did say at the top of this match that Great Britain did look like to be one of the shoo-ins for one of the spots in Group A, and they are staking their claim early.
What the fuck is the cat? What are the cats doing in the background? They're just fucking tweaking.
You have to go through us if you want even a snowball's chance in heck of making it to the playoffs.
Oh god,
here.
that
so
cat's getting
it's
zoomies.
It's up to Belgium here with their map.
It's gonna freak the fuck out soon.
Try and find something to turn the tides back in their favor and try and topple
to
this
be determined.
British
Oh, they
giant
haven't
that
picked it
sits
yet.
before
Oh,
them,
sorry.
and
They picked Circuit Royale.
Is their destination of choice. This is where they will choose to make that stand.
Interesting.
And I gotta feel like this might be putting some eggs into the Logic's basket.
Interesting.
Ooh, this is definitely an interesting choice here. I mean, we did see like a little bit of that Sojourn switch as well over on the first control center map of
This could work
Lijiang.
for them.
So I'm
This could work
wondering
for
if they
them,
might
but
be bringing
like
that out once again, if we're going to see maybe
it
a
isn't necessarily the
capacity come through
best for
as
what I was
well.
thinking they were good at,
And you know
but
what else?
obviously
I did
they would
wanna
know
point
what
out
they're
that, we
good
saw
at
a lot
more
of
than
the
I
Hanzo
would,
coming
right?
out, and when we
So
saw this map
we'll see how they
earlier
do,
today,
what they're gonna
Hanzo
do,
seemed
and
to
how they'll
be,
do.
you know, the pick that most of the
Okay, they
Hitman
need to
players were
fix how the
going for
fuck the
in
wind
lieu of the
interacts with
Widowmaker
the
because we
fucking
saw the
flags
Widow
in
nerf,
these
so
in
we're
Overwatch
likely
2,
not
because
going to
holy
see as
shit,
much of her as we
that
might
is
be accustomed to. She might
intense.
still rear her
Like you know
ugly
the
head again here once
the
again.
flags
But, I mean,
on
Hanzo has been a
oh,
great
what's the
thing
map
to,
called?
You know, a great hero to slot in
The
with that
fucking New
traditional
York
long-range
map.
sniper. It's, you know, kind of one
That
for
map,
one. It's the same sort of deal.
those
where
flags,
you can
they
just
go
find
fucking
a headshot.
crazy.
As I say that, though, both teams
They
kinda
go
looking
absolutely
like they're gonna
insane.
make me eat my words and go back to old reliable. Pull the Widowmaker out of off of the shelves.
Well,
here.
my moan.
Dustin
Oh,
Ross hasn't
hey,
even been up
new
there
new
for, like, a
new
week
person
yet,
from
but
Great Britain
off,
we're seeing here.
try and find some
That's epic.
some value with them, and you know, overall, Belgium is kind of going back to the previous meta with this composition. You know, ZP and Hex were talking about it a little bit, but Sigma
Okay.
with the BAP Zen and then the double sniper.
I'm ready to
that's
see
very
the
much
chat.
the
This is
meta
it.
of a
Belgium's
bygone era
coming
where
back,
we've
baby.
been
Let's
through some
go.
patches,
Belgium's
we've
coming
changed some
back.
things.
This is it.
Maybe Belgium knows
They're gonna
something
do
we
it.
don't, and they're able to find some value here, or maybe we'll just have to spam chat with thank Mr. Logix once again.
Yeah, I mean, you also see the Genji being brought out here, and there's like a little bit of a buff there with the increase in ammo, but also you see that there has been a switch onto W Maimon, and as well on the other side, Shira as that tank on the Sigma here to try and get themselves a little bit of that stronger defense.
But it doesn't look to be like much of a defense right now. It looks like Belgium, they're just backing
yeah.
up. They've kind of just given up this entire street
Yeah.
space over here for free. Like,
think
the
it's
first
smart.
corner, like, you typically want to hold a little bit further up with your Sigma so that your snipers have an angle, but the snipers are just holding their S key back and all the way up. You know,
No, I honestly
Great
think that's
Britain,
smart with
they're
the
about to
monkey.
get this first corner here essentially for free
they're running,
without
like,
even
Zen
having
Bat.
to spill any blood, but rest assured, there's gonna be some
Oh
blood to
my.
spill if Kai
But
has anything
you know, whatever
to say
stuff like
about
that
it.
happens.
Okay, Ken is able to find WMymon, and Logic's actually going to take down Kai. Battle of the Widowmakers, which is something you don't really see too much. But sure. And now they're just still holding the corner, waiting for their DPSs to come back.
So the
into
Winston
the
can
game.
go on your backline?
Logic's still holding
But the
this
problem with the
very
Winston going on
long
your backline
corner,
and
they
something
don't
like this
really
is
have a good way
there's such a
of
hard
kind of
corner that you
diving
have to
onto
push
the
through.
Widowmaker. The
And if the
Genji
Winston
could
wants to
do
go on your
something
backline, he isn't
but still
supported
hasn't
by
made the move.
the Ana.
Yeah, the problem here
Right.
is as long as
So,
we're both
you're
invested
cutting
into
off
this
the
Widowmaker
Ana's
battle, it is
supply
going
to
be
the
whichever
Winston.
Widow is getting the better of one another that's going to dictate which side.
No, she's able to do it there 'cause of the
safely
nano.
play in, but a nano boost onto Jikaru
And everybody
is gonna
capitalizing
make
on
the
that,
entire
but
point anything
beforehand-
for Belgium.
It was harder.
Funny Astro going down, so they're relying on Backbone to get
Like,
their
I
sight
see
lines
what
on,
Belgium
but
was
it's just
trying to
not
go
going
for there,
work.
basically. That's
Ken
what
is
I'm
able
trying to
take
say.
down quite a bit of damage onto that
Like,
tank,
I think that it
Jikaru
makes some
in the fight,
sense.
But the Primal Rage has been built up for the next one, and because of how pokey their comp is, they are just backing up all the way once again. It's just holding the S key and giving up that first checkpoint for free.
Yeah, it's a poke comp, and typically if you want to poke someone, you got to keep them in arm's distance, but Belgium keeping Great Britain away with like a 10-foot pole right now won't let them get close, and that's totally fine, because Great Britain can just take all of this space for free. The site's going to come out from Logix, and, you know, Great
they are
Britain might
losing
slow
a
the pace
lot
down
of
just
space
a
right
little
now.
bit here, but once Kai has those up,
Well, they're
it's gonna
reclaiming
be
it a little bit.
completely
It's
flipped
better.
reversed, and once again, it'll be Belgium on
Okay,
the back
kinda
foot.
big.
Gravitic Flux to open things up.
Aw, damn.
Are they going to find any pay dirt with it?
Holy shit.
The Gravitic Flux.
Holy shit, he's getting
unfortunately
blown
doesn't
up!
do Too much here. The Primal Rage
What the
does
fuck?
Come out, though.
He's a
Jikaru
tank!
Looking for a little
Holy
bit more of
shit!
that health sink, but oh, what a shot from
What happened to
Logix.
Jikaru?
Just straight back onto the support.
What happened?
For support, both of them are going to be at
What
a
the
little
fuck
bit of
was
standstill for the
that?
next fight, but
That's
Logix and
crazy.
Kai, they are just a gift that keeps on giving.
Holy
but with
fuck.
The Widowmaker neutralized on
That guy got
Belgium's
deleted.
Side, it does give Britain a little bit more of that room to push forward, but the Sigma is just contesting the point.
I mean, that shot onto Jikaru there from Logix was a Discord.
Logix gotta hit the 360s. Don't give him tips. Now
Now
he's gonna do it more often.
From Logix here, but it's Kai that's getting the better of this duel right now, and it's also forcing Logix and the rest of
He has
Belgium
Blade,
back. They have to
and they don't have
respect
trans
Kai.
to counter
if he
it,
keeps
so-
clicking heads, Great Britain
Yep,
can
there you go.
keep charging forward. Another big pick from Logix here, but it might be too late.
Dry
And
blade.
There's the Dragon Blade just coming through and forcing so much of this squad back. What is Logic going to do?
WMymon fucking
5
getting
million dashes
value with
and
a
also
dry
sword
blade.
That'll two-shot you. And
Not
even though there's the
much.
Widowmaker
That's what's
nurse,
happening
you know,
with Great Britain right now.
even though the
Goddamn.
Widowmaker nurse, you're
They
still
gave up
seeing Widow
trans.
battles is a little bit insane to me. But Belgium, I think.
Oh, wait, no,
might
sorry. I was
have
looking at
been
the
a
wrong
little
team.
bit too
I'm dumb.
overconfident
I was looking
on
at
the
Great
sniper
Britain.
comp, because Great Britain, they are bringing the sniper comp right back to
Be-
them, and
Belgium
they're
still has
doing it with
trains.
only one sniper.
And they're looking like they want to try and open with a nano boost. By the way, this is the return of Boneback. I just realized we have Backbone on the support once again.
Boneback.
We didn't think we'd see him again, but it is Boneback, the evil twin, making up an Ana. Holding the nano can put that onto Jikaru at any point in time and make life
shit.
miserable for Logix, as Funny Astro seems to try and do right now with some of the wall rides. But while everyone's looking at the frog, no one was looking at the monkey, and Jikaru is in now.
Yeah, Jikaru has been allowed to take so
Pretty
much
crazy
space, just
stuff, like,
weaving in
Great
and
Britain's
out
been doing
of
at this
Sigma
point.
shields with the Tesla cannon as well, and such an easy way to escape.
Pretty
with the
crazy
jump.
stuff.
They're trying to hold the high ground, trying to take control
That's a big
because
pick
of
for
the
Britain.
prominence of the snipers in this composition.
Yo!
And there's a gravitational
Wait.
flux to take down Kai. as
Shira's
well as
going
Backbone.
crazy.
And without Backbone in the back line, Great Britain doesn't really have a backbone, but JKRU, they're forced to retreat
no way
a
they pull
little
this
bit
together,
further,
right?
since Funny Astro doesn't
Oh my God,
quite
they get
have
Shira.
the
This is
sustain that
stupid.
they need. What?
He finds the kill at the yeah, okay. Funny Astro is known for his aggression, but even I, for a second, there was like, this is too aggressive for you. But Shira not able to dislodge the wall riding.
Yeah,
frog.
Astro is
Funny
really
Astro
aggressive.
Able to take out the enemy Sigma and even kind of force the swap there.
Dude's
I think
crazy.
Shira's probably already contemplating making that diva swap here so they can try and counter dive and, you know, control the high ground a little bit better here, but it might be too little too late. Great Britain they're really feeling themselves and starting to go for some ego plays, and they're
Oh,
still
a
marching
blade.
right on forward.
Oh my god,
Yeah, they just
no,
really
this
don't
sucks
have
to
the
watch.
attention. Okay, Slep Genji in spawn. That'll slow it down just a little bit. But they have that
Chat,
sound barrier,
it's
and
not
they're just
looking
able
good.
To force forward, make the silly plays.
It's not looking
Funny
good for
Astro
Belgium.
Having a little laugh to himself. He's just hee-hee-ha-haing his team into their spawn. And now
Great
they've
Britain
gotten
is
so
just
many
so
picks
much
as
more
well.
comfortable
Logic's
with
in the
this
back
shit.
line on the Tracer. But Backbone is barely even phased because the rest of the squad is just capping the payload, and they're almost right to the end. And it's all left up to Logix, who's just being harassed by the Tesla cannon. But since they are so close to the spawn, it's making it easier for Belgium to regroup. Great Britain might have to let this one go and wait for that next fight. Belgium, they might be able to hold on for a few seconds longer, but JRU popping the Primal Rage, so much more of a health sink now, and with the Doom Fist pick from Shira, are they going to be able to knock the Nunky back? They do disengage off the back of this, but they are still trying to cap.
Yeah, it was very much a thank Mr. Logic's moment as he did
This
just enough
is,
to try and stop the
not
bleeding a
looking
little
good for
bit.
Belgium
He's
at
come
all.
back on the Bastion, taking down Jay
Oh,
and
shit!
once again, Belgium are doing just enough to hang on by the skin of their teeth here. They once again
Hey, they can
repelled
do this.
the Great
They
Britain
can do
onslaught,
this.
And Great Britain, they invested a lot into that fight, the Primal and the Nano, and I believe the beat earlier on into that fight. It was a long one, it was a scrappy one, but definitely thank Mr. Logix for that one, because now we're under a minute. Great Britain, they're still looking to cap here, but Belgium might have finally
They
found their
touched
footing.
it a little bit.
Yeah, it seems like they are.
They
in
at
a
least
really
got
good
the
spot to
time
hold
down a
on to this,
lot.
especially since it's so close to spawn, and they're on their
So,
way to that meteor strike as
it's
well.
gonna
Okay,
take a
Shira
bit
in the
for
back line.
Belgium
Kai, where are you gonna
to-
go? On the
Well, it's gonna
back
take a
of
bit
this?
for,
I guess just
Great
going to go
Britain
ahead and
to-
kill Shira, and now without a tank, they have to deal with the Logix now, and just going to
get the
skate
point
to
in.
the high ground. Kai getting healed up from the back line, but Ken, on the other hand, has a Dragon's Blade of his own and is able to find.
Oh, shit,
only
no, the
one.
point.
Funny
Okay.
Astro now down from Great Britain, but the rest of the squad is there to back
17
up and
seconds.
avenge for the fallen
That's not bad.
teammate. Great
That's not
Britain
bake
completing round one with
Hey,
17
I'd take
seconds
17
left
seconds in my
Yeah,
game.
the
You
good
know
news
what?
for
I'd take
Belgium
17
is that
seconds
they
in my
didn't end up falling
game.
with a 2-minute time bank. Like, that definitely could have been the case.
That's
save
good.
for some heroic plays. The bad news is still that Great Britain capped at all, and on Circuit Royale, that's not always guaranteed. So now Belgium have to try and match that if they want to keep themselves up in this fight and potentially have a chance of winning this map here, and that's not going to be easy. Again, like
Chad,
I
I'm
said,
tired. I woke
Belgium
up
is
so
living
early
and
for this.
dying by what Ken and Logix are able to do. We're seeing Shira going uber aggressive on the Doomfist and the Diva there.
How many more matches do we
failing
have?
to
Do we have?
win,
Oh yeah, we
duels
have
with
2 more
an enemy
matches after this,
Lucio.
don't we?
Granted, that enemy Lucio is Funny Astro, so you get a pass there because Funny Astro is just Funny Astro, and I don't know what else I can say about that without
He's a funny man.
being
He's a
redundant. We
goofy
all
guy.
know
He's a
how
goofy
good
fella.
Funny Astro is on the Lucio there, and like, I gotta believe that Belgium is going to be able to pull out something here. But Great Britain, I mean, if they just put enough pressure onto Logix where he can't get enough done on the Widow, force the swap, force some comp swaps out of Belgium, it might just spell disaster. It might spell the end of Belgium's run here in this game. Another quick 2-0 for Great Britain. It's just up to Logix.
Yeah, I don't know about Belgium, y'all.
Yeah, Logix.
I don't know if
he
they're gonna
did
be able to
have
do this.
Quite a few shining moments on the defense. On the attack, it might be a little bit
Great
more
Britain
difficult
just
having to fight
not
for
only
those
seems to be
positions with
working better
a
as a team,
Widow,
but, like,
Sigma,
I don't know, they just have
Zenyatta,
better players,
Baptiste,
like,
Hanzo
on
kind
average.
of comp. And Great Britain, they're holding so much further forward as well. They're not going to allow that free space, the free caps. And if Belgium had held further forward in that first fight, Great Britain might not have been able to complete round one with all 3 points here. Now they're having to fight up through
Yeah.
the side house,
You know,
but it's being contested
that
by
might be
3
true.
players and back
That might be
right
true.
up with the Lucio of Funny Astro, just allowing to boop.
They
them
were kinda
back
running
into the
double
room,
sniper as
and
well,
then
so it
it's
would've-
just so much free damage from
They don't
that
really
It's
get
also
much
the most,
out of
the most mobile
backing
heroes
up.
here, so they have an opportunity to jump out. But that rock from Shira and the follow up there from Charlie.
I think I understand what they were trying to go for,
Get out, and with the Winston
but
gone, now Belgium can start
it
to
wasn't
trudge
necessarily
forward
super
here.
great.
Yeah, you can see
The
Backbone
good first
has
fight
to
for
try
Belgium,
and,
though. Really
head
good
for the
first fight
hills,
for
and
Belgium.
This is gonna be that.
I think they're
push
pulling it back
stretch,
together.
Being given up.
I think
to
they're pulling it
Belgium,
back
but
together.
again,
They-
we go
listen,
back
they
to
just- they've
Belgium's
just-
defense here.
They had a rough
Now
time up
working
until
to
now.
take what Great Britain
Now they're
actually
kick
did for
ass.
free on
Now it's
their
time to
attack here.
kick
So
Great Britain's
now
ass,
Great
all
Britain's
right?
able to set up. They can get Kai on this high ground here. There's still a lot of work to be done. That's a huge nade from Backbone. Not going to be a lot of follow up, but that will slow things down just a little bit. Kai looking for a head, but Ken is not going to show his today. Jump up out of the way here.
Great Britain is
Aren't
having a
still moving.
lot of
Great
trouble
Britain, they're looking for a
going
way
up against
in, a
Belgium
way
at the
to get
moment.
Jikaru
Like trying to
onto
find
that
a way to
backline.
engage. They're just
They're able to cap this for free. It's going to be difficult for them to contest.
Okay, well,
once
there's
again,
there's the Nano Monkey.
Widowmaker, has to
That's a
stand
big one.
Really far back here,
You
but
can
Dr.
engage with that
McKean
for
is able to
sure.
find one onto Ken,
That's
and
one
that
way to do it.
Genji is really the one that's going to be right up in their faces and forcing them back, especially
That's
those
def-
two DPSs that have
There
been
you
sent
go.
back to spawn.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Shaba,
they're having
however, has been
trouble
doing
finding a
lot
way to
of work for
engage,
Belgium thus far.
just
The
'cause of,
Discord
like, the
orbs
poke
and
of
doing a
Belgium
lot
and
of
with the
damage
Sig and the
for just Zinyata. But
Zenyatta and
going
Bap,
to
it's just a little
neutralize that.
difficult,
The
but
Genji
you
is
know,
such
whenever
a
you have that
good
Nano Monkey
way
going
to
into you,
counter these really immobile backline picks.
yeah, it's a little
You
hard
talk
to
about
deal
how
with.
much damage Chaba is doing, but that's what this backline is, right? It's full
Especially
health,
whenever
full
he's getting
damage, and it's finding
follow-up from
a decent
his
amount of
Genji.
value, but not enough
Genji's
to
going in with
dislodge
him.
Kai, not enough to fully punish Jikaru consistently, and not enough to stop the support from coming in from Backbone. Hey Kai, there's another free headshot for you. Logix never saw that one coming. There's an easy trade, and again, like, you have to try and find a way to shut
what
down
was
this Widow.
that?
A pick onto Backbone, though, that could be huge.
Backbone just went right into the enemy team. What was he doing there?
Used in that situation.
He good?
Mortality field to just try.
Everything
and
all right?
back the damage that was going to come through. The sound barrier also used, but looking at the ultimates that are coming up, and now
They're gonna have
they
Blade.
have that Widow's ultimate coming through.
You already
So
tried, it's gonna be an
can see
Overwatch 1
right
Blade.
these walls, and it should allow Logix to get a good pick
An
here.
early
But
Overwatch
actually
1
that finds funny after.
early
Now
Overwatch 1
Trigger
Blade.
down, missing that
Oh.
main support, but
Oh.
oh my gosh, the Dragon
No, it
Blade
wasn't like
doesn't
that.
even find anything, and in the face of that, they've also put up the immortality field, and it's given them that
Yeah,
enough sustain
you know,
for Shira to
Blade
go
on
ahead,
its
use it
own
for
with
a
no
bit of flux, and
combos,
force
not
them
very
so far
good.
back. And
Not
now
very
with a few
good.
seconds
I'm
left
not gonna
over,
lie.
They're able to get that first checkpoint, which is going to give them 3 more minutes in the time bank to push into the second, while Shira continues to surge forward and try and force these players back.
And what a great shot from Ken here. And with that shot to shut down that Dragon Blade, now the hard part is done. Kai is going to swap off of the Widowmaker because he no longer has the favorable angle. Belgium, they can play this far up, and as long as the fight goes on this even ground, he's not going to be able to find much of anything. Meanwhile, Logix can still play the Widow to his heart's
This is
content
hard.
and a takedown W, my
This
man.
is hard for Great
And
Britain.
keep
Belgium's
things
doing good
going
now.
in favor of Belgium. Keep this
They're pulling it
mark
together.
inching ever closer there. That's another great shot from Ken onto Kai there. This might actually just be point B being captured.
Holy
outright.
shit. You saw how quickly
Storm Arrow
Jikaru
kills
blew
Jikaru.
up?
Why not, Ken? You're already cooking.
Yeah, Ken is definitely whipping up something in the kitchen, and now it's all left to Funny Astro. Another
Jesus
pick
Christ.
for Ken, and now they get that second checkpoint. It was just not even a struggle
Yo,
at all for them to get
Ken
up
just
that
turned on
ramp
the
into
rage
this
hacks.
little building here.
What's up with this
now
guy?
We're looking at Great Britain. They switched up their comps a lot. It's going to be back to that Widow. There was a little bit of struggle to get up that wall, but it was a little bit of that.
The one
and that
enemy
is-
Ken
yeah.
cannot overcome, the wall. He takes the
wall.
stairs. I have to admire that, but you know, he's able to get this high ground here, and Jikaru wants to fight for it and dislodge him, but not able to. And they've lost Funny Astro again. Astro might be getting a little too big for his britches here, going too aggressive and getting punished for it.
Yeah, it definitely doesn't feel like he's getting the support that he needs, especially needs the Winston to be right there with him in order to absorb some of that pressure. But now they're trying to use this Tracer. Oh my god.
That was a big
just
pick onto the
immediately
Tracer, but-
stunned by Shira's rock and just going to go
Whoa.
down. Even though there's
Okay.
a sleep onto the tank here, it's going to be
What
a
happened to
bio
Great
game
Britain?
that's going to really force Shira back a little bit, but still Great
What happened to
Britain
'em? They were looking
cannot
unstoppable.
Get themselves in good position to
You see,
defend this.
this is why
They
I
are
say,
just- it
chat,
seems that they
this
really
is why I
lost
say
their
it's not
stride.
over till it's over.
Yeah, I mean, I have
'Cause
to be
look-
looking
look-
at
look
Kai
what's
making
happening
that
right
swap
now.
off the Widow over onto the Sombra and hasn't been able to build up to the EMP yet. Is going to have it now, and 2 early pickoffs. That is huge. Okay, Great Britain aren't even going to need to invest the EMP. They should be able to just win this fight outright with the cleanup, and now they'll
Yeah,
have the EMP
they cleaned
for
that
the
up.
next fight, and that should be another fight win.
They
And
have
Belgium's about to have 5
Great Britain
ultimates
has
of their
lots
own.
of
This next
ults.
fight is looking to be a bloody one, but it's one that I
Well,
think
this-
Great
okay, this
Britain
next fight is gonna
might
be really
favored
expensive,
in.
I think.
It's got to be all up
It's
to
gonna be
Kai
really
here.
damn expensive.
Going for an early hack there onto Shira, but gets sussed out. Is he going to be able to find anything here?
Interesting
Yeah,
window.
now the Widowmaker has been completely switched off, and they're using
That was an
Ant
interesting
Matrix
window.
as well as the Transcendence in response to only the Primal Rage and the Pulse Bomb from Great Britain's squad. But now they're able to
What
take
is
down JDRU
happening
with that
in this
little bit of
fight?
extra sustain from those two supports. And Chaba, instead, after using Transcendence, has
Great
switched
Britain
over to
loses
the
that.
Brigitte to try and help out the team right next to their spawn. Ken is allowed
Great
to
Britain
just
lose-
take a lot of free
they used
damage off
everything they
after
had.
The tank has gone down.
Belgium
And
still
they're
has
trying
2
to loop
ults.
around with the Tracer and the
Belgium's
Umbrella.
looking.
Kai has
I think
decided
Belgium wins
back
this
to the Widowmaker
right
they
here.
go, especially after Logic has
I
switched.
think they're
Don't
gonna
have to
get more
Widowmaker
time here
gift
because
this
they
time around as
have
push
ult
to the final
advantage.
point.
There was a moment in
Oh,
time there
didn't
where
get
I could see
anyone
that
with the
Kai
pulse
wanted to
bomb,
use the
okay.
EMP, but the Transcendence came out and it was just too costly to do it, and by the time it would have been beneficial, everyone else from Great Britain is dead, so Kai just yeeted that one in there. Gonna go ahead and make the swap here, but it
Okay.
might be too little too late. He can't get favorable positioning. They're
Oh
Big Flux comes
my
out.
God,
Shots are coming out.
Ken!
Belgium are going to cap this point here. Ken is going
Got more
absolutely
time. That
nutty right
is
now.
insane. What a
Ken was
comeback!
Crazy in that last fight, and I'm pretty sure he was on fire for that entire last checkpoint.
What a comeback.
And it was largely due to Ken as well that they were able to even just force their way through that second checkpoint.
Yeah,
without just
I
having
think
a little bit of a hitch.
The big
And Great
problem
Britain,
with Great
you can
Britain
see why
was
Belgium
they
picked
need
this
to
map.
figure
Great
out their
Britain, we saw
comp. They
them
need
on
to
the
figure
attack,
out
and
an
we thought,
answer to
why are they
Belgium's
letting them
comp
capture
because
it for free? But
Belgium's
even though Great
comp
Britain
is
was in
just
their
so
faces and
solid,
trying
like,
to contest every little bit of
if you
space
try to
that
get
they could,
past
while
the
Belgium
Sig,
was more looking
he's
to
gonna
kite back
harass
and keep them at
anyone
arm's length. Belgium
who's
still ended
either
up
going
Logic
past
winning.
him
Yeah, and I think it kinda
or
goes back to
who
that Sovereign
is,
swap
like,
from Kai. I don't
still
think
in front
it
of
paid
him.
enough dividends. It took him too long
right?
to
So if the
build
monkey tries going
EMP.
past him, he's like,
The
okay, I'll just shoot your
synchronization
back
wasn't
line.
quite there,
Meanwhile,
you know,
the
he
monkey
would
isn't
try
gonna
and
get
go
much
for a
value
hack, and
'cause
either it wouldn't
half
come
the team
through,
can get
he'd
the fuck out.
The hack canceled,
And also,
or there just wouldn't be
everybody's
a
just so
hackable target
spread.
for Jikaru to jump
Everybody's
on
just
top
so
of, for
spread.
the follow-up from W Mimone to be able to come through. And it just wasn't quite there. I think
'Cause, like,
this is
with their
kinda
comp, what they were
Great Britain
doing is,
need to
like,
do, because
Sig
now,
would
you know, they're behind the eight ball a
control
little
the
bit. Belgium
chaos,
stepped a
kind
better
of,
time
like,
bank. Great Britain,
there'd be
they
the
have
chaos
to
of
flip.
everybody
I
being
think you
super
just want
spread
to have
out,
Kai
and then Sig would
on this
control it
Widow
all.
to try and take the duel with Logix, hopefully win that
It was
duel,
going
and
super
be able
well
to
for
make
them.
enough cart progress to
It's just
mount
like
a
they just
pretty
couldn't find a way to
decent defense here,
coordinate
'cause,
around that and
you know,
pick
yeah,
anybody
like
out
I
or
said,
anything.
The time bank is in favor of Belgium right now, which is not something I thought was going to happen.
Like,
when
Great
I
Britain
saw, you know,
couldn't.
how slow their or how rough their defense was, but that attack was just something special.
Yeah, and Kai on this Widowmaker has to contend with 2 snipers, and Logic already taking down W Mimone, and you can see that the Genji isn't putting enough pressure, but oh my goodness.
God, I hate
what a
Widowmaker
guy
so
to
much.
take down Logic's, and now they're missing
I hate
a
it.
chunk of that
That
long-range
was a
damage,
sexy
and
shot,
they're
but I
gonna have to
fucking
back
hate
up a little bit
Widowmaker
since
so
Kai
much,
is allowed
chat.
to ring out for free here.
Oh
now
my
looking for the pick
God.
on the Chaba, finds it. The Zenyatta now out,
This
and no
is
more
so
of those
bad for
Discord wars
Belgium,
for
chat.
that extra damage that they have left over. Logic comes back.
This
as
is so
Tracer,
bad for
partially
Belgium.
maybe
Great
to
Britain
try and
is
get to the
getting
point that
so much free
quicker
push.
and force them back instead of allowing them to cap for free. Kai almost finding the shop on the support once again. The
If you would've
shield
gotten
does
another
come
one,
through
holy
and
shit.
saves Belgium's back line for a second longer, and now Chaba switching onto the Lucio. There's a lot of rush switches that are coming through from Belgium, and Bunny Astro now taking
Oh,
down Logix.
Lord.
Logix
Astro's
once
low,
again
though.
sent back to spawn. Great Britain, they're making this a lot easier for themselves by neutralizing that
Jesus
DPS player,
Christ.
and now they're
Oh
able to
no,
capture
it
a
was
first
looking
checkpoint.
so good for
And this is
Belgium
exactly
there
what
for a
Great Britain
second,
needs to do. They
chat.
need
I
to just
can't
let
believe
Kai
this
pound,
shit.
Let him win out that Widow duel. You know, losing W Mimone there early
They're
doesn't
losing.
really matter all
They're
that much
just
because
gaining
his only
so
job
much
was
ground
to
in
try
such
and
a
pressure
short
out
amount of
Logix, but
time.
without Logix alive, then you know, job well done. You know, gave your life for it. It's still good. They play enough. They play slow enough to build up to the nano. Just send Jikaru in to mop up the damage, and the follow up is there. They've capped point
I think
A,
they're about to
which is
get past
already
the U-turn,
so
which is
much
really
for 1 minute.
big.
If they're able to cap point B, that might be an insurmountable task for Belgium.
If they get
to try
past
and
the
match
U-turn,
here,
that's
and you
really
know
big
Great
for
Britain,
them.
They want it. It's got to be up to Shiro with this gravitic flux to try and negate that, try and slow something down, find pay dirt with this ultimate. Kai has the sights up. Belgium, they don't want to flinch. Who's gonna make the first move?
Yeah.
here?
And that amp
They have
matrix
so
is
much-
also
if
up,
he
and
dies,
after they're
if
able
they
to get
die-
that through, it's going to be up to Ken to find
Oh
the damage.
god.
The immortality
Oh
comes through
no,
as the prize
chat.
is
What
blocked by
the
JK
fuck?
Arthur,
This
trying
is
to
so
pound
hard to
on the back line,
watch.
able to find behind both of the
They're just
supports. Now
losing
the
to-
sustain
oh, they're
simply
losing
isn't there
so
for
many
Shira, being completely
fights.
shredded by W Maimone, and there's the Genji
They
once
keep
again.
going,
The
the
final
cart's
hit onto
still
Logic, and the
going.
overtime continues
Oh
into
my
the
God.
second point.
Yeah, WMA
Belgium's getting reamed right now.
At least 3 of them there in exchange towards the end of that fight, and now has a Dragon Blade. It will be a Naked Blade unless Backbone is able to build up to that Nano Boost quite.
It's Belgium.
swiftly.
Belgium is.
But there's also
They're
that
gonna
window where
have
Chopper's gonna have
dragons
the
and
Transcendence
trans
here.
soon, but
Regardless of how that interaction plays out,
Great
this is
Britain
already
has
so much
Blade
progress for
and
Great Britain,
B,
and Belgium are going
which
to have
I
to
think
match
is
all of
better,
this and then some
honestly.
on their attack. They have to try and stop this train before it goes off the tracks here.
They have to like
Yeah,
get
Kai
Ken to
taking
get some
control
like
of
big
high ground
headshots or
needs
something.
to be a little bit careful about being flanked by this Tracer, but the Dragon Strike does quite a bit of zoning.
they don't
They just
trans.
take out that sound barrier as well as
they
the
trans
Dragon
good.
Blade. They're trying to get so
Wait,
much
what?
value here. Oh,
Okay.
where are you going?
Okay, he knows what I'm
Moon
doing. He
able
knows
to
what
get
he's
back
doing.
up onto the platform, but they were able to tank so much damage from the Dragon Strike because of that
They're
sound
capitalizing
barrier
on
from
them
Funny
being
Astro.
split.
But now Funny Astro going down to Chaba's Discord Orbs and Logix
shit.
as well finding Backbone. This might be the end of the overtime. Kai too far away to
They
touch.
only got
This is
like
60
almost the
meters in,
entire
a lot
fucking
further
way,
than
you know? They only
initially hoped
they didn't get
going
that
forward.
far.
Yeah,
They didn't get
that is-
far,
that is
right?
so
It's
much.
fine.
I
Don't worry
even wanna
about
think
it.
about what Belgium has to do in order to try
Don't
and
worry
match
about
that.
it,
You know,
it's
they have
alright.
a favorable time bank, but throw that out the window because as much as Great Britain
What
did with
the
a minute,
fuck?
that's like an astronomical.
I can't
task to try
believe
and
what
do
I'm
with a minute
fucking
46.
watching right
That
now.
extra 46 seconds
This is
pretty much
stupid.
means nothing. At this point, it's gonna be an OT
This is
push,
stupid.
no matter what. And if Kai keeps winning out the Widow duels with Logix, not allowing Logix to control the sight lines, use the defender's advantage, and control the angles, then you know it's gonna be pretty much over. We're gonna see the Widow mirror coming out from both of these teams again, and it's gonna be Kai that has the
Okay.
advantage of positioning.
You know
It's gonna
what?
be
Maybe
up to Belgium to
Belgium
try and
is just
shut Kai
better
down somehow,
and like goes
they
all the way,
just
right?
haven't really
Right?
done that. And
1
meanwhile,
minute
you can see
46
how effective
seconds.
Great Britain has
They need to
been
win
in
so
shutting
many
down
fights
Logix.
in
If it's not
rapid
Kai
succession.
getting a headshot,
It'll be
it's Jake
fine.
Haru with a nano boost or WMA Moan with the
Logix
split
just needs
strikes,
to
dashing
destroy
through,
Kai,
popping up the backline, putting
and
the
they're good.
pressure on. And once again, we're gonna see
For real
Great
though,
Britain
like
going
this,
for
a lot of this is
really,
going to be
really close
determined
goals.
off
And this is
of
designed
which Widow
specifically
wins the
to
sniper
bleed
duel.
time
Well, I
off
guess they
time
have
bank and
Hanzo
get
now,
us into that
so.
OT situation
But
as
still,
early as
a lot of it is
possible.
still going to
No
be determined by
compositional
which
swaps
Widow
up here from
wins.
Belgium. We have to be looking at Logix and
See, this is
Ken
why I love
to
Widow,
try and make
chat.
magic once again. Can lightning strike twice?
She's
Ken,
dumb.
It's up to you, buddy.
Oh, they're swapping a Tracer. Okay.
Logic's not even going for the Widowmaker early, looking really to harass Widow on that high ground that Kai is holding. And once again, they are looking to get control of this room very early,
Okay.
and they do so. Great Britain not going to make the same mistake twice and have their tank fall early to that engagement. Instead, going to back up onto the second
Got some
bridge
good
and
space
hold
here.
from there, holding closer to Kai as well. So
Great
it's
Britain
easier
had to give up a
protect in
lot.
case that,
That's good.
Tracer goes for the dive.
Yeah, but there's no flank routes here on first point of Circuit Royale, right? So Logix is going to have a hard time trying to get to Kai.
Well, how's
and
their
at some
ult look
point,
economy
going to have
looking?
to face check him. If Kai hits the shot, it's just done and dusted here. Logix is trying to look for a way in.
Okay.
But you can see Kai
Ooh, Pato
wants
almost
to take
died.
the high ground, not going to even give Logix the chance here.
Pato
to take this
and
favorable
Backbone
ground
are pretty
that
close to one
everybody
another.
has to try and
But
respect.
that
And you can
Nano's
see
going
how
to get
far
really
back
big value because
Belgium is
they're
forced
trying to build
play right
Nano. They're
now.
going to Nano
And
Monkey.
Logix is down.
Oh, God. Oh, they're gonna capitalize on
Backbone
that.
being the one to take down Logix, trying to harass the supports out of the
And they're gonna
fight,
have
it
Nano
didn't
soon.
work, and
Oh,
there's just
Belgium's
no
over.
follow-up,
It's over.
which
I'm
allows
sorry.
JKR
It's just
to
not
go for
happening.
a huge
There's no
dive
way.
onto Belgium.
They
Oh
have
my
Nano,
goodness,
and they
30
can
seconds
engage
left
with
over
Nano,
first
and
fight.
there's not much
Already
Belgium can
lost
do
this
about
game.
it other
This is
than
mean.
lamp.
What? Oh.
There's
What are
nothing
they
like
doing
they
to
can
him?
lamp.
The stagger
That's it.
onto Patanova, and yeah, with the Amp Matrix, that's gonna be your only ultimate.
That's a
that you
big
have.
that's a
Last person to
big
spawn.
stagger actually.
Is anyone gonna be able to touch? Logix is gonna have to try and get the touch, but again, there's no real flank routes. He's
I think
gonna
they
have to
probably
face
should
check
have went
everybody
like
and go
Lucio or
right
something. I don't know,
into the
just to
point
get
here.
people in there
Ken's
quick.
not gonna be there for backup. It doesn't even look like there's gonna be a touch. Logic's gonna use both his blinks to try and get on the
Oh,
point
if he was able to
when
get
the
that kill
Dragon
on
Blade
Kai,
comes
that would have been
out.
big.
What does Belgium even do about this?
Yeah, they just
Yeah,
lose.
the
They
Dragon Blade
explode.
is just so
It's over.
oppressive to Belgium's squad. Their back
It's fucking
line
over.
is almost gone. The Amp Matrix,
Yeah.
even though it comes through, what is Pondanova going
On
to do? to
that
touch?
that was
stagger
sad to
was
watch.
pretty much
That
the
was
nail in the
fucking
coffin.
sad to
Now Great
watch.
Britain taking this another map 2-0 for us, CV. Both
That
of the
is
series we
crazy.
casted have been pretty dominant for one team over the other, but there was still that glimmer of hope, the glimmer of life for Belgium that we saw in the previous match for Iceland. It's definitely there. You can see the competition.
Yeah, man, ZP and Hex got to cast all the good ones here. I'm hoping we're not just on 2 Overwatch all night, all day. But it was still a really good series here. Like you said, there was signs of life that came out from Belgium. There was definitely some heroic plays that came out from the likes of Ken and from the likes of Logic.
Belgium, they were looking really good there for a second.
You do have to kind of watch out for because the heroics can be there and can make big
It's just
plays,
that
but it's
Great
not
Britain
enough
found an answer to
overcome
what
the
they were
circle of
doing,
life that these
and
7
Belgium
lives
didn't
from Great
adapt.
Britain just introduced them
It-
to.
it's
just
unfortunate.
quickly life. Kai hits you with a headshot, death. That's the circle right there. That's how it goes, top to bottom. And you know, there's even when Kai is not hitting all of the headshots, the synergy is here. Jakaru and Backbone with these nano Winstons, the primal rages.
Nano
Astro
Monkey's been big.
You're playing.
They've won
really
so
wants
many
to,
fights
just kinda
off of
like
Nano
Going
Monkey.
in, trying to take duels with the enemy
It was
tank.
really
Sure, why not?
crazy.
He's able to get away with it. If Belgium can't stop him, then you know he's gonna keep going for those kinds of plays. And
Chad,
then
I'm gonna
Mimo
take
on
a
this
fat
Genji,
nap after this.
also
Holy
a
shit.
threat here. There's a lot to be afraid of here on this Great Britain squad. Like I said, a shoe-in for one of the 3 Group A slots. And
Yeah,
who else
Great
in
Britain's
this
stacked. I
group
wasn't
can
expecting them to be
reasonably
so
take it
stacked,
from them?
honestly. I probably should have, though.
Yeah, I mean, Great Britain, they just have such strong individual players, and that experience allows them to gel together really
Yeah,
well.
they really do.
I mean, from this group, we still got a few contenders. I mean, you and I, we were talking a little bit about Denmark the other day as well, but they don't even play today. So, you know, Great Britain, they can safely say that they are looking in a good spot for at least day 1 of the EMEC online qualifiers.
For sure.
Yeah, I think it's going to be for more than just day 1. I think this is a squad that might go 8 days, being a dangerous threat to everybody else in this group throughout the entirety of it. There's still
It hurt to see a team lose so bad, chat. It just hurt to see a team lose so bad.
Heavy coaching staff, some heavy
that
strategy,
hurt. That
and some
fucking
big
hurt to
names on the
watch.
table here. We're gonna have to see.
I was in pain whenever I saw just like Great Britain win fight
after
after fight. In OT for so long, I was just like, oh, what the fuck?
Then like, what shot
It
does your
hurt.
team have? What's your game plan? You gotta come at me with something, because Kai is a problem here.
Kai is a problem.
Yeah, and it also feels like, you know, greatness elevates greatness. When Kai is popping off, WMMO starts popping off. You know, they're focused on the Widow. They're like, we have to get that Widowmaker. And then the Genji is all of a sudden in your back line with a blade. And you're like, what are we going to do about that? And you're not really sure. And it's just like, it's so good that the way that the synergy has been going with this Great Britain squad. And I'm excited to see what they do next.
What are the next teams?
Who can step up to the plate and try and dethrone the Lion King over here?
Let's get ready to
Lions.
pull up the
I
next
don't know how many
teams.
more times I can reference that movie without getting a cease and desist from Disney. So no more of that. We can go ahead and move on to the next game here. It's going to be Italy versus France. We're going to have that for
Italy
you
versus
ready to
France.
go.
Oh shit,
When
it's
we
the one
come
I was
back,
excited
another
about.
quick break here. Don't go anywhere.
Why am I excited about it? I
Games
literally
coming
have
at
no
you, and
reason
they're
because
both
I
gonna
don't
be good ones.
I
Stay
don't know
tuned.
much about what's gonna be on it. Oh shit, turn it down, turn it down, turn it down. Okay. Let's see what we got for the teams here. Alright. Italy. We have to find the Italian players might also be really good.